Chapter 1. In this vast universe, countless galaxies and stars exist, with celestial bodies continuously meeting their demise and being reborn every moment. Amidst this perpetual cycle of destruction and rebirth, life emerged and gradually evolved into resplendent civilizations. However, at times, the brilliance of civilization may not bode well for the cosmos. In the cosmic ordinates of the Laniakea supercluster, within the Virgo cluster and the local group, lies a planet known as Tyro. This vibrant planet is predominantly blue. Orbiting closely, one can observe colossal spaceports bustling with spacecraft coming and going. On the surface of Tyro, towering skyscrapers and various modes of transportation, including flying vehicles, can be seen. Diverse intelligent beings traverse the streets. As one's gaze shifts, a magnificent structure stands out prominently. This building occupies an expansive area of 30 square kilometers, adorned with numerous tall spires that ascend straight into the sky. The tallest of these towers reaches an astonishing height of over 3,500 meters. This edifice is known as the Temple, a sacred site for the Tyro inhabitants, serving as the exclusive palace of Thanos. Within the temple lies a chamber called the Gravity Room. At this moment, the instruments within the Gravity Room indicate a staggering gravity level of 1,000 times Earth's. Yet, a tall, purple figure seems impervious to the effects of gravity, diligently engaging in exercise. 1003. 1004. As Thanos performs push-ups, he keenly attunes himself to the strength coursing through his body. This method of training, inspired by an anime he once watched in a past life, proves remarkably effective. Indeed, he is a reincarnate. On that fateful day, he was at home, engrossed in Avengers Endgame, sipping beer and munching on peanuts. Upon witnessing Thanos meet his end at the hands of Thor, he felt a pang of sorrow for the villain's fate. Little did he expect that after his lament, he would awaken to find himself embodying Thanos at the very moment when Titan was being destroyed. Embracing Thanos' ideology, he embarked on a path of dictatorship, rather, a quest to save the world. After all, the resources of the universe are finite, while life can proliferate endlessly. If this continues, the universe would inevitably face ruin. Thus, balance must be maintained. He is the one destined to take action for this cause. Now, over 500 years have passed in the Marvel Universe, and the results have been commendable. He governs 237 habitable planets and a total of 43 stars, establishing a significant power within the Dragon Spiral Galaxy. That moment, the door to the gravity chamber swung open, revealing a woman with an alluring figure, clad in a form-fitting black and white suit. Her exposed skin bore a striking blue hue, indicating her non-human origin. She was none other than the Night Star, one of Thanos' formidable Black Order members. Upon stepping into the gravity chamber, she was immediately struck by an overwhelming force, compelling her to drop to her knees in astonishment. It was hard to fathom, as one of the Black Order, her strength had been honed through countless trials, capable of obliterating a spaceship with a mere flick of her wrist. Yet now, she found herself unable to even stand upright. What magnitude of gravity was this? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she cast her gaze toward a figure nearby, her eyes brimming with profound admiration. Just as she was about to harness the dark energy within her, Thanos noticed her entrance and ceased his training, addressing the void. Deep Blue, deactivate the gravity system. In an instant, a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in response. Yes, Master. Deep Blue was his created artificial intelligence, a name chosen to commemorate his days on the Blue Planet. With the gravity system disabled, Nightstar gradually regained her footing. Moments later, she approached Thanos, halting 2 meters away, and knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Nightstar has come to pay her respects, my lord." Thanos regarded her with a measured gaze and inquired coolly, "Why have you returned so soon? Has the ice crystal planet already been conquered?" As the supreme ruler of the cosmos, it was his prerogative to dominate the universe. Naturally, he had dispatched his most capable subordinates, the Black Order, to assault other planets. Not long ago, he had sent Nightstar to conquer the ice crystal planet, located 174 light-years away. It was unexpected for her to return so swiftly without success. Hearing his words, Nightstar's head drooped in shame as she replied in a subdued tone, "I deeply apologize, my lord. I encountered an exceedingly powerful foe, one I could not contend with, resulting in the loss of 17 warships." Before she could finish her sentence, Thanos interrupted with impatience. "Failure is failure, there are no excuses." Upon hearing this, Nightstar fell silent, fully aware that there was no justification for her defeat. After a moment, Thanos spoke calmly. However, this is not the time for reproach. Arrange for the warships. I wish to see who dares to oppose me. With his reputation echoing throughout the cosmos, it had been a while since he had taken action, and it seemed some had already forgotten his name, in the dark of night, Dark Star. Upon hearing the words, nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, my lord." Having spoken, she gradually withdrew from the gravity chamber. Observing this, Thanos proceeded to open the system panel. Thanos, physique, 31,243.9, strength, 24,714.3, agility, 18,203.5, mental power, 15,241.2, active skills, power of destruction upon activation, increases strength, passive. Skills, Titan Bloodline greatly enhances potential. Super Recovery significantly enhances recovery ability. Super Physique greatly increases physique, super strength. Greatly enhances strength. Super Agility greatly boosts agility. Enhanced Mental Power increases mental power. Resilient Skin increases resistance to cold, heat, electricity, radiation, toxins, aging, and disease. Unique Skill, Ruler for each star system dominated. Greatly increases strength and potential. Equipment, Tyrant's Blade. Tyrant's Armor. From the attributes, it is evident that he is undeniably a formidable presence. His physique stands as the highest, followed by strength, with agility and mental power trailing behind. This is closely tied to his lineage. He had attempted to cultivate agility and mental power, yet the results paled in comparison to those achieved in physique and strength, which is why he dedicated himself to physical training. Deep Blue continued to activate gravity at 1,000 times. Yes, master. But in the ensuing 3 days, the entire Taro star became bustling with activity. After all, Thanos was preparing to embark on a personal expedition, necessitating the activation of his vessel, the Titan-class starship, Sanctuary 2. Sanctuary 2 measures an impressive length of 1,352 kilometers, a width of 534 kilometers, and a height of 298 kilometers. This colossal ship rivals the moon in size, its overall structure resembling an eye. The wings form the boundaries of the eye, while the red energy at its center resembles the iris. At this moment, the behemoth is stationed several 100,000 kilometers from Taro Star, visible even from the surface of the planet. In addition to Sanctuary 2, a myriad of other escort ships, assault vessels, supply ships, and more surround it, totaling over 100. This scenario clearly illustrates that Thanos' power surpasses that depicted in the films by a significant margin. Chapter 2. Time swiftly passed to the 4th day. With the eve of war upon them, all preparations were complete. Dark Star once again entered the sanctuary, seeking an audience with Thanos. The gravity chamber remained the same, yet the gravity had now been intensified to 1,200 times. At that moment, Thanos was engaged in weightlifting, hoisting a barbell marked at 200 tons that a 200 barbell, under the strain of 1,200 times the force of gravity, had attained a weight of 24,000 tons. Yet in his grasp, it resembled an ordinary barbell, effortlessly lifted with ease. 432, 433. At that moment, the door swung open once more. This time, Dark Knight Proxima had learned from experience he did not rush in, but instead knelt on one knee outside, respectfully proclaiming, "My lord." Upon hearing this, Thanos set down the barbell and, in a deep voice, commanded, "Deep Blue, disengage the gravity system." "Yes, master." Dark Knight Proxima rose, entered the room, and once again knelt before Thanos, bowing his proud head. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Thanos inquired, "Are the Temple Number 2 and the Dark Cult prepared?" Proxima lifted his gaze to behold his master's robust physique, his muscles brimming with strength, and with admiration in his eyes, he replied, "Everything is ready, awaiting your command." Thanos nodded and coldly remarked, "Since all is prepared, let us depart." The Ice Crystal Star is a planet adorned in white. Due to its great distance from the sun, the temperature remains perpetually below freezing, blanketing the surface in frost and snow. The inhabitants of this land, known as the Ice Tribe, are a race with alabaster skin and limbs, possessing a formidable physique and exceptional combat skills. However, they are regrettably entrenched in a primitive cultural state. At this juncture, the chieftain of the Ice Tribe was organizing a sumptuous luncheon to honor the hero who had rescued them. This hero is a strikingly beautiful woman with golden short hair, a Blue Star native named Carol Danvers. While this name may not resonate with many, her nickname certainly will. Captain Marvel. Since her victory over the Kree fleet on her home planet, She has traversed the cosmos, championing justice. Initially, she roamed solely within the Milky Way, but upon hearing of Thanos' infamous reputation, she ventured to the Dragon Spiral Galaxy. To her astonishment, shortly after her arrival, she encountered Thanos' subordinates assaulting another planet. Believing herself to be on the side of justice, she unhesitatingly intervened, repelling Thanos' minions. "We are profoundly grateful for your salvation," the chieftain of the Ice Tribe, towering at nearly 2 meters, declared as he raised 2 goblets with his 4 hands, offering a toast to the captain, who stood only to his chest. This gesture of lifting 4 goblets represented the highest form of etiquette among the Ice Tribe. Captain Marvel merely smiled, accepting the goblet, and drank deeply. "Not at all. It was my duty," she replied. Seeing this, the chieftain promptly raised his goblet once more and, in kind, drained it, then proclaimed loudly, "To our hero, cheers!" The surrounding ice dwellers promptly raised their goblets, exclaiming, "Cheers to our hero!" Before long, the celebration commenced in earnest, with the ice folk engaging in song and dance that a number of self-proclaimed dashing individuals approached Captain Marvel for a dance, but she gracefully declined their advances. Though she considered herself a champion of justice, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for these ice folk, who had yet to reach even a semblance of medieval civilization. Naturally, joining them in their revelry was out of the question. Thus, the entire day was spent in merriment. The following morning, while Captain Marvel was still enveloped in a haze of slumber, a panicked ice dweller burst into her chamber. Though termed a chamber, it was merely an ice structure, devoid of doors. Hero, this is terrible. Those villains have returned. They are enormous." Captain Marvel immediately opened her eyes and sat up. Without uttering a word, she radiated a kaleidoscope of colors and soared into the sky. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, for heaven's sake! Before her lay an incomprehensibly massive spacecraft in the depths of outer space. Its sheer size was staggering. In all her years of wandering the cosmos, she had never encountered a battleship comparable to the size of the moon. "Where are my weapons? My armor, where is it? Hurry! The enemy approaches. Everyone gather." At that moment, the ice folk were in a frenzy, rushing about in search of weapons and armor. The previous night's festivities had left many still groggy, utterly unprepared for the unfolding chaos. Shortly thereafter, the chieftain of the ice folk arrived, equally flustered. "Hero, what shall we do?" Captain Marvel, regaining her composure, replied gravely, "You summon the warriors. I shall ascend to assess the situation." With that, she shimmered once more in her vibrant glow before swiftly ascending into the sky. Meanwhile, in outer space, in the control room of the second sanctuary, the Knight Proxima observed the colorful Captain Marvel on the 3-dimensional screen. Yet, this time she exuded a calmness absent from her earlier panic. "My lord, this is the one who destroyed my fleet and slain my soldiers." Thanos, who had been meditating on his throne, opened his eyes upon hearing Knight Proxima's words. As he beheld the familiar yet foreign figure on the screen, he began to ponder who she might be. Having resided in this world for over 5 centuries, he had nearly forgotten the films he once watched. Nevertheless, he felt an unmistakable familiarity with her entrance, as if he had encountered her before. After a brief moment, as the figure drew nearer, memories surfaced from the depths of recollection. Captain Marvel? Indeed, only the flamboyant and ostentatious Captain Marvel could make such a grand entrance. Upon hearing this name, Dark Knight Proxima nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, when I encountered her before, she mentioned that she was called Captain Marvel." Thanos, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. With the appearance of Captain Marvel, memories from before his traversal began to gradually resurface. Now that Captain Marvel had materialized, it signified that the narrative of the Marvel Universe had commenced. Blue Star, that homeland which felt hauntingly familiar, remained a mystery in this realm. As time ticked by, Captain Marvel swiftly exited the ice crystal star, soaring towards Temple 2 at 10 times the speed of sound, now merely over 1,000 kilometers away. In the vastness of space, 1,000 kilometers was nearly akin to being in close proximity. Noticing Thanos lost in thought, Dark Knight Proxima whispered, "My lord, what shall we do?" Were it not for the impending arrival of the enemy, she would dare not disturb his reverie. After all, compared to Captain Marvel, her master was the most formidable entity in the universe. Thanos emerged from his reminiscence, glanced at the screen, and coolly remarked, "Let the Dark Order test the waters." The Dark Order represented his most loyal and steadfast warriors. They possessed 6 arms, razor-sharp fangs, ebony skin, immense strength, an indomitable spirit, and an unwavering loyalty that precluded betrayal. If there were a singular flaw, it would be their lack of intelligence. Indeed, they were mere biochemical soldiers birthed from incubators, not natural beings. The purpose of testing the waters was to gauge the enemy's strength and expend some resources. Though he harbored confidence, he was not arrogant. Rushing in without knowledge of the enemy's capabilities could lead to disastrous consequences, especially when confronting unreasonable forces. One must understand that the depths of the Marvel Universe are profound indeed. Chapter 3. At Thanos' command, 10 cosmic attack vessels detached from the formation of Temple 2 and advanced forward. These vessels measured 8 kilometers in length, 1 kilometer in width, and 1 kilometer in height, resembling elongated coffins. At the forefront lay a colossal cannon, approximately 100 meters in diameter, capable of unleashing extraordinarily powerful laser assaults. In addition to the primary cannon, the hull was armed with 10 secondary cannons and 28 laser turrets. The engines employed were third-generation warp drives, capable of traversing distances of over 100 light-years in an instant. Furthermore, they were equipped with energy shields capable of withstanding laser and physical attacks. It can be said that if these 10 assault ships were to reach Blue Star, they would effortlessly annihilate all of its military forces. Of course, this refers to the ordinary Blue Star, not the Marvel Universe teeming with heroes and bizarre beings. Soon, the main cannons of the 10 cosmic assault ships illuminated with a vibrant blue glow, signifying their charge. After 5 seconds, they emitted an intense radiance, followed by the release of ethereal blue lasers. Space warfare and terrestrial combat are entirely distinct concepts that in this boundless cosmos. The distance between opposing forces is often measured in millions or even tens of millions of kilometers. The speed of light in a vacuum is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. Thus, an attack from 3 million kilometers away would take 10 seconds to reach its target. As for kinetic weaponry, by the time a projectile reaches the enemy, the battle would likely have already concluded. Therefore, kinetic weapons are utterly unsuitable for use in space. The most prevalent armament in cosmic battles is the laser cannon. Other formidable weapons include spatial collapse cannons, particle beam weapons, and warp-speed artillery, yet such colossal armaments cannot be mounted on mere assault vessels. Within mere milliseconds, 10 lasers struck the approaching Captain Marvel. However, she radiated an even more intense spectrum of colors, boldly charging forward despite the onslaught of laser fire. Moments later, she soared before the 10 assault ships, disregarding the existence of their shields, and plunged directly into one of the cosmic battlecraft. Then, an explosion of flames ensued. After a brief interval, she emerged from the other side of the assault ship and continued her relentless advance towards the next vessel. At this juncture, Dark Knight Proxima, witnessing Captain Marvel's formidable prowess as she obliterated ship after ship, expressed concern. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Although their faction is vast, cosmic warships do not materialize from thin air. They are products of immense resource expenditure. In response, Thanos turned and coldly regarded his companion, stating, "Once this war concludes, you and the other 4 must train diligently. You cannot even defeat such insignificant adversaries." While Captain Marvel is indeed a peak force within the Marvel Universe, this was true in the early stages. As the narrative progressed, formidable entities such as the green-skinned Hulk, the Scarlet Witch wielding the Darkhold, and the sinister Doctor Strange, along with the Iron Man, in his dark armor, emerged, each capable of overpowering Captain Marvel. Of course, Captain Marvel would eventually undergo significant transformations, entering a binary state of immense power. But at present, she merely harnesses the energy of the Space Stone in a brutish manner. In earlier stages, her own Obsidian 5 could contend with these superheroes, yet in the later phases, they would inevitably be relegated to mere bystanders. In the depths of the night, Proxima Midnight lowered her head in shame upon hearing the words of her superior, silently vowing to dedicate herself to rigorous training, determined not to disappoint them again. Moments later, Captain Marvel had successfully obliterated 10 cosmic warships. Thanos, having gauged the opponent's strength and realized there were no further contingencies, rose to his feet. It must be noted that although this formidable being resorted to the crude application of energy, the sheer magnitude of his nearly boundless power was undeniable. Should he refrain from intervening, it seemed that apart from the Sanctuary 2, the remaining starships would surely meet their demise. "Do not move," he commanded, and with that he soared out of the Sanctuary 2, propelling himself at light speed to stand before Captain Marvel. The latter, who was poised to annihilate the remaining warships, halted in her tracks at the sudden appearance of the imposing figure before her, regarding him with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Thus, they stood in silence within the vastness of the cosmic void, the darkness enveloping them as their backdrop. After a considerable pause, Captain Marvel inquired with a hint of perplexity, "You are Thanos, aren't you?" Though they had not met before, she sensed an overwhelming force of destruction emanating from him, and with his purple skin, he could only be the infamous figure of legend. In a vacuum of space where sound cannot travel, she employed a subtle technique to ensure her voice reached his ears. Thanos acknowledged her question with a slight nod, responding in a deep, resonant tone, "Tell me your name." He was well aware that she was Captain Marvel, yet given that it was their first encounter, it was prudent to maintain an air of unfamiliarity. Captain Marvel raised her chin defiantly, proclaiming, "I'm Captain Marvel, the guardian of the universe. You and your lackeys should retreat now, and I will spare you." Haha, Thanos chuckled lightly, shaking his head in amusement. Indeed, she embodied the arrogance reminiscent of characters from films. However, he was not the diminished Thanos portrayed in those tales. Uncertain of the limits of his own power, he had devoted himself to relentless training for 5 centuries, continuously growing stronger. Although his attribute panel indicated a mere strength of over 20,000, this figure reflected only his physical prowess. When combined with his destructive abilities and the dominion skills bestowed by the system, he believed he could even shatter a planet. Upon hearing his laughter, Captain Marvel furrowed her brow. Displeasure etched across her face as she retorted, "What are you laughing at?" Despite her awareness of his immense destructive capability, the energy she had absorbed from the space stone had rendered her undefeated, instilling in her an unwavering confidence that she could effortlessly overpower him. The nearly infinite power coursing through her veins granted her a boldness that dismissed all doubt. In the next moment, Thanos ceased his laughter, raising a single finger. Upon witnessing this, Captain Marvel inquired with confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Thanos replied nonchalantly, "One punch, if you can withstand a single blow from me without perishing, we may discuss other matters." Upon hearing such a dismissive remark, Captain Marvel was instantly filled with rage and amusement. No one in the entire universe has ever dared to claim they could defeat me with just one punch. Chapter 4. In the next moment, Captain Marvel charged towards Thanos, determined to demonstrate the superiority of her strength. To claim that a single punch could obliterate her was an affront to her capabilities. As she advanced with ferocity, Thanos merely raised his fist slowly, a surge of destructive energy emanating from his being. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed a powerful blow. Boom. Although sound does not exist in the vacuum of space, the inhabitants of the Night Star and all members of the Dark Order aboard the Sanctuary 2 felt an overwhelming resonance. A brilliant light erupted, temporarily overshadowing distant stars. At the heart of this luminescence, Captain Marvel felt an unparalleled force enveloping her. The magnitude of this power was so great that, despite her frantic attempts to harness the energy within her, she found herself utterly impotent, akin to standing before a colossal star. Since acquiring the energy of the space stone, she had not experienced such a sensation. There was no time for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, she was propelled away by the sheer might of the strike. Soaring through the cosmos like a meteor, blood gushed from her mouth as if it were of no consequence. After delivering the blow, Thanos refrained from pursuing her further, sensing an ominous presence lurking within his consciousness, as if something was observing him. After a moment, the sense of danger dissipated, and he noted that Captain Marvel, despite being distant, still exhibited a faint pulse of life. Not dead. Could it be that the unknown entity had intervened? The mere thought of such an entity taking notice of him deterred him from continuing his pursuit of Captain Marvel. As he had previously stated, the Marvel universe was unfathomably deep. Beings such as the Celestials, the 5 cosmic entities, the Living Tribunal, the Watcher, the First Firmament, and the Beyonders, all loomed large in his thoughts. He was uncertain which of these formidable beings had intervened, but it was certainly not the time to confront them. Though his power was among the apex in this universe, in the grand tapestry of the multiverse, he remained but an insignificant insect. Having concluded his engagement with Captain Marvel, he turned his gaze towards the nearby white planet, and with a casual wave of his hand, commanded the Sanctuary 2 and hundreds of warships to advance towards their objective. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, though still alive, felt as though she were teetering on the brink of death. Her bones were shattered, causing her excruciating agony. The chaotic energy within her rendered her immobile. Were sound capable of traversing the vacuum of space, her cries would have echoed throughout the universe. Beyond the physical torment, the anguish of her spirit weighed even heavier upon her. A colossal fleet swiftly ascended towards the crystalline planet, bereft of her protection, its fate already sealed. The thought of the Ice Dwellers' future filled her heart with desolation. Though the Ice Folk possessed commendable combat prowess, they stood no chance against Thanos. She finally grasped the meaning behind Thanos' assertion that if one could withstand a single blow, he would spare her. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. In a brief moment, Thanos' flagship arrived at the planet, soaring into the atmosphere. Suspended in midair, he beheld hundreds of thousands of fully armed ice warriors, poised for battle. Despite their rudimentary technology, the Ice Dwellers demonstrated formidable strength. The inhospitable conditions of the crystalline planet meant that only a little over 1 million ice folk inhabited it. Yet nearly 1/10 possessed the ability to soar through the skies. Not every powerful warrior could fly, but those who could certainly exhibited exceptional prowess. This indicated the latent combat potential within the Ice Dwellers. The chieftain of the Ice tribe ascended, his expression grave upon sighting Thanos. Wretched invader, prepare to face the wrath of the Ice God. The situation was abundantly clear to him. The towering purple giant before him was an enemy come to invade. And there was no room for negotiation, only confrontation. As the enemy charged with ferocity, Thanos merely crossed his arms, coldly observing the onslaught. In an instant, the Ice Chieftain propelled himself forward, cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh, covering over a kilometer in an instant. Brandishing his frozen spear with lethal intent aimed at Thanos. Witnessing the adversary's apparent stillness ignited a flicker of hope within him. His current velocity had reached 3 times the speed of sound, and with the enhancement of his divine artifact, he could obliterate even a mountain. He doubted that Thanos' body could surpass the hardness of a mountain. However, just as he was about to strike, Thanos' form blurred, and he found himself passing through the figure of his foe. How could this be? Was it sorcery? Certainly not. Thanos wielded no magic. It was merely an illusion left in the wake of his incredible speed. In no time, Thanos gripped his formidable blade, the tyrant's cleaver, and swung it down. With a resounding thud, the strongest warrior of the Ice Folk, their chieftain, was instantly reduced to a pile of ice shards. After dispatching the old warrior, Thanos turned his gaze to the Ice Dwellers below. Their chieftain's demise had ignited a fierce determination within them, prompting a collective rush for vengeance. Observing this, Thanos tightened his grip on the tyrant's cleaver and swept his arm with nonchalance. Instantly, a violet arc of energy burst forth, decimating a substantial portion of the charging Ice Folk. Within mere minutes, the battlefield would forever be altered. Over 100,000 warriors of the Ice Tribe have been decimated by Thanos, leaving only a fraction of them remaining. Yet, these remaining warriors no longer charge into battle. Despite their limited intellect, the sight of their kin falling one after another has shattered their courage. The initial resolve to face death without fear has long since dissipated. Help! A demon! This is a demon. Run! I refuse to perish. It is uncertain who fled first, but once a single Ice Tribe deserter broke ranks, others swiftly followed suit, abandoning the battlefield en masse. Observing this, Thanos chose not to pursue. He had grown weary of this one-sided slaughter. Gazing at his own hands, he suddenly felt an urge to test the full extent of his destructive power. Chapter 5. A haunting wind echoed throughout this realm, mingling with the omnipresent frost that enveloped it. Here, mere mortals could not survive more than 5 seconds before succumbing to the freezing cold. As Thanos surveyed the planet beneath him, a wild thought ignited within his mind. On his home planet, he had always restrained his power, fearful of damaging his palace. Even during his training, he had relied solely on his physical form, never unleashing his destructive capacity. How immense could the devastation of a full-powered strike truly be? As if compelled by his own thoughts, he acted swiftly. Soon, the energy of destruction surged through him, with thick purple smoke billowing from his skin, resembling the arrival of a dark deity. At that moment, he began to hear the voice of Knight Proxima whispering in his ear. My lord, the temple know. 2 and the Dark Cult are fully prepared and ready for deployment. However, having resolved to test his strength, he declined to summon his subordinates, wishing to shield them from the impending fallout. Cease all actions and await my command. Knight Proxima, though puzzled by his master's decision, nodded in acquiescence. Yes, my lord. At this juncture, it seemed that the ice crystal planet sensed the looming apocalypse, as tumultuous winds began to swirl around the entire planet. A fierce gale, imbued with frost, erupted in the air, while ominous clouds gathered overhead, as if to warn the intruder against reckless actions. Yet, Thanos remained unfazed by the tumultuous shift in weather. After gathering his energy for a moment, he felt the destructive force in his fist reach its zenith and unleashed his attack. With a roar, He unleashed a punch imbued with all his might, striking the ground. The energy of destruction erupted from his fist, transforming into a colossal purple orb that soared forward. After all, without his control, the destructive power within began to swell. Soon, the energy of annihilation expanded to a diameter of 100 meters and continued to grow. Meanwhile, not all of the ice tribe remained in flight upon the ground. Some, unable to soar, and others, unwilling to flee, lingered in the woods, peering at the demons above. At that moment, they all sensed an overwhelming aura capable of cataclysmic devastation. The violet energy seemed more potent than the stars in the heavens, radiating an eerie yet resplendent brilliance. Now, this violet sphere plummeted toward the earth. No, the more formidable members of the ice tribe, sensing the apocalyptic force within the black radiance, emitted anguished roars of despair. They surged from the earth, racing toward the violet sphere, hurling their spears and blades in a futile attempt to halt its descent. Yet, all their efforts were destined to be in vain. Every spear and sword disintegrated into atomic form upon contact with the annihilating power, vanishing from existence. Destruction energy is the most devastating force in the universe, the most perilous of powers, capable of obliterating all. Seeing their weapons rendered ineffective, the undeterred ice tribe members charged forward. This was a matter of their race as survival, even that of their planet. Knowing full well their fate was death, they gallantly sacrificed their lives to safeguard their world. Cries of agony echoed. As the ice tribe encountered the violet sphere, they could only watch helplessly as their skin, muscles, and bones gradually disintegrated. They longed to escape, yet found themselves utterly powerless. Their demise was painful, yet fleeting. The immense force of annihilation quickly descended upon the earth, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of despair. With a thunderous roar, the now kilometer-wide force of destruction began its descent toward the planet's core. Above, Thanos observed this scene with a satisfied nod, commanding the cosmic warships to retreat. He sensed that this full-powered strike was perhaps even more formidable than anticipated, potentially capable of annihilating the planet. It would be prudent to distance the hovering vessels from the impending chaos. Soon, he noted that the planet began to tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground, accompanied by minor tremors. Even distant peaks began to emit sparks, showing signs of volcanic activity. In an instant, the ice crystal star was engulfed in a visage reminiscent of the apocalypse. At this moment, Thanos observed that the ice folk in the distance had ceased their assault and were instead racing towards a towering peak. It struck him as peculiar. In the face of impending doom, why would they converge there? Should they not be cherishing their final moments with loved ones? Was there something within that could offer them salvation? Compelled by curiosity, Thanos soared towards the summit. Upon arrival, he discerned the peculiar tranquility of this peak amidst the apocalyptic chaos surrounding it. While beasts on other mountains were frantically fleeing, here, an eerie silence prevailed, as if the creatures were oblivious to the end of the world. The ice folk, meanwhile, hastened towards a cavern, entering in droves, yet seemingly never emerging. Could it be a rift in space, or perhaps a teleportation device? Despite the palpable fear etched on their faces upon noticing Thanos, the ice folk did not flee. Rather, they quickened their pace into the cave. Observing this, Thanos waved his hand casually. A resounding explosion of destructive energy erupted, instantly obliterating the surrounding ice folk and gouging the ground to a depth of 5 meters. Only then did he enter the cavern. Inside, he discovered a hidden realm. The mountain was nearly hollowed out, and the ice folk had gathered beneath a pyramid-like structure, kneeling in reverence. Strangely, they exhibited no reaction to Thanos' presence, remaining steadfast in their supplication. Above them, a gem radiated an eerie yellow light. Upon sighting the gem, a smile broke across Thanos' face. It was the Mind Stone. So this was how the narrative had unfolded. The mesmerizing yellow gem, captivating the ice folk, was one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, possessing the power to manipulate minds. To call it merely a stone would be an understatement. It bore a potency akin to a magical relic. Those with sufficient strength could resist its influence, yet the weak would inevitably become mere sustenance for the stone. The Mind Stone was currently siphoning the mental energies of the ice folk surrounding it, which illuminated the reason behind their stagnation despite their millennia of evolution. They had been ensnared by the Mind Stone's influence. Chapter 6. After observing for a while, Thanos ascended to the apex of the pyramid and extended his right hand towards the Mind Stone. In an instant, he felt a surge of mental power attempting to invade his consciousness. Yet, nothing transpired. It was as if he remained untouched and unaffected. With the Mind Stone in his possession, he departed from the ice crystal planet. In the ensuing years, he wielded his formidable strength to obliterate planet after planet, subjugating one star system after another. In the end, he discovered the Blue Star and, accompanied by his followers, annihilated the Avengers, the Illuminati, Wakanda, and Kamar Taj, among other factions. Ultimately, he gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, elevating himself to the apex of existence within the Marvel Universe. However, as the years passed, he began to age gradually, losing his strength, while the 6 stones proved powerless to halt his decline. In the depths of despair, awaiting death, Thanos sensed a peculiar tremor, which grew increasingly intense. In the next moment, he broke free from the grasp of the Mind Stone's power and returned to reality, finding himself still within the cave. The tremors caused stones to fall intermittently from the cave's ceiling, the very stone that had roused him from his slumber. Looking ahead, he realized that his palm was merely 3 centimeters from the Mind Stone. Soon, he comprehended the truth. Everything that had transpired was merely an illusion conjured by the Mind Stone's power. Ding! Mental fortitude sharpened, increasing by 50 points. Hearing the system's notification, a slight smile graced Thanos' lips as he lunged forward to seize the Mind Stone. Yet, the Mind Stone, seemingly reluctant to be captured, emitted a powerful surge of psychic energy. Prepared for this, Thanos shielded his consciousness with energy, preventing himself from being drawn back into the illusion. Meanwhile, the Ice People, entranced by the Mind Stone's fantasy, clutched their heads and cried out in agony. "Ah, it hurts. My head, my body." Once the Mind Stone was safely in Thanos' possession, the Ice People emerged from the illusion, but some had been affected for too long, feeling their bodies in disarray upon returning to reality. Those who had gone without sustenance for an extended period were emaciated and in dire discomfort. A portion of them succumbed immediately after exiting the illusion. Conversely, some Ice People who had just entered the fantasy quickly noticed Thanos above, particularly when they saw the Mind Stone being taken. They erupted in furious shouts. "The sacred artifact has been stolen. Return our relic. Despicable invader, meet your demise." The Mind Stone was a treasured relic of the Ice People, their sole source of spiritual entertainment, or, perhaps, spiritual opium for centuries. The primary aspiration of their lives revolved around entering the sacred land and coming into contact with the relic. Within the illusion it provided, they could experience joys and happiness otherwise unattainable, even reuniting with deceased relatives. Thus, when faced with the end of the world, their first thought was to utilize the relic as an escape from reality. Yet, the Mind Stone was no genuine holy artifact. Rather, it was a malevolent entity. As they became ensnared in their own delusions, the Mind Stone absorbed their psychic energy, a process that could lead to addiction and, ultimately, demise. At the moment they witnessed the sacred artifact seized by the invader, their cravings surged, overshadowing their fear of the intruder, compelling them to launch a relentless assault. Undeterred even by the specter of death, not even death could wrest their sacred relic from them. However, within the cavern, a cascade of debris rained down upon the Ice People, claiming life after life. Thanos observed these frenzied attackers and merely shook his head before soaring out of the cave. These insignificant creatures hardly warranted his intervention. Upon emerging into the open air, he noted that the seismic activity on the ice crystal planet had intensified. As more stones tumbled down, they soon sealed the cave's entrance, trapping the Ice People within. A deep rumble echoed, as if the ice crystal planet sensed its impending doom. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning began to strike. Yet, when these bolts struck Thanos, he felt nothing. At his level of power, such celestial wrath was of no concern. Ignoring the tempest, he turned his gaze to the Mind Stone, now resting in his palm, no larger than a fingertip. While the arrival of Captain Marvel merely confirmed the onset of the Marvel narrative, the emergence of the Mind Stone anchored him in time. He was on the verge of encountering that unfortunate soul, Loki. Shaking his head, he ascended beyond the atmosphere of the ice crystal planet and into the vastness of outer space. Here, he could observe the planet's descent into oblivion. The once pristine surface of the white planet was marred by fissures, resembling gaping wounds, from which crimson dots emerged, the eruption of volcanoes. It was noteworthy that this was a planet covered in ice for over 90% of its surface, making volcanic activity exceedingly rare. This indicated a significant geological upheaval. Closing his eyes, he sensed the destructive force he had unleashed expanding to a diameter of 8 kilometers, now merely 1,000 kilometers from the planet's core. In 10 minutes, it would obliterate the heart of the planet. Once the core of a planet is destroyed, it becomes a lifeless husk, devoid of electromagnetic barriers to shield against solar storms. And its atmosphere would gradually dissipate, leading to the annihilation of all organic life through cosmic radiation. It was also possible that the destructive energy merely consumed a portion of the core's mass, resulting in earthquakes and volcanic eruptions as natural calamities. However, despite having contemplated various outcomes, he ultimately underestimated the magnitude of his destructive power. Upon contact with the core, the force of annihilation unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. The annihilation of the core material has led to a catastrophic imbalance within the Earth's core. The force of this explosion was so immense that it caused the entire ice crystal star to begin expanding and subsequently shattering. Observing this, Thanos commanded his fleet to retreat repeatedly, eventually withdrawing millions of kilometers away. A few hours later, the ice crystal star emitted a brilliant radiance. In the vacuum of space, there was naturally no sound. However, the sheer spectacle of the star's self-destruction conjured the echoes of an explosion in the minds of all witnesses. For the scene was truly astonishing. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated once more, announcing, "Ding! The host has destroyed a planet," achieving the title of Planet Destroyer, and has been rewarded with the unique skill, Star Absorption Technique. Thanos was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with achievements, having received a ruler's title and corresponding skills when he first conquered a planet. However, what was this Star Absorption Technique? Was it a bizarre intrusion from a martial arts narrative? After studying the system panel for a while, Thanos finally comprehended the nature of this technique, which was entirely different from the martial arts concept. It was an ability to absorb core energy to enhance his own skills. Naturally, the planets from which energy was absorbed faced inevitable destruction. It seemed that in the future, there would be no need for such brutal annihilation of a planet. Absorption would yield superior results. Chapter 7. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Captain Marvel continued her retreat. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted before her, nearly dazzling her vision. After what felt like an eternity, as the brilliance faded, she realized that the spot where the ice crystal star once resided was now devoid of any presence. What had transpired? Had the ice crystal star truly been obliterated? Contemplating this possibility, her emotions became a tumultuous whirlwind of complexity. She felt regret for her own powerlessness, a sense of frustration at her inability to intervene, alongside a simmering hatred for Thanos' ruthless nature, all while feeling a flicker of relief at having narrowly escaped. Amidst this intricate tapestry of emotions, a thread of fear also emerged. She had originally believed Thanos sought to conquer this planet, only to discover he had chosen to annihilate it outright. This recollection brought to mind the infamous tales she had heard about Thanos, consuming children at every meal, bathing in blood daily, and taking pleasure in killing several individuals every hour. Initially, she had dismissed these as exaggerated rumors, but now she realized that such tales could hardly encapsulate even a fraction of Thanos' malevolence. Perhaps he was indeed among the most sinister beings in the universe. If only she could clench her fists and strike that purple visage to end his life. In that moment of intense hatred, she felt a miraculous surge of energy coursing through her, gradually mending her battered form. She was unaware of the circumstances, yet it was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence. Thus, she hastened to restore her physical form. Time passed swiftly. It had been over a month since Thanos annihilated the ice crystal star and returned to the Taro star. At this moment, he was diligently training in the gravity chamber of the temple, where the gravitational force had been intensified to 2,000 times. After acquiring the art of absorption and the Mind Stone, his strength surged remarkably, and he had now fully acclimatized to the 2,000-fold gravity. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the air. The door swung open, revealing the figure of the Dark Knight Proxima, clad in a fitted leather suit. "My lord, General Deathblade has returned, bringing with him an important message." General Deathblade was the beloved of Dark Knight Proxima, hence she was entrusted with conveying the tidings. Upon hearing this, Thanos immediately set aside the tyrant's blade he had been wielding. Deep Blue, deactivate the gravity system. Yes, master. With the gravity system disengaged, Dark Knight Proxima entered and knelt before Thanos. He lowered the tyrant's blade and inquired with a slight detachment, "What news?" Bowing her head respectfully, Dark Knight Proxima replied, "General Deathblade has discovered an unclaimed wormhole, and on the other side lies the galaxy that you have sought for 4 centuries. At this revelation, Thanos narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his narrative was commencing. The galaxy that had eluded him for over 400 years had suddenly come into view. He was not one to embrace passivity. Should he have the opportunity to eradicate Blue Star beforehand, he would not allow its growth to continue unchecked. Over 4 centuries ago, after conquering several star systems, he proactively instructed his subordinates to investigate information regarding the galaxy and Asgard. However, despite numerous rumors about Asgard, they had never truly pinpointed accurate coordinates. nor did they even know the whereabouts of the galaxy. After all, the universe is vast, so immense that even a light year appears minuscule in comparison. It was precisely because of the universe's enormity that travel between star systems necessitated the existence of wormholes. The distances separating two star systems were measured in tens of thousands of light years. Presently, cosmic warships seldom manage to traverse between two star systems. Hence, both natural and artificial wormholes became the most crucial means of interstellar transportation. After contemplating for a moment, Thanos addressed the void. Deep Blue, summon General Deathblade to me. As you command, Master. After issuing his orders, he cast a glance at Dark Knight Proxima and continued, you two must engage in more rigorous training. The capabilities of my 5 subordinates are not to be underestimated within the vast expanse of the universe. However, when confronted with the future of the blue planet and its myriad of obstacles and abnormalities, it was far from sufficient. Upon hearing this, the Knight Proxima trembled all over. For her, the allure of living amid slaughter was far greater than the tedium of monotonous cultivation. Yet, she was quickly reminded of her recent defeat, where she had nearly lost her life, and thus nodded in agreement. Yes, Thanos commanded, activate 2,000 times the gravity and continue your training. Observing this, the Knight Proxima could only summon the dark energy within her to prevent being crushed under the immense gravitational force. She was not cultivating Thanos' destructive energy, but rather her own dark energy. However, as time passed, her internal energy dwindled, and she began to feel the strain. The 2,000-fold gravity was simply overwhelming for her. It was a feat that she could hardly endure without being crushed instantly. Seeing her struggle, Thanos allowed the Knight Proxima to withdraw and instructed her to enhance her training. 3 days later, the door to the gravity chamber swung open once more. A man stepped inside, exuding an intense aura of death, clad in black battle armor. Wielding a blade of war, he was none other than the illustrious Deathblade General, the leader of the Obsidian Five. The weapon he held was the Deathblade, a blade that housed his very soul. Upon entering the gravity chamber, the Deathblade General stumbled momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure as the aura of death surged around him, stabilizing his form. He approached Thanos swiftly and knelt on one knee. General Deathblade has come to pay his respects, my lord. Thanos ceased his training and gazed down at the pale, gaunt figure before him, resembling a living corpse. He recalled that in the comics, this individual was not particularly loyal and would betray him in times of weakness. Nevertheless, he did not harbor disdain for him. He would merely remain vigilant. After all, in the cinematic universe, this character had proven to be exceptionally loyal, steadfast against the Avengers' onslaught without retreating in the final moments. Thus, he would not judge one's loyalty based solely on comic or film narratives, but would instead maintain a prudent watchfulness. I hear from the Knight Proxima that you have discovered an unclaimed wormhole, with the galaxy on the other side. Is that correct? The Deathblade General nodded, responding with utmost respect. Indeed, my lord, and I have also rescued someone. Oh, you rescued someone? Pray, recount the details. The Deathblade General lowered his head and slowly recounted the events in full. Chapter 8, a year ago. After completing the task assigned by Thanos, the Deathblade General did not return immediately to report, but instead embarked on a solitary quest to seek out new planets. In a serendipitous search, he encountered an individual adrift in the vastness of space, or perhaps a deity. The being, who identified himself as Loki of the Asgardian pantheon, brought clarity to Thanos regarding his current timeline. This moment transpired after the events of Thor, Ragnarok. Loki had cunningly calculated his Na'vi father, Odin, would soon succumb to slumber, thus orchestrating a scheme to provoke his dim-witted brother, Thor, inciting the wrath of the Allfather. As predicted, Thor was stripped of his divine powers and cast down to Midgard, also known as Earth. Consequently, Loki seized the opportunity to assume the mantle of regent while Odin lay in repose. Yet, Loki's ambitions extended beyond mere regency. With insatiable greed, he dispatched war machines and the Destroyer to assassinate his brother on Earth. Unbeknownst to Loki, this was merely a ruse devised by his father. For Loki was oblivious to his own heritage as a frost giant, rendering him ineligible to inherit the throne of Asgard. Just as victory seemed within his grasp, Odin clandestinely restored Thor's powers. Thor subsequently obliterated the Destroyer and returned to Asgard, while Loki found himself ensnared in an unknown wormhole. The current narrative unfolds prior to the Avengers' formation, as Thanos has just discovered Loki and persuaded him to transport the Mind Stone to Earth, paving the way for an impending invasion. However, armed with knowledge of the unfolding events, Thanos was resolute in deviating from the established script. Who could ascertain which Marvel universe this was? What if it were the dimension of that madman, Ultron. He would not be so foolish as to deliver the Mind Stone, thereby enabling the creation of Ultron and his subsequent demise by an errant laser. Nevertheless, Loki could be of use. As Thanos pondered this, his companion, Dark Nebula, suddenly knelt beside him, exclaiming, "My lord, I can endure no longer." Thanos shook his head and instructed Deep Blue to deactivate the gravity system. As he stepped outside, he remarked, "I shall investigate this, Loki. If you cannot acclimate to 1,000-fold gravity, do not expect to accompany me." Dark Nebula and General Deathblade exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring that of a bitter gourd. Despite their formidable prowess within the cosmos, they dared not defy their master's command. Minutes later, Thanos arrived at the chamber where Loki was imprisoned, his gaze immediately drawn to the elongated horned helmet. At that moment, Loki reclined on a bed, perusing a book of mysterious origin. Yet, Thanos shifted his attention to another corner of the prison, which appeared desolate and devoid of any presence. Yet within his perception, a surge of energy was coalescing. As his gaze shifted, it seemed as though this energy ceased its gathering, returning to tranquility, almost as if it were an illusion. However, Thanos recognized that it was far from mere illusion. A sardonic smile crept across his face. Loki, the so-called god of mischief, would undoubtedly not surrender so readily. The figure on the bed was likely a mere phantasm, while his true self lay concealed in the shadows, poised to strike when the moment was right. In the darkness, Loki, upon seeing the purple giant outside his cell grinning at him, immediately realized that his ruse had been unraveled. He, undeterred, dispelled both the illusion and his invisibility, revealing himself fully armed, and looked up at the towering figure before him. In truth, he was not short, standing at 6 feet tall. He was of average height among the Asgardian kin. Yet, in the presence of Thanos, who loomed nearly 8 feet tall, he felt diminutive. "Who are you?" Thanos inquired, shutting the laser door behind him as he entered. Utilizing his height to his advantage, he gazed down at Loki, stating coolly, "You may call me Thanos." Feeling the weight of that gaze, Loki's heart simmered with indignation, yet he obediently lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Ah, so you are Lord Thanos. It is an honor to meet you." Although Asgard had adopted a policy of isolation, whispers of cosmic events still filtered through. Among them, the rise of Thanos was undoubtedly the most significant news in the universe of late. After all, he was the sole being to implement a population control edict, stripping individuals of their reproductive freedoms under the guise of a scientifically sound and rational breeding program. Those who dared to defy this decree faced exorbitant fines or even criminal repercussions. This scheme was Thanos' solution to sustain cosmic balance, far more effective than the previous method of eradicating half of all life. Yet, in a universe where liberty outweighed existence, such a doctrine was regarded as heretical, to be shunned at all costs. Were it not for his immense power, he would have long been deemed a heretic and eradicated. Thanos chose to disregard Loki's superficial flattery and remarked with intrigue, "Loki, the god of mischief, Odin's third son, yet a hybrid bearing the blood of the frost giants." The term hybrid ignited a glint of fury in Loki's eyes as he thrust his hands forward. In an instant, a multitude of daggers shot forth from the void, hurtling swiftly toward Thanos. The earlier compliments had merely been a ruse to lull his opponent into complacency. He had been calculating his escape all along. However, to his astonishment, Thanos remained unfazed by the barrage of daggers, his arms folded across his chest. Upon witnessing the scene, Loki's heart began to race with excitement. Among the multitude of daggers, one was his divine artifact, the Godslayer dagger. A weapon deemed divine by the Asgardian pantheon undoubtedly possessed extraordinary power. He had vanquished countless formidable foes with the Godslayer dagger, and he surmised that this imposing purple giant would be no exception. In the next moment, the sound of steel clashing reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a particularly crisp sound echoed forth. Loki's expression transformed into one of disbelief, for the artifact he had so dearly hoped for was repelled just like the other daggers. It appeared that Thanos recognized the dagger's uniqueness as well. He caught the falling Godslayer dagger, examined it for a moment, and then mockingly remarked, "To carelessly wield a dagger forged from URU metal, how affluent your Asgard truly is. While URU metal may not be as rare as adamantium or vibranium, it ranks as the fourth most significant material in the Marvel Universe." The URU dagger in his grasp was of such value that it could be exchanged for a small spacecraft within the Cosmic Alliance. This illustrates the worth and rarity of URU metal. Ignoring Thanos' derision, Loki's countenance darkened as he retorted, "First of all, I am not a mongrel. And I am Odin's second son, not the third." Upon hearing Loki's words, Thanos ceased his mockery, shaking his head in pity, recognizing the tragic plight of his adversary. Loki's unwavering desire for Odin's approval was palpable, yet Odin had merely viewed him as a pawn to control the frost giants. Furthermore, Odin had instilled in Loki a false sense of equality, only to shatter that hope and cast him into the cosmic wormhole. As Odin aged, he appeared more benevolent, refraining from initiating wars at will. However, this was merely a fade of wisdom gained through the eye of wisdom, which revealed the existence of the celestial beings, compelling him to suppress his ambitions and resort to cunning and deceit. In his youth, Odin had even sealed away his own daughter, Hela, out of fear of her potential overshadowing his legacy, willing to sacrifice all Valkyries for the sake of power. This exemplifies that, before Odin, all familial bonds and lives could be sacrificed for his ambition. The notion that he could change for the better? It is as improbable as the sun rising in the west. As the saying goes, it is not that the old man has become wicked, but rather that the wicked man has grown old. To suggest that Odin has become virtuous with age is nothing short of a cosmic jest. Seeing the pity etched upon Thanos' face ignited Loki's fury, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped upon. What does that expression mean? Are you pitying me? What is there to pity? I am the future king of Asgard. I am the future sovereign of the cosmos. Soon, you shall all kneel at my feet. Observing the seemingly neurotic outburst from his counterpart, Thanos furrowed his brow and, with evident displeasure, remarked, "Enough. Conceal your treacherous thoughts, god of deceit." It is inconceivable that one labeled as the god of deceit could lose his composure over mere words. It is but a ploy to reveal a chink in his armor, leading others to believe they could gain the upper hand. Throughout the course of 5 centuries, he had encountered many who fancied themselves clever. Upon hearing Thanos refer to him as the god of deceit, Loki instantly understood that his subtle machinations had been unveiled. Consequently, his expression transformed into one of calm, and he replied coolly, "Speak. What must I do to be spared?" Noticing Loki's apparent resignation, Thanos refrained from responding immediately. He recognized that this individual was certainly not a pawn to be easily manipulated. While he sought to employ Loki, the latter was equally intent on leveraging Thanos to his own advantage. Thus, with such a character, one could only use him without being used in return. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos articulated, "I do not require you to perform any tasks, merely be a compliant pawn." His visit was solely to ascertain whether Loki was indeed the true Loki. As Thanos departed the room without hesitation, Loki felt a genuine sense of urgency. "Wait. I possess value. I can lead you to the Infinity Stones. I know the location of the Space Stone." Yet, no matter how fervently he called out, Thanos remained resolute, departing without a backward glance. Having confirmed Loki's identity, Thanos summoned his 3 loyal subordinates, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Ebony Maw. Together with the likes of Black Dwarf and the General of the Black Order, they formed the formidable Black Order, Thanos' trusted aides in his relentless pursuit of power. Upon the return of the Black Order, he initiated a Level 1 mobilization for war. This mobilization mandated that all civilian activities and resources be subordinated to the war effort. Firstly, around the black hole, he summoned 10 asteroids of approximately 10,000 kilometers in diameter, upon which he established interstellar fortifications. These fortresses represented the pinnacle of Thanos' technological prowess. Once their shields were activated, it was estimated that it would take at least 10 strikes to obliterate them, though he had never tested this theory, and thus could only approximate. Subsequently, he directed his subordinates to increase the population growth on their planets, preparing for the impending conflict with the Asgardian pantheon. The war between these two factions would certainly not unfold as depicted in films, with a few leaders clashing until a victor emerged. Such portrayals are simplified due to time constraints and the need to cater to market expectations. In the cosmic warfare reminiscent of Asgard and similar powers, the toll of casualties among the ranks could easily surpass billions, and with prolonged conflict, the toll could reach hundreds of billions or even trillions. Thus, an advance in population augmentation could effectively alleviate the impending strains of war. Once all preparations were complete, the next step would naturally involve the full-scale production of various interstellar warships. His ambition was to assemble a fleet of 10,000 starships within a year. Time swiftly passed, and over a year had elapsed. Within the sanctum, Thanos sat upon the throne at the apex, gazing down at his 5 subordinates. After over a year of rigorous training, their powers, though still not satisfactory to him, had significantly improved. They would likely no longer be so easily dispatched as mere minions, as depicted in the films. After a short while, he summoned a few subordinates to present his weapons, the Tyrant's Blade and the Tyrant's Armor. The Tyrant's Blade was a 2-meter-long double-edged sword, formed from 2 1-meter-long broad blades, primarily composed of adamantium. This explains why, In the films, mere strikes could damage Captain America's shield, as adamantium is indeed a metal harder than vibranium. The tyrant's armor shimmered in a golden hue, adorned with black patterns. It boasted formidable physical defenses as well as substantial magical resistance. Besides the use of adamantium, it was also infused with a measure of URU alloy, which endowed it with magical resistance capabilities. In the films, although the Scarlet Witch in her berserk state seemed to overpower Thanos, the presence of the tyrant's armor prevented her from delivering a fatal blow, allowing him to seize the opportunity to unleash an indiscriminate attack from Sanctuary 2. Once equipped, Thanos lifted his gaze, brandished the tyrant's blade for a moment, and pointed toward the heavens. A new round of warfare was about to commence. Were they prepared? The Black Order immediately knelt, proclaiming in unison, "Our master is our guide. Wherever your gaze falls is the target of our conquest. We vow to follow your footsteps to the ends of the earth, uniting the cosmos. We are your most loyal servants." Following this fervent declaration by the Black Order, the surrounding subordinates also knelt, beginning their oaths. Among them were bioengineered warriors of the Dark Cult, Chitauri, and Titans, among others. Chapter 10. At this moment, the vicinity surrounding the wormhole to the Milky Way was no longer shrouded in darkness. 10 massive interstellar fortresses stood guard, ensuring the wormhole's security, annihilating any foes attempting to traverse through. Additionally, over 100 starships were stationed in the area, ensuring that not even a fly could enter or exit the wormhole. Today, the skies above are incessantly graced by the arrival of cosmic warships. Thanos commands 237 planets, each likely dispatching around 40 to 50 vessels to this location. Among them are attack ships, escort vessels, supply ships, and aircraft carriers, culminating in a formidable fleet of over 10,000 warships. This force, even when faced with the mightiest powers in the universe, stands as a formidable contender. After several hours, Thanos' flagship, the Sanctum II, arrived at the scene. Observing the vast scale of the fleet, he nodded in slight satisfaction. The warships are piloted by bioengineered warriors of the Dark Order, whose loyalty is assured through the control of their chips by the Deep Blue. Furthermore, with over 200 planets hosting trillions of inhabitants, even in the event of the Dark Order's demise, ordinary life forms could be conscripted into the fray, presenting an unparalleled potential for warfare, the pinnacle of his endeavors thus far. Contemplating his strategy, he resolved to divide the fleet into 6 squadrons. Each of the 5 Obsidian generals would command 1,500 vessels, while he himself would lead 2,500. He then ordered General Ebony Maw to take the lead and enter the wormhole first. After more than an hour, a secure message relayed from the other side of the wormhole confirmed safe passage, prompting Thanos to direct his other subordinates to proceed in an orderly fashion. This wormhole, a mere low-level conduit, spanned approximately 1,000 kilometers in diameter, allowing only 10 warships to enter simultaneously. It took over 30 hours for the entire fleet to traverse the passage. Ultimately, Thanos, aboard the Sanctum II, emerged from the wormhole. On the other side, the Obsidian generals had already encircled the exit, only dispersing once the flagship made its appearance. Although 10,000 warships seem vast, they appeared minuscule within the cosmic expanse, together occupying less space than an ordinary planet. As they spread out, they could only claim a fraction of this star system. Shortly thereafter, a three-dimensional image of the Obsidian generals materialized on the screen before Thanos. The 5 figures knelt respectfully, with General Ebony Maw speaking reverently. "My lord, our reconnaissance of this unknown star reveals it to be a red dwarf, devoid of any signs of life on its surrounding planets, indicating it is likely an abandoned celestial body. It is a common occurrence in the universe for entire systems to be uninhabited. In fact, it can be said that 99% of star systems are inhospitable to life, whether due to the star's advanced age, its youth, or excessive internal radiation. Only under the harshest conditions can a planet give rise to life." After the report from the Blade General, the nearby supernova spoke up. "My lord, although no signs of life have been discovered on this star, we have found evidence of asteroid mining. Based on these traces, it appears the activity occurred over a century ago, suggesting that this wormhole may have formed not long ago. The supernova is one of the 2 female members of the Obsidian 5. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, she possesses blue skin, though her features remain obscured beneath a silver cloak. While she shares the prowess in mental abilities akin to Ebony Maw, her expertise lies in mental control, telepathy, psychic transmission, and memory extraction. In comparison to Ebony Maw, they each possess their unique strengths. Following the supernova's report, the Black Dwarf also began to present his findings. After a while, Thanos, having listened to his subordinates' reports, calmly nodded and commanded, You five shall venture to the surrounding stars to investigate the situation. If you encounter any planets with life or any foes, do not attack immediately. Report back to me first. On the screen, the three-dimensional representations of the Obsidian Five all nodded in acknowledgement. As you command, my lord. Upon concluding the communication, the Obsidian Five promptly led their cosmic battleship towards the nearest star. Meanwhile, Thanos continued directing his subordinates to transport various resources through the wormhole. He intended to establish 10 interstellar fortresses in this region, solidifying his position of invincibility. There was no rush to conquer the galaxy. He planned to proceed steadily and gradually take control of the Milky Way. After all, time was on his side. Odin was aging. Even without his intervention, the opposing force would soon decline in a few years. The universe, vast beyond measure, can also be perceived as exceedingly small. On the third day after the Obsidian Five set out for reconnaissance, Thanos received word from Ebony Maw. They had encountered a planet teeming with life. This planet is roughly 2/3 the size of Tesseract, presenting a stunning azure hue overall. Moreover, the planet boasts remarkable greenery, with nearly 70% of its landmass covered in vegetation. Through Ebony Maw's observations, it was noted that hundreds of Asgardian warriors were extracting resources from the indigenous people. Why refer to them as indigenous? Because no signs of advanced technology were found on this planet. There were no spaceports in orbit, no skyscrapers on the surface, and not a single car or aircraft in sight. Only 5 Asgardian cargo ships loitered in the outer space of the planet, with their engines left dormant. Clearly, they were entirely unprepared for any threat. However, given that they had not encountered war in over a millennium, it was unfathomable for them to anticipate an invasion. Chapter 11. The Laws of Survival in the Universe. Never reveal your coordinates, for what awaits are not benevolent visitors, but rather a ceaseless tide of slaughter and bloodshed. Lingxi Star, an inconspicuous planet within the Milky Way, falls under the dominion of Odin. This planet is home to a race known as the Lingxi people. Beings with human bodies and rhinoceros heads, towering around 2 meters in height, endowed with formidable physical strength, yet regrettably lacking in intellect. After millennia of development, they remain entrenched in a society of slavery, firmly rooted in the Bronze Age. In the eyes of the Lingxi, the Asgardian deities, who soar through the skies, are undoubtedly regarded as divine beings. Today marks the annual occasion of offering tributes to these deities. At this time each year, every Lingxi city is required to present the demanded offerings, which may consist of ores, various foods, or other special items. As long as they fulfill the divine requests, they may navigate the year in tranquility. However, failure to comply results in the abduction of a number of individuals who are taken away never to return. Even the dim-witted Lingxi comprehend the ominous fate that awaits them. Though thoughts of rebellion have crossed their minds, each uprising has only led to more brutal massacres. Over time, the valiant Lingxi have perished, leaving only the spineless behind. In the city of Tooth Tower, a multitude of Lingxi kneel upon the ground, facing 6 Asgardian deities clad in resplendent gold, wielding long spears and shields. At the forefront, an elderly Lingxi, the city's lord, is filled with terror as he implores, "Esteemed deities, I beseech you for a few more days of grace. Your demands have surged so greatly that we are utterly unprepared. The recent inclement weather has drastically reduced the yield of the Titamai fruit. If you could allow us just a few days, we shall gather the ripe fruits from another field and deliver them to you without delay." The Titamai fruit, known for its sweet aroma, is the tribute required from this city. In their desperate attempt to meet the tribute demands, they have cleared vast tracts of farmland to plant Titamai trees, resulting in untold starvation among their kin and countless lives lost beneath the Titamai trees. Rumors abound in Tooth Tower that beneath each Titamai tree lie the remains of 10 Lingxi corpses. They had initially prepared a sufficient quantity of Titamai fruits, but this year, the deities suddenly doubled their demands, leaving them helpless to comply. Yet, the Asgardian deities, faced with the Lingxi's pleas, exhibit palpable impatience. The leading Asgardian's eyes glittered with a chilling light as he menacingly declared, "Today is the day of tribute. If you have not prepared the offerings, brace yourselves for the consequences." The former city lord, kneeling on the ground, continued to plead, "O divine being, we had originally prepared a sufficient quantity, but your sudden demand for double the amount has left us unable to comply. I beseech you to grant us a few more days." Impatience flickered in the Asgardian's gaze before he swiftly thrust his spear forward. With a sickening sound, the weapon pierced the old lord's body, and he hoisted the lifeless form with one hand, growling, "I wish to hear no excuses. Prepare the Titan fruit immediately, or face annihilation." With that, he discarded the corpse onto the ground, To the Asgardians, the extermination of these inferior races was inconsequential. They were akin to rodents in the soil. Once one batch was exterminated, another would inevitably emerge. What they desired were the rodents that could satiate their appetites. This was the stark reality of the universe, the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. At that moment, the Lingxi people below, witnessing the murder of their beloved city lord, were consumed by fury. In their eyes, the old lord was a figure of immense respect and admiration. He had sacrificed everything for the development of Chita City. It was through his efforts that they had transitioned from a state of hunger, caused by the scarcity of the Titan fruit, to a community where everyone could eat their fill. Indeed, every soul in Chita City had benefited from the old lord's benevolence. Yet, despite their anger, none dared to defy the wrathful deity. The fear of death loomed large. The Asgardian warriors, observing the scene, were filled with disdain and contempt, their bloodlust intensifying. It appeared that these lowly beings had not witnessed the ferocity of the Asgardians for far too long, failing even to prepare a modest tribute. How could he justify this upon his return? It was imperative to note that King Odin was preparing for a grand ball and had specifically demanded this fruit. This was the reason for his doubling of the tribute. Should he fail to procure it, delaying Odin's festivities would surely result in punishment, one that would also befall the natives. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he even contemplated the annihilation of the city. Just then, a young Lingxi raised his iron blade and, filled with grief and rage, shouted, "Avenge the old lord! Overthrow the cruel oppression of the gods!" The Asgardian warrior smirked coldly at this display and raised his spear, unleashing a blue energy blast. Evidently, the weapon, though appearing to be a mere melee instrument, was, in truth, an energy weapon. In an instant, a sickening sound echoed as a gaping hole appeared in the chest of the rushing Lingxi. The other party displayed an expression of disbelief, their gaze gradually dimming. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as the corpse collapsed. The young lord, the surrounding Lingxi people cried out in grief and fury, revealing the identity of this Lingxi individual as the son of the former city lord. Soon, other voices emerged. "The gods do not permit us to live. We shall fight to the bitter end. Avenge the former city lord. We would rather die standing than live on our knees." Observing the uprising among the Lingxi people, the 6 members of the Asgardian race exhibited expressions of exhilaration, their tongues flicking in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, an energy shield arose, enveloping everyone. Thus commenced a clash between high technology and primal savagery. Rather than a battle, the term slaughter would be more apartment armed with cold weapons. The Lingxi could inflict no harm upon the Asgardian warriors sheltered behind the energy shield. Conversely, each blast from the Asgardians' energy cannons decimated a significant number of Lingxi. However, the Asgardians were unaware that the horrific scenes of slaughter were being transmitted to Thanos aboard a cosmic warship hovering in the sky. Sitting coolly in the temple too, Thanos observed the carnage on the planet with a detached demeanor. Such massacres were occurring simultaneously across the entire planet, leading him to comprehend several truths after a brief observation. No wonder in the Thor series of films, one consistently sees Thor suppressing rebellions. It seems that for 24 hours a day, the Asgardians are either quelling uprisings or en route to do so. With such tendencies, it would be a miracle if there were no rebellions at all. Yet, in the harsh reality of the universe, life is not as idyllic as depicted in films. Even among the same race, massacres can transpire. How much more so between different races? Having witnessed the spectacle, Thanos promptly commanded his subordinates to initiate an assault. Chapter 12. Within the city of Zeta, the Asgardian race was relishing the slaughter. Despite the Lingxi people's considerable strength, they were clearly outmatched against the Asgardians' advanced weaponry, resulting in a brutal massacre. By now, several hundred Lingxi lay forever fallen to the ground, while the remnants began to flee in a frenzy. After all, even the dimmest of Lingxi understood the value of life. However, the Asgardians would not let such an opportunity for slaughter slip away. Thus began the relentless pursuit. Just then, a sudden brilliance illuminated the sky. Upon looking up, they were astonished to discover a multitude of unidentified cosmic warships had appeared in space, seemingly preparing to launch something toward them. Moments later, the sky was adorned with streaks of fiery red, akin to a multitude of shooting stars, among which several meteors were hurtling towards them. What could this mean? The leader of the Asgardian pantheon halted the pursuit, raising his wrist to activate the communicator, intent on contacting the spacecraft in outer space to ascertain the situation. However, after several attempts, the communicator emitted only static, yielding no response whatsoever. Meanwhile, the unexpected phenomenon above caused the other Asgardians to cease their chase and return to their captain's side. "Captain," Our communicators are receiving no signals. What is happening? Captain, could it be that our spacecraft has been destroyed? Captain, what should we do? It seems that those approaching do not come in peace. Hearing the incessant inquiries from his subordinates, the captain waved his hand in annoyance and declared loudly, "Silence. Enter a state of highest vigilance." With his command, everyone fell into silence and began to silently recharge their equipment. They should not be assumed to possess limitless energy merely because they were deities. The spears and shields they had recently utilized were all energy-consuming. Once all were prepared, they raised their gazes to the sky. By now, the meteors had drawn remarkably closer, allowing them to discern the nature of the objects. They were rectangular black landing pods, a common sight in the cosmos, typically employed during ground assault operations. Of course, they could also serve as escape pods in emergencies. Each such landing pod could deploy approximately 1,000 individuals. As they beheld the multitude of meteors in the sky, beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the Asgardians. Were these newcomers foes or allies? After a span of several minutes, the landing pods finally descended to the ground. With only a slight reduction in speed, they crashed forcefully into the surface, the resounding impact echoing continuously. Fortunately, the walls of Citadel Tower were robust. Although affected by the collision, they remained intact due to the distance from the landing pods. At this moment, the captain spoke, "Ollie, deploy unmanned reconnaissance drones to assess the situation." The Asgardian named Ollie nodded, retrieving 3 fist-sized, spherical iron orbs from his waist. He cast the iron spheres onto the ground and began to operate them by raising his arm. Shortly thereafter, the 3 spheres revealed their crimson eyes, activating their anti-gravity systems and soaring into the air. Under Ollie's control, the 3 drones ventured outward, and before him, the images from the reconnaissance devices materialized. As the drones approached the unfamiliar landing pods, they finally gained a clearer view of these enigmatic vessels. The landing pods, entirely cloaked in black, bore pointed tops and were embedded deep into the ground. However, the balance system activated swiftly, leveling the pods, with their sharp tips resembling swords aimed at the heavens. The ensuing scene plunged the entire Asgardian race into a state of dread. The pods opened their doors, unleashing a torrent of darkness. Upon magnifying the screen, it became evident that this was not merely a wave of blackness, but a horde of monstrous beings. Towering over 2 meters, these creatures possessed robust 6 limbs, fearsome visages, and razor-sharp teeth. Those familiar with the cosmic powers would recognize them as the most formidable legions wielded by Thanos, the Dark Order. Presently, the Dark Order surged towards Tooth Tower City, reaching speeds exceeding 150 kilometers per hour. The captain of the Asgardian warriors, witnessing this on the screen, urgently exclaimed, "We must flee. We cannot allow ourselves to be surrounded." The others, jolted back to reality, echoed in agreement, "Yes, we must hurry. But our spacecraft is gone. How can we escape?" Regardless of their destination, survival necessitated immediate action. Indeed, our prolonged absence from Asgard will not go unnoticed. We merely need to await rescue. In no time, the 6 warriors reached a consensus and began sprinting towards the least threatening direction. It must be noted that the Asgardians, true to their reputation as rulers of the galaxy, exhibited remarkable speed, akin to miniature superheroes, swiftly exiting the city. Unfortunately, the Dark Order was equally swift. Shortly after their escape, ominous dark figures emerged on the horizon. "Damn it, monsters ahead!" the captain shouted. "What shall we do? I do not wish to perish." Despair enveloped the Asgardians even before the battle commenced, for they faced an overwhelming foe with little hope of victory. Yet, the captain, gritting his teeth, resolutely declared, "Asgardian warriors, with Odin above us, charge." The other 5, finding strength in his resolve, displayed newfound determination. In that moment, they resembled heroes, fully aware of the inevitable peril ahead. Yet propelled by a flicker of hope, they charged forth. Moments later, the 6 Asgardians pierced the tide of darkness like a golden sword. Alas, despite their formidable prowess, they could only withstand the onslaught of the seemingly endless Dark Order for a brief period before being utterly engulfed. Chapter 13. In the vastness of outer space. Thanos observed through a 3-dimensional projection the scene of the Dark Order overwhelming the Asgardians on that distant planet. However, he did not exhibit any signs of joy. Instead, he grew solemn. The Asgardian deities before him were merely ordinary, yet their prowess was astonishingly 4 to 5 times that of the warriors of the Dark Cult. Each of them, facing their demise, could take down a dozen or so Dark Cult warriors with them. It seemed that this war would prove to be quite arduous. After discerning the general strength of the Asgardian pantheon, he deactivated the projection and clutched the Mind Stone, resuming his cultivation. After more than a year of rigorous training, he had fully withstood the backlash of the Mind Stone and could now wield its powers without any adverse effects. It must be said that, as a mutated Eternal Titan, the potential of his body was remarkably formidable. Aside from a slight deficiency in mental fortitude, he possessed virtually no other weaknesses. This was evident from the Avengers films. In Infinity War, Thanos was surprisingly subdued by a mere mantis, and had Star-Lord not roused him with a punch, there might not have been an Avengers 4. However, with the Mind Stone now in his possession, his mental capabilities were rapidly advancing, eliminating that particular shortcoming. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw, observing the formidable strength of the Asgardians, decided to personally descend to commence the slaughter. His current power surpassed that in the films significantly. With a mere gesture, he could rend the earth asunder, instantly engulfing several defiant Asgardian warriors. With his involvement, the resistance on this planet was swiftly eradicated. Whether Asgardian or indigenous, anyone daring to oppose was ruthlessly annihilated. Upon concluding the massacre, Ebony Maw began orchestrating the arrival of resource vessels to collect materials such as iron, copper, and silver for sustainable development within the galaxy. It was impractical to transport all resources from his own planet. Sourcing materials locally would greatly reduce both distance and consumption. Meanwhile, at the heart of the galaxy, there lay a remarkable continent, not a planet. This was due to the Asgardian deities' extravagant desires and their wish to showcase their might. They had obliterated a planet, subsequently employing magic and advanced technology to create a flat continent, aptly named Asgard Continent, spanning approximately 200 million square kilometers. It boasted not only the grandest palace city, but also 8 satellite cities. These 8 satellite cities represented the 8 great races apart from the Asgardians and stood testament to Odin's dominion over the 9 realms. At that moment, Odin was indulging in leisure within his temple, surrounded by a bevy of exquisite maidens, some peeling fruit for him, while others offered him drinks. In front of him, a troupe of dancers clad in alluring attire gracefully performed. When inspiration strikes, Odin readily seizes those around him, or the dancers, to showcase an array of performances. The onlookers regard this as entirely natural, with many beautiful women eager to participate. After all, receiving Odin's favor is a source of pride for them. Should one become pregnant, it would not be an exaggeration to claim a meteoric rise in status. However, it is unfortunate that not everyone is capable of bearing Odin's child. Even if one were to conceive, survival is a prerequisite for ascending to greatness. Odin's legitimate queen, Frigg, is no ordinary figure. She is a formidable sorceress. At this moment, one could assert that Odin has reached the zenith of his life. Yet, he indeed possesses reasons for pride. Although the Asgardian pantheon is the dominant force in the galaxy, they have not fully subjugated it. When he inherited absolute power from his father, Asgard's influence was already in decline. Among their adversaries were humans, dwarves, dark elves, and frost giants. Through cunning and deception, he tricked the dwarves into forging weapons for generations. He then sealed the ancestors of humanity, expelled the dark elves, and conquered the frost giants. Thus, he unified the 9 realms, establishing himself as the sovereign of the galaxy. While the Milky Way boasts over 200 billion stars, only a little over 100 million are suitable for life, and even fewer can give rise to intelligent beings. Odin has never taken the time to quantify these figures. However, planets devoid of intelligent life, as well as those lacking in strength, are hardly worthy of attention. They merely serve as resource collection points every few years. Incapable of mounting a rebellion, should a planet show signs of potential development, he would quash it without hesitation. This explains the frequent uprisings. Before Odin's ascension as the ruler of the galaxy, only 9 factions had progressed significantly, venturing into the cosmos. This is why the notion of ruling the 9 realms emerged. Unifying these factions equates to conquering the galaxy. Yet, even at the pinnacle of his life, Odin is not without his troubles. The once cherished Loki, whom he regarded as a pawn, has inexplicably uncovered his true lineage and appears to harbor inclinations of treachery. Consequently, Odin resorts to Thor, casting Loki into a cosmic wormhole to eliminate any future threats. However, this has sown the seeds of rebellion among the frost giants, who have long enjoyed stability. Recently, the actions of Laufey seem to have grown increasingly audacious. Just as Odin contemplates the possibility of utilizing the Bifrost to obliterate the frost giants, an Asgardian warrior rushes in, bearing urgent news. "My lord, we have received intelligence from the resource collection team." At this, Odin snaps back to attention. However, he still lazily gazed at his subordinates, munching on the fruits presented to him by a nearby beauty, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Having ruled the galaxy for over a millennium, The prolonged ease of his existence had dulled his vigilance. Thus, upon hearing of a situation arising, his first thought was that yet another native had risen in rebellion. Nevertheless, with Thor at his side, he felt no urgency. Speaking of his son brought a wave of exasperation to his heart. While Thor's strength was commendable, alas, he lacked the sharp intellect that Odin had hoped to pass down. The warrior reporting the situation, oblivious to the fact that the god king was lost in reverie, urgently stated, Team 37 ventured to Lingxi planet to gather resources, but we suddenly lost contact. Hearing this report, Odin nonchalantly remarked, it is likely that a new superpower has emerged among the natives. Send Thor to investigate. For him, as long as the information did not come from Heimdall, it was of little consequence, and there was no need to interrupt his revelry. The warrior, seeing the god king's demeanor, nodded in resignation, preparing to withdraw. Just then, a towering figure, a man of African descent with feline-like eyes, strode in with purpose. He was Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, and Odin's most crucial watchman over the galaxy. Chapter 14. Upon Heimdall's arrival, Odin swiftly dismissed the women beside him and straightened his posture, for he understood that Heimdall would not intrude upon his enjoyment without grave reason. As Heimdall approached Odin and knelt on one knee, he respectfully proclaimed, My lord, I have made a significant discovery. With that, he cast a glance at the lingering onlookers, wary of disclosing this vital information to any third party before ascertaining Odin's intentions. Meanwhile, the surrounding dancers and beauties were slowly retreating, a few of them even casting flirtatious glances at Heimdall, all of which he chose to ignore. In Heimdall's heart, there was only loyalty to Odin, devoid of any other distractions. It was precisely this devotion that had drawn Loki's ire, prompting him to consider eliminating Heimdall. Odin, upon hearing this, merely nodded slightly and urged the women to hasten their departure. After a moment, he asked with a serious tone, What is it? Heimdall's golden eyes flickered for a moment, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before gravely stating, I have observed unfamiliar spacecraft emerging at the galaxy's edge, numbering at least 10,000. Upon hearing of the alien vessels, Odin furrowed his brow. 10,000 unknown ships have appeared. Have we not sealed all the wormholes? How did they manage to enter? Heimdall shook his head and remarked, I do not know. It appears that a new wormhole has emerged. Or perhaps technology or magic capable of interstellar travel has manifested. I urge the Allfather to make a swift decision, for I have a foreboding feeling that the newcomers harbor ill intentions, despite his formidable divine power and the reputation of his golden gaze, which was said to oversee the 9 realms. He was still limited to those realms and could not extend his vigilance across the entirety of the Milky Way galaxy. After all, the Milky Way spans approximately 100,000 light-years in diameter. If he possessed such strength, Odin would not have remained the sovereign god. Thus, he was oblivious to the arrival of the unfamiliar cosmic warships and the means by which they traversed the void. Upon hearing this, Odin bowed his head in contemplation. What alterations might this newly emerged fleet bring? Since he ascended to rule the galaxy, he had implemented an isolationist policy to consolidate his dominion, ordering the destruction of all wormholes. Indeed, wormhole networks could be artificially sealed, albeit at a significant energy cost. After more than a millennium of governance, the galaxy had transformed from its previous state of turmoil. At this moment, the Asgardian pantheon reigned supreme, with no other factions capable of contesting their power. Should he discern how the adversaries arrived, be it through wormholes or advanced technology, might Asgard not seize the opportunity to expand its territory? Yet, reflecting on his son's brutish nature, he could only shake his head in resignation, abandoning any aspirations of expansion. At his advanced age, if his successor lacked wisdom, no matter how vast the empire he had built, it would inevitably crumble. Originally, he had intended for the Valkyries to assist Thor, but alas, his foolish son not only lacked intelligence, but also possessed his own stubborn ideas, disregarding Odin's plans entirely. Hence, the immediate priority was to ensure that Thor could assume power smoothly. After a moment, Odin lifted his gaze to find Heimdall still kneeling respectfully. This sight brought him a measure of comfort. With the emergence of enemies, there was no time to waste. He would summon all warriors to repel the intruders and safeguard the 9 realms. With this declaration, he rose with gravity, the spear of eternity materializing in his grasp, and his battle cloak gradually enveloping him. In an instant, Odin appeared resplendent, exuding the vigor of his youth. Of course, it would have been even better had he donned trousers. Nearby the wormhole in the Milky Way, over 2,000 cosmic warships lay quietly anchored. Distant stars relentlessly radiated their light, striving to illuminate this expanse of space. Thanos sat upon the throne of the sanctuary too, caressing the Mind Stone. Below the throne, a towering extraterrestrial being with crimson skin and a pair of horns knelt reverently. The alien's gaze towards Thanos was imbued with boundless fervor and adoration. In truth, if Thanos were commanded to end his own life, he would do so without a moment's hesitation. Through the power of the Mind Stone, he has transformed others into his most devout followers, even more fervent than those of the Dark Cult. This is a stark contrast to the events of the first Avengers film, where Loki used the stone to manipulate Hawkeye. As the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, was rendered ineffective after just a couple of blows, it is truly a farcical turn of events. At that moment, a projection materialized in the air. The figure was tall and imposing, towering even over Thanos, with a physique brimming with explosive muscle, appearing more formidable than Thanos himself. His dark gray skin and obsidian armor exuded an air of authority. Yet, he humbly knelt before Thanos on one knee, for he was one of the 5 commanders of Obsidian, known as Black Dwarf. My lord, our reconnaissance ship has detected a significant number of unfamiliar cosmic warships appearing. Upon hearing this news, Thanos' eyes gleamed with intrigue. It seems Odin, that old rascal, has finally reached his limit. A faint smile graced his lips. In the galaxy, the only force capable of deploying such a fleet of warships would be Asgard. Although the films do not elaborate on the conflict between Thanos and Odin, it is easy to deduce the outcome. Undoubtedly, Thanos had been soundly repelled, prompting him to enlist Loki in an invasion of Blue Planet to acquire other cosmic stones. Even if the mission ultimately failed and the Mind Stone was lost, Thanos would not dare to show any sign of displeasure. After Odin's demise, Thanos would immediately invade the galaxy, ruthlessly overpowering Thor and assaulting Blue Planet. However, he was not the same Thanos depicted in the films. He was a version endowed with a system from another world. Thus, he harbored no fear of Odin's return, but rather a concern that Odin might be lurking in hiding. After all, the galaxy is vast, and searching for Asgard among countless stars would be a daunting task. Yet, with Odin now making himself known, it was an opportunity not to be missed. With this thought, a glimmer of excitement crossed his features, but he still prudently inquired, "How many warships have they dispatched?" Black Dwarf, upon hearing the question, glanced at his subordinates and, after a moment, replied, "My lord, there are approximately 25,000 warships, though they range from small to medium-sized. We have not detected any Titan-class vessels." His intellect was not particularly sharp, relying heavily on his brute physical strength to maintain his position among the Obsidian 5. And he was the weakest among them. Thus, when questioned, he required the assistance of his subordinates to provide detailed information. Thanos, in response, stroked his purple-striped chin with his left hand, deep in thought. 25,000 vessels. Odin, this fellow, commands the entirety of the galaxy, and indeed, the resources at his disposal are formidable. However, the absence of a Titan-class warship raises questions. Could it be that he has fallen out of touch with cosmic society for too long, resulting in a technological lag? After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze and gravely declared, "Everyone, prepare yourselves, a great battle is imminent." Chapter 15. Upon hearing Thanos proclaim the onset of war, Black Dwarf felt a surge of excitement within. Among the 5 generals of the Obsidian Order, he could be considered the most combative. The prospect of an unprecedented war ignited a fervor in his heart. "My lord, I request to lead the vanguard into battle," he implored. Thanos, however, paid him no heed and instructed his subordinates to connect with all 5 generals of the Obsidian Order. Observing the grave expression on his lord's face, Black Dwarf opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately suppressed his desire to persist in his request. After all, this was not the time for his whims. Moments later, as the screens sequentially displayed the 5 capable commanders, Thanos set down the Mind Stone and rose to his feet. "The battle is fast approaching. I shall now issue new operational commands." Though he possessed a Titan-class warship, granting him a firepower advantage in direct confrontations, the enemy outnumbered them by a staggering 2.5 times. Cosmic warfare differs significantly from terrestrial ground conflicts. In ground warfare, limited space can constrain numbers once they reach a certain threshold. More is not always better. However, cosmic warfare is a true 3-dimensional battle, with foes potentially lurking above, below, and in every direction. The vastness of space allows for tens of thousands of warships to maneuver freely. Thus, while Titan-class warships are immensely powerful, they do not hold a decisive edge. At his level, tearing apart a Titan-class warship with one hand is not beyond the realm of possibility. He believed Odin was equally capable. With his command, the Obsidian Order began to mobilize towards their designated objective, while he himself remained stationary, commanding 2,500 warships. On the opposite side of the galaxy, Odin, clad in battle armor and wielding the eternal spear, stood in the control room of a flagship, coldly observing the images on the screen. The display showcased Thanos' Titan-class warship, the Sanctum II. For those witnessing the Sanctum II for the first time, the sight was truly awe-inspiring. Odin was no exception. He had not anticipated that a mere millennium of blockade would lead to such advancements in cosmic technology, culminating in the construction of such a colossal warship. He pondered how its propulsion system was resolved, as well as how it managed its own gravitational field and interstellar jumps. At that moment, Thor, standing behind Odin, displayed a fierce expression, his blood surging with excitement as he proclaimed, "Father, is this our enemy? They appear formidable." Despite his growth from the journey to the blue planet, his warrior instincts remained unaltered. He pondered how long it would take to destroy such a massive spacecraft with Mjolnir. Odin, upon hearing this, remained silent, contemplating the unfortunate waste of such a grand vessel. Should it be destroyed, it must be seized instead. Sif, standing beside Thor, noticed Odin's reticence and interjected, "Prince Thor, I believe it would be quite splendid for us to commandeer it." With those words, she gazed at him with affection. Although she was aware that Thor held no romantic interest in her, she could not simply relinquish her hopes. After all, he was the future king of the galaxy. Even if she could not be the primary consort, being a secondary one would still be advantageous. Upon hearing her, Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, it must not be destroyed. He was determined to seize it. The three brave warriors from the realm of Asgard, overhearing, quickly chimed in with agreement. Indeed, only such a spacecraft could befit the stature of Prince Thor. "I shall lead the charge. You all must not steal my glory," one of them declared. "Oh, but whoever reaches the control room first shall claim the credit," another retorted. In that moment, the Asgardian warriors seemed to have already secured the second temple, eagerly calculating their accolades. Odin observed this exchange with a faint smile, remaining silent, for he sensed the complexity of the impending conflict. Allowing these three to take the lead might not be a bad strategy after all. A moment later, the spacecraft shuddered, causing everyone to stagger momentarily before regaining their composure. At that juncture, a striking female Asgardian approached Odin and respectfully announced, "My king, we have exited the spatial trajectory. We are 10 light years from our target. With one more spatial leap, we shall arrive." The spatial trajectory is a device installed by every power within their dominion in the cosmos. A spatial leap consumes immense energy to breach the void and enter subspace. However, by securing devices at both locations to facilitate the breach, energy consumption is significantly reduced, sparing the spacecraft's reserves. They had traversed via the spatial trajectory to the vicinity of their adversary and would then utilize the spatial leap to advance further. Odin nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, "Captain Lucy, commence the spatial leap." Captain Lucy, upon receiving the command, stepped back to prepare for the leap. It is often said that each craft has its master. While Odin held the esteemed title of king, command and tactics concerning the cosmic vessel were not his forte. Thus he entrusted these matters to his subordinates. Lucy, among the Asgardian deities, is one of the few who has ascended to the position of captain through her remarkable achievements and prowess. Consequently, Odin harbors great confidence in her. However, shortly thereafter, Lucy returned with a troubled expression. "My liege, it appears that our spatial pathway has been obstructed, rendering us incapable of performing a spatial jump." Upon hearing this, Odin furrowed his brow in confusion and queried, "Are we not still 10 light years from our destination? How could the space be sealed?" Lucy shook her head, uncertain, and replied, "It is possible they possess means of which we are unaware to remotely seal the space." At this, Odin narrowed his remaining eye and fell into deep contemplation. It seems the galaxy has been sealed for too long, causing a disconnection from the cosmos. Once this war concludes, we must consider re-establishing our connection to the universe. At that moment, Thor, displaying impatience, interjected, "If the space is sealed, then let us simply amplify our energy to breach it." The essence of spatial jumping is indeed the rupture of space, while sealing it merely strengthens the barriers. Thus, Thor's assertion held merit. By increasing our energy output, we could indeed break through the spatial blockade. However, Lucy cast a glance at Thor, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Of course, she concealed this well, remaining unnoticed. "Prince Thor, should we excessively deplete our energy reserves now, upon reaching our destination, we may find ourselves unable to restore our energy in a timely manner, leaving us vulnerable to an unexpected assault." In truth, her words were already quite diplomatic. If they were to be ambushed by the enemy without sufficient energy to activate their shields, it would likely lead to disaster. Chapter 16, Within the Sanctum II. Thanos gazed at the screen depicting the cosmic fleet 10 light-years away, a cold smile gracing his lips. While the Marvel Universe boasts individuals with seemingly limitless power, capable of obliterating galaxies, the significance of technological prowess cannot be underestimated. Take, for instance, Kang the Conqueror. He was merely a scientist devoid of superhuman abilities, yet wielded technology to control time and thus govern the multiverse. Of course, his lack of superpowers was his greatest vulnerability, ultimately leading to his demise. Nonetheless, this illustrates the crucial role that technology plays within the Marvel realm. Therefore, while honing his own abilities, Thanos has not ceased his technological advancements. Under his rule, scientists constitute the sole privileged class, exempt from reproductive policies and conscription. The rewards for their contributions are substantial, encompassing superintelligent AIs, artificial gravity chambers, the Sanctum II, interstellar fortresses, quantum entanglement projections, and the current remote spatial shielding device. As for Odin, one wonders how he will respond to Thanos' spatial blockade. Should Odin attempt to forcibly breach the space, Thanos would find it utterly amusing. After all, spatial jumps are also accompanied by spatial rifts on the other end. As long as the opponent dares to make a spatial leap, they can calculate the landing point and execute a beautifully orchestrated ambush, potentially annihilating the Asgardian warships. However, if the adversary opts to gradually exit the spatial blockade before jumping, such an outcome is nearly impossible. After all, we are implementing a long-range spatial blockade. If the enemy can maneuver, can we not do the same? Unless the opponent leaps to an entirely different location, in which case our long-range blockade would indeed falter. Nevertheless, even if they manage to escape the confines of the blockade, it would be of little consequence. I have set numerous contingencies in place. Within the Asgardian fleet, 10 light-years away, the crew fell into a contemplative silence after attentively absorbing Lucy's analysis. They had never anticipated that a war, which previously required only mindless slaughter, could become so intricate. Without even encountering the enemy, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Thor, increasingly agitated, began to pace. Noticing the silence, he impatiently suggested, "Let us utilize the Rainbow Bridge to strike directly. Even in the absence of cosmic warships, the valor of Asgardian warriors can surely vanquish these elusive foes." The Rainbow Bridge would allow them to bypass the spatial blockade and reach their destination directly. However, there was no such remedy for the cosmic vessels. Odin disregarded his son's words and instead turned to Lucy, inquiring, "How long will it take us to exit the spatial blockade?" In cosmic warfare, engaging in close combat without the aid of starships is undoubtedly the least prudent strategy. Even piloting a starship devoid of energy is preferable to relying solely on the Rainbow Bridge. After a moment of contemplation, Lucy responded, "Regardless of the opponent's technology, the area of the spatial blockade cannot be excessively vast. With a maximum of 1 hour at light speed, we should be able to escape." Odin nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, we shall attempt a spatial jump after 1 hour." Lucy acknowledged his words and began to organize the fleet. In truth, light speed is considered a rather slow velocity in the cosmos. However, without the use of spatial jump technology, the speed limit of a starship can only approach light speed indefinitely, never exceeding it. An hour later, Lucy returned to the command room with a grave expression. "Odin, we remain within the spatial blockade." Upon hearing this, Odin furrowed his brow once more, displeasure evident in his voice. "Did you not say that we could leave within an hour? What is the meaning of this?" Lucy shook her head, saying, "I do not know. Logically, the enemy should not possess enough energy to maintain such a vast blockade. Unless what?" Lucy hesitated for a moment, gazing at Odin's impatient expression, before finally speaking. "Unless the adversary can shift the area of blockade and maintain constant surveillance over us." At that moment, Thor incredulously exclaimed, "How is that even possible? We are a staggering 10 light-years away from the target. Unless they possess a divine sight akin to Heimdall's, it would take them a decade just to perceive our presence." As his words lingered in the air, the control room fell into a profound silence. After a while, Lucy resumed, "It is plausible that there exists a technological disparity between us and the adversary. They may possess knowledge of advanced technologies that remain unknown to us." At her utterance, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically as they bowed their heads, unwilling to engage further. Her statement implied that Odin's isolationist policies might be misguided, a thought that did not escape Odin's notice, causing his countenance to darken. However, this was not the time to confront Lucy, and he chose to suppress his frustration. Moments later, Sif, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, spoke up. "Captain Lucy, what if we execute a spatial jump to another location, replenish our energy, and then attempt another jump?" Clearly, Anyone who caught Odin's attention and was considered worthy of becoming a potential daughter-in-law was no fool. In fact, she was quite astute. Thus, she swiftly devised a somewhat feasible strategy. Upon hearing her suggestion, Lucy nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we can give that a try." After a moment of contemplation, Odin replied, "Very well, let us proceed with Sif's plan." With a decision reached, Lucy promptly organized the fleet to initiate a spatial jump to a location 1 light-year away. This jump consumed 5 times the usual amount of time before a rift in space could be established. After a brief interval, Asgard's 25,000 starships emerged in a region 9 light-years distant from Thanos. However, the dim shields of the vessels indicated that their energy reserves had dwindled significantly. For hours later, Odin's flagship was the first to fully replenish its energy. By the 7th hour, both medium and small-sized ships gradually regained their power. Just as Lucy prepared for another spatial jump, she encountered a new dilemma. Odin's target area was shrouded in a spatial blockade. Upon hearing this, Odin's expression darkened once more. Damn those cowardly invaders. He fumed. He simply could not fathom the purpose behind the multitude of spatial barriers. Why not engage in a straightforward battle rather than resorting to such convoluted tactics? Thor, overhearing this, quickly interjected, "Exactly. These invaders are clearly timid. Their strength must be lacking. I say we jump right through and, after defeating them, we can simply send for reinforcements to return home." The 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace eagerly echoed his sentiment. Prince Thor remarked that those enemies were so cowardly, their strength was likely comparable to that of goblins. "Indeed, let us vanquish them decisively. We are warriors of Asgard, invincible in battle." Odin, however, disregarded his son and his 3 companions, instead turning his gaze towards Sif and Lucy, inquiring if they possessed any sound ideas. He preferred conversing with individuals of intellect over these 4 simpletons. Were Thor not his flesh and blood, he might have been tempted to silence him with a single strike. To his dismay, both Sif and Lucy shook their heads, indicating their lack of solutions. Chapter 17. After much deliberation yielded no fruitful results. The group reluctantly concluded that Thor's unreliable plan was the most pragmatic, albeit the most ruthless. Should they truly abandon the cosmic battleship, Odin, Thor, and the 3 valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace could rely on their formidable strength to ensure their own survival. Yet they could not ascertain how many of their warriors would be sacrificed. This apprehension was precisely why Odin and Lucy consistently opposed the notion of forcibly breaching the spatial blockade to leap directly before the enemy. After all, sacrificing too many warriors would have repercussions on their future reign. An hour later, Thor, visibly disgruntled, shouted, "This won't do, nor will that. How on earth are we to wage this war?" Odin, equally displeased, lifted his head and gravely replied, "Silence. This war is not as simple as suppressing the natives." He understood that his son, having experienced nothing but triumph over the past few centuries, had grown dismissive of others. Thor had always subdued those without advanced technology or formidable strength, thus cultivating a mindset that brute force could resolve all matters. This war was, in many ways, a harsh lesson for Thor about the brutal realities of cosmic warfare. Upon hearing the discontent in his father's voice, Thor faltered. In all of Asgard, the only being he feared more than his mother was Odin. The atmosphere quickly returned to silence. After a moment, Odin began to contact Heimdall, who remained in Asgard. Have the enemy's battleships moved? Although they possessed a quantum entanglement communication system that allowed for conversation across vast distances, they lacked a quantum entanglement projection system. Thus, the ability to observe the enemy relied solely on Heimdall's capabilities. Guarding the Bifrost, Heimdall, upon hearing Odin's voice, immediately opened his eyes, stood up, and gazed towards a distant expanse of the cosmos. After a while, it seemed as though the pupils of his eyes had vanished. After an extended period, he finally responded, "Esteemed All-Father, I have observed over 2,000 cosmic battleships. However, I cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the others. Yet, I believe I have glimpsed some peculiar phenomena." He paused momentarily. Moments ago, he beheld an extraordinarily colossal object, resembling both a meteorite and a cosmic warship, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing this, Odin, fueled by curiosity, inquired, "What peculiar entity is this?" After a moment's hesitation, Heimdall responded, "These objects are indeed strange. They appear to be meteorites. Yet they possess certain military apparatuses that I have never encountered before." Upon hearing this, Odin's brow furrowed in concern. Military facilities upon meteorites? What are these foes scheming? Are they not apprehensive about the gravitational pull of stars drawing them away? He had previously contemplated establishing military installations on meteorites to create an interstellar platform. However, Meteorites are notoriously unstable. Even a slight assault could shatter them. An energy supply posed a significant challenge, leading him to ultimately abandon the idea. Nevertheless, it seemed that this enemy possessed advanced technology, perhaps having surmounted those technical obstacles. Contemplating this, Odin's expression darkened. He began to understand the rationale behind the enemy's spatial blockade and their reluctance to engage in direct confrontation. It was likely to facilitate the establishment of these interstellar war platforms. After disconnecting the call, Odin turned to Lucy and resolutely declared, "In my capacity as the All-Father, I command you to initiate a forced spatial jump at once." He was not one to waver. Once a decision was made, he acted without hesitation. Lucy instinctively sought to protest, but upon witnessing Odin's grave demeanor, she ultimately knelt on one knee and replied, "As you command." Thor, upon hearing his father's words, raised Mjolnir with excitement. However, noticing his father's somber countenance, he refrained from uttering those dramatic exclamations. In proximity to a black hole, Thanos sat upon his throne, meditating with the Mind Stone in hand. At that moment, a deep blue projection materialized in the air. "Master, spatial fluctuations have been detected near a nearby star, indicating the potential opening of a spatial rift." Upon hearing this, Thanos opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Odin, have you finally succumbed to the call?" He then rose, gazing at the three-dimensional projection hovering before him. The projection revealed a fierce spatial rift near the star he occupied, resembling a black gash in the universe, devouring all light, shrouded in darkness with nothing visible within. However, due to the spatial blockade, this rift remained diminutive, incapable of permitting any cosmic warships to traverse. Observing this, he suddenly furrowed his brow. No, even if Odin desires direct combat, it is improbable he would attempt to spatially jump directly into my presence. That would not be valor, but rather an invitation to demise. As he pondered whether it was a trap, several spatial rifts suddenly rippled into existence within the projection. Initially perplexed, he soon discerned the adversary's cunning scheme. How intriguing! To simultaneously open multiple spatial rifts, obscuring your true intentions from me. This tactic of feigned reality is quite adept. However, you have underestimated the might of technology. I shall enhance the spatial lockdown energy and deploy spatial bombs within each rift, alongside cosmic mines positioned outside the fissures. Spatial bombs function as mines that can be directly placed within the rifts. Upon contact, they detonate. Yet, the explosion of a spatial bomb is not a physical detonation, but rather a collapse of space itself. It resembles the spatial grenades employed by the Dark Elves in Thor, the Dark World, albeit with significantly greater potency. The cosmic mines, on the other hand, are merely the cosmic equivalent of traditional mines, triggered in the same manner, by contact. Their explosive force surpasses that of chemical detonations by a considerable margin. Understood, Master. Soon, Deep Blue commenced the execution of the commands. As directives emanated from the Temple 2, several nearby cosmic warships began to mobilize. Concurrently, the 5 Black Obsidian generals from surrounding star systems also initiated their maneuvers. After all, the spatial rifts opened by Odin extended beyond a mere stellar range. They permeated other nearby stars as well. However, primarily auxiliary vessels were set into motion, while assault and defense ships remained stationary. Though classified as auxiliary craft, their dimensions reached 200 meters in diameter, resembling spheres adorned with several antenna-like protrusions. In the vacuum of space, considerations of gravity, wind resistance, and drag are rendered moot, allowing for limitless design possibilities. Nevertheless, the spherical shape is favored for its simplicity in manufacturing and its efficiency in safeguarding core equipment. Thus, auxiliary ships lacking frontline combat requirements predominantly adopt this configuration. Upon nearing the spatial rifts, these spherical vessels began to deploy black orbs, each a mere 2.5 meters in diameter, into the rifts, followed by 1-meter diameter black rings outside. Chapter 18. Due to the augmented spatial lockdown energy, Odin's fleet required over an hour to breach the rifts. In the next moment, hundreds of drones vanished instantaneously from the cosmos, evidently entering spatial jumps to scout ahead. Minutes later, aboard the flagship, Odin observed the projection above as the drones, during their spatial leaps, flickered and vanished. Even those few fortunate enough to reach their destinations could not relay any imagery back in time, succumbing to the void. This reality deepened the shadows upon Odin's countenance. Clearly, the adversary possesses the capability to obliterate warships traversing through space jumps, and their defensive measures are remarkably effective, as not a single drone has survived. The technology of space jumping represents a pivotal stride for intelligent life venturing into the cosmos, marking a crucial milestone. However, This technology does not merely entail the opening of a spatial rift for a collective ingress. Each warship boasts an independent spatial channel. Once activated, it is inevitably drawn into the rift. This implies that once the spatial rift is initiated, the space jump must proceed without interruption. Moreover, the rift is unidirectional, offering no possibility of return or access from the opposite end into the cosmic warship. The enemy's ability to annihilate unmanned warships during their space jumps indicates they possess new technologies unknown to our forces. What shall we do now, Lucy? The best strategy Lucy could devise was to initiate separate space jumps to divert the enemy's attention. Yet, it was evident that the enemy also had countermeasures in place. With a sigh of resignation, Lucy shook her head and stated, "It appears we have no choice but to engage in direct combat." Thor, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "It's about time we fought. This dilly-dallying is a waste of precious time." Odin, too, nodded in exasperation and resolutely declared, "Then let us commence." Near the wormhole, a colossal asteroid was being towed by several transport-class warships, intended for the construction of interstellar fortresses. From the outset, Thanos had prepared for a prolonged engagement. Should Odin choose to approach slowly, the 10 interstellar fortresses would leave the enemy at a disadvantage. Shortly thereafter, several large transport ships emerged from the wormhole. Subsequently, a series of elongated, serpentine machines appeared on either side of the transport vessels and proceeded to other warships. These were supply vessels, replenishing energy and various resources for the warships. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Within Sanctuary 2, Thanos remained seated upon his throne, gently clasping the Mind Stone. At that moment, a virtual projection of Little Blue materialized in midair. "Master, we have detected a significant number of spatial rifts opening, located 30 billion kilometers away from us." Upon hearing this, Thanos immediately opened his eyes. They can no longer contain themselves, and at the edge of a star no less. The star in which he currently resided had a diameter of approximately 10 billion kilometers. 30 billion kilometers was just beyond the star's outer limits, a distance neither too far nor too near. If he were to travel at sublight speed, it would take him over 2 days to reach the destination. The opposing cosmic warships would have ample time to restore their energy. It seems Odin possesses means to ascertain his location. Soon, a name entered his mind. Heimdall, a man capable of monitoring the 9 realms, is likely the only one who could accomplish such a feat otherwise. Even with his advanced technology, he would be unable to oversee events occurring tens of thousands of light years away, let alone a handful of diminutive warships. All fleets are en route to their designated location, with the Black Obsidian 5 standing by for support, while the construction of all interstellar fortresses has been halted. The fortresses were initially established under the assumption that Odin would not discover their presence so swiftly. However, to their dismay, they have been detected merely days after arriving in the galaxy. With the impending confrontation, the significance of constructing these fortresses has diminished greatly. Should they emerge victorious, they would march directly into the enemy's stronghold. Conversely, if they were to suffer defeat, the unfinished fortresses would prove futile. The decision to refrain from deploying the Black Obsidian 5 was undoubtedly due to spatial blockade, which currently prevents their arrival. Had he known that Asgard's technology was so rudimentary that they could not even breach a spatial blockade, he would have simplified matters by dispersing his subordinates for ambush. With a command, the dark photon beam tractor was activated, and the superluminal engines were ignited. The spatial slideway area was initiated, preparing for superluminal travel. As commands echoed, 2,500 cosmic warships, under the guidance of the Sanctuary 2, began their journey at 100 times the speed of light towards their destination. If wormholes facilitate passage between galaxies and spatial jumps allow travel between stars, then spatial slideways serve as the conduits between planets. The diameter of a star can range from mere billions to several trillion kilometers. At such vast distances, traveling at light speed would take years. Furthermore, the interior of a star is not suitable for spatial jumps due to the immense energy required. Thus, the more energy-efficient spatial slideway becomes the preferred option. Spatial slideways utilize powerful energy to slightly compress space, creating a shortened pathway, akin to the concept of reducing distance to mere inches. Consequently, while the spacecraft still travels at sublight speeds, it achieves superluminal effects. This advanced technology is likely beyond Odin's grasp. After more than half an hour, Thanos' fleet arrived at their destination. Here, he beheld a vast expanse of darkness, devoid of starlight. This was due to the spatial rift opening, rendering even the stars invisible. The highly intelligent Little Blue commenced assigning various tasks without needing Thanos' command. Upon reaching their destination, the spatial slideway was halted, and they exited superluminal travel. The shields of the cosmic warships were activated to full power, engines roared to life, and the primary and secondary laser cannons began charging. They commenced the deployment of cosmic mines and spatial bombs. The interstellar behemoths prepared for launch, the Dark Brotherhood readied for action, and the fighters prepared for operation. As commands began to be issued, the colossal fleet sprang into action. The frigates activated their shields. The attack vessels charged their main and secondary cannons. Auxiliary ships deployed cosmic mines and spatial bombs, while the mothership unleashed interstellar behemoths and dark cults, with fighter jets igniting their engines. The interstellar behemoths resembled the whale-like flying creatures seen in films. Unlike their role as mere transporters on planets, in the vastness of space, these behemoths became formidable weapons of destruction, exhibiting agility far removed from their cinematic portrayals. With all battle preparations laid bare, Thanos ceased his training, instead awaiting the arrival of his adversaries in tranquil anticipation. He hoped that this time, he would be able to unleash his full might. Chapter 19. An hour seemed to stretch interminably. Amidst the lengthy wait, a rift in space finally materialized. Odin's commanded cosmic fleet vanished instantaneously into the cosmos. During the spatial jump, many vessels were torn to shreds upon encountering the spatial bombs. However, the power of these bombs was somewhat limited, inflicting damage primarily on smaller warships. Medium and large vessels, unless struck by multiple bombs, merely sustained superficial damage. After several minutes, Odin's fleet reached its destination. A thunderous rumble echoed as numerous warships, unable to activate their shields due to a lack of energy, collided with cosmic mines, resulting in cataclysmic explosions. Indeed, sound was absent in the vacuum of space. Yet the sight of warships engulfed in flames conjured explosive sounds in the minds of all present, for the spectacle was simply magnificent. Hundreds of cosmic warships transformed simultaneously into resplendent fireworks, illuminating the sky and overshadowing distant stars. At that moment, Odin, while maintaining a stoic demeanor, felt a profound pain within his heart. Each small warship harbored at least 100 souls. However, before he could voice his anguish, more explosions illuminated the distance. Thanos' cosmic assault ships had launched their attack. In an instant, additional warships erupted into flames, with several medium-sized vessels also meeting their demise. Attack! Attack! Odin could no longer contain his fury and bellowed the command to engage. Finally, we can unleash our fury. Thor, eagerly awaiting this moment, laughed heartily, wielding his mighty hammer as he soared from the cosmic warship towards the enemy. The three valiant warriors of Asgard exchanged glances, promptly following suit. One of the distinctive traits of the Asgardian gods was their ability to engage in combat in the vacuum of space for a limited duration, depending on their strength. According to the prowess of the three valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace, a battle in the expanse of space must conclude within an hour. Observing Thor's impulsiveness, Sif could only shake her head in resignation and followed suit. Meanwhile, the ordinary Asgardian warriors donned their space combat suits and piloted their single-seater aircraft. Emerging from the cosmic battleship, the design of Asgard's spacecraft bore a nostalgic charm, resembling horse-drawn carriages, albeit without horses, as a pair of wing-like engines replaced the wheels. At that moment, Odin's cosmic fleet comprised over 24,000 vessels. These spaceships lacked classifications such as battleships, frigates, or support ships. They were uniform in design, distinguished only by their sizes, large, medium, and small. Among them, there were 150 large battleships, 3,000 medium ones, and over 21,000 small vessels. However, the small ships, having forcibly executed a spatial jump, lacked the energy to activate their shields or mount an offensive, rendering them mere targets for destruction. Yet, with Odin's command, nearly all Asgardian warriors aboard these smaller ships took to the skies in their single-seater fighters. In Asgard, only those who have fallen in battle are honored. There are no cowards who kneel. The reason for the phrase nearly all is due to the limited number of single-seater fighters, leaving some warriors reluctantly behind in the battleships. The medium and large vessels, on the other hand, utilized their remaining energy to activate their shields, while only the large battleships possessed enough energy to return fire. Within the confines of the Sanctuary 2, Thanos observed the enemy swarm emerging like a disturbed hornet's nest, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. These creatures truly fear not for their lives. Rising to his feet, he grasped the tyrant's blade beside him and proclaimed loudly, "Warriors of the Dark Order, all hands on deck." In the next moment, over 700 motherships opened their hatches, unleashing a multitude of clawed and fanged soldiers from the Dark Order. This included 600 small motherships, each equipped with 3 deployment pods, carrying over 3,000 Dark Order warriors, 150 medium motherships, each boasting 10 deployment pods. With more than 10,000 warriors and 50 large motherships, each featuring 30 deployment pods, housing over 30,000 warriors. Furthermore, the Dark Order had been specifically engineered for warfare in the void of space, rendering their capabilities on planets a mere waste. In the vacuum, they required no additional gear to soar and charge through the cosmos. Subsequently, Thanos issued further orders to Deep Blue to deactivate the spatial blockade, allowing the Obsidian Five to return for reinforcements. After giving his commands, he soared out of Sanctuary 2, coldly surveying the approaching Asgardian forces. At the forefront of the battlefield, 10,000 colossal interstellar beasts engaged the enemy in fierce combat. Initially, a dazzling array of laser beams crisscrossed the expanse, soon escalating into hand-to-hand combat. Indeed, it was a primal clash, where the most advanced weaponry was employed in the most rudimentary manner, encapsulating the essence of the current scenario. This peculiar situation arose due to the impracticality of kinetic weapons in the vastness of space, while laser weapons, despite their potency, demanded excessive energy, necessitating intervals for recharge after a few discharges. Thus, cosmic warfare typically commenced with a barrage of lasers before descending into brutal melee. The spines of these interstellar titans, akin to razor-sharp blades, sliced through enemy aircraft, erupting them into fiery explosions. In retaliation, the adversaries, having unleashed their own laser volleys, surged forward in their vessels, their pointed noses resembling lances that plunged brutally into the bodies of the colossal beasts, inflicting significant damage. Although their handheld spears could not penetrate the formidable armor of the interstellar giants, the lasers they emitted still managed to inflict some harm. Among the Asgardian warriors, one stood out with extraordinary valor. Wielding a hammer that radiated an almost limitless array of lightning, he felled one colossal beast after another with merciless efficiency. In moments of fervor, he charged directly at the titans, delivering devastating blows. The other four, while not as prolific in their kills, exhibited commendable strength, each capable of single-handedly slaying a titan. Realizing the identity of these 5 formidable warriors, Thanos comprehended they must be Thor and the 3 valiant champions of Asgard, accompanied by Sif. However, he refrained from intervening, conserving his energy for Odin's anticipated strike. Minutes later, the colossal beasts suffered heavy casualties, their numbers dwindling to just over 6,000. At this juncture, reinforcements from the Dark Legion arrived, rushing to confront the enemy. Yet, despite their design for space combat, the Dark Legion's capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Asgardian warriors, with each Asgardian capable of dispatching 17 or 18 Dark Legion soldiers. This disparity elucidated why the Asgardian pantheon maintained dominion over the galaxy. Meanwhile, the cosmic assault vessels stationed at the rear never ceased their bombardment. Each volley effectively dismantled numerous enemy ships and those who stood in their way. Shortly thereafter, rifts in space manifested around the battlefield, rapidly expanding. This heralded the imminent arrival of the Obsidian Five. Chapter 20. Moments later, a staggering 7,500 cosmic warships materialized around the battlefield. Following this, an array of laser fire was unleashed upon the Asgardian fleet. Simultaneously, hatches opened, releasing a new wave of interstellar beasts, with the Dark Legion closely behind. The emergence of the Obsidian Five significantly alleviated the pressure on Thanos' fleet at the forefront of the battlefield. Originally intent on taking matters into his own hands, Thanos soon relinquished that thought. Despite the formidable strength and greater numbers of the Asgardian warriors, in their current predicament, having lost their cosmic battleship, they were fated for annihilation. Odin, aboard the flagship, surveyed the battlefield through projections and quickly realized that his warriors were perishing at an alarming rate. This revelation stirred a flicker of concern in his typically unyielding heart. After all, the Asgardian population reproduced at a glacial pace. An ordinary Asgardian could only bear a child once a year, requiring 3 decades to mature and a minimum of 10 additional years to become a competent warrior. Thus, it took a staggering 40 years to cultivate a single qualified fighter. The elite warriors, such as the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace, demanded centuries of training. As for those of royal blood, the situation was even more dire. Just look at his son, Thor. After 3 centuries, he still resembled a child in his naivete. Therefore, despite his cold-hearted disposition, Odin understood that to maintain Asgard's dominion, he must avert the deaths of his warriors. With this in mind, he grasped the eternal spear, soared from the flagship, and unleashed a brilliant beam of light from the artifact. This energy shockwave, traveling at a velocity akin to that of light itself, traversed over 1,000,000 kilometers in mere seconds, striking the enemy fleet. At that moment, The escort ships within Thanos' armada activated their shields. Yet, no matter how formidable their energy defenses, they were powerless against a being of Odin's caliber. In the next instant, Odin's energy surge pierced through the escort ship's protective barrier, erupting into a conflagration. The thunderous explosion, though inaudible to the onlookers, painted a vivid picture in their minds. Odin promptly shifted his target, launching an assault on another escort vessel. Within a span of half a minute, he had obliterated over 10 escort ships, until a larger escort ship positioned itself to absorb his onslaught. Gritting his teeth, Odin escalated his energy output. Instantly, the energy emanating from the eternal spear swelled from a half-meter diameter to an impressive meter. Faced with such overwhelming force, the larger escort vessel could no longer withstand the assault, disintegrating into a burst of sparks. Clearly, even a large escort ship was no match for the full might of a being of Odin's stature. Just as Odin prepared to press on with his assault, a purple figure emerged, wielding a weapon that spun rapidly, interposing itself before his energy surge. The shockwaves collided with the weapon, scattering like water against rock, before dissipating into the void of space. Witnessing this, Odin's pupils constricted in realization. He had encountered a worthy adversary. Who are you? Indeed, sound cannot traverse the vastness of the cosmos. However, at their level, such rules seem to be rendered inconsequential. As the words fell from his lips, he ceased the energy shockwave. Thanos halted the spinning of his blade, the tyrant, and calmly proclaimed, "I am Thanos." Upon hearing the name, Odin's expression shifted dramatically. Although the Milky Way had closed its doors, Odin, as a member of the Pantheon, retained his seat at the Council of Gods, allowing him to glean some cosmic news from the deities of other factions. Thanos was undeniably the most significant news of the past several centuries. His ruthless nature and formidable power were notorious, particularly his tyrannical rule, which plunged his subjects into despair, devoid of any freedom. Odin had once mocked the deities of the Dragon Star system for their inability to contend with even a single Eternal, yet now, Thanos had audaciously encroached upon his own star system. "Thanos, if you withdraw now, I shall overlook this incident and allow your departure." In response, Thanos revealed a sardonic smile and retorted, "Allow me to leave? Do you possess the authority to utter such words?" Odin's countenance darkened at this declaration. That wretched fiend must be made to comprehend the wrath of the divine. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Thor, who was engaged in a vigorous battle in the distance, became displeased. Swinging his hammer, he indignantly declared, "Mortal, how dare you speak to the king of gods in such a manner? You must be seeking your own demise." As the prince of the Asgardian pantheon, he was accustomed to being revered by every race he encountered, each one treating him as a revered ancestor, fearful of incurring his displeasure. This long-standing treatment had fostered an innate sense of superiority within him, viewing other races as mere insects. Thus, the audacity of a mere insect addressing his father in such a manner ignited his fury. Just as Thor was about to charge forward, the three warriors of the Celestial Palace acted with greater swiftness. "Purple Giant, apologize to our divine king at once, or we shall slay you. Yes, kneel and beg for forgiveness. We might just spare you if we are pleased. Do not be foolish, for we are the illustrious trio of warriors from Asgard's Celestial Palace." Thanos disregarded the three warriors, focusing solely on Odin. In his eyes, the only worthy opponent was the elderly figure teetering on the brink of the grave. The others were beneath his notice. Infuriated by being overlooked, the trio resolved to teach him a lesson themselves. Swiftly, they soared toward Thanos, gripping their weapons tightly as they advanced. Odin, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes but did not intervene, evidently wishing to use the warriors to gauge Thanos' prowess. The names of the Celestial Palace warriors were Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg. Among them, Vandal is the mightiest, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed warrior wielding a long sword. The second strongest is Volstagg, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, brandishing a massive double-headed axe. Although Hogun is the weakest among the trio and not of the Asgardian lineage, he possesses a modicum of mysterious magic and wields a spiked mace. All three have achieved planetary-level strength, placing them among the second tier within the Asgardian pantheon, which explains their arrogance. Chapter 21. Suspended in the cosmos, Thanos coldly observes the trio of warriors from the Celestial Palace charging towards him. The Dark Legion warriors and interstellar behemoths have attempted to thwart their advance, yet they were all vanquished. From this perspective, their prowess is indeed notable, but to him, they are merely larger ants. He is perplexed by Odin's decision to send these three to their demise, yet if they seek an early end, he shall oblige. With this thought, he even placed the blade of tyranny behind his back and crossed his arms. Moments later, the three warriors approached Thanos in a triangular formation. Leading the charge was the hulking Volstagg, flanked by Vandal and Hogun. As Volstagg beheld the colossal figure of Thanos, excitement surged within him. Should he slay the enemy leader, the invasion would effectively conclude, and he could emerge as a hero of Asgard, potentially ascending to the status of a council member. With this vision of glory beckoning, his energy surged, propelling him forward with greater speed. "Purple potato monster, perish," he proclaimed, raising his axe high and bringing it down with tremendous force. Thanos, however, barely glanced in his direction, disdainfully shaking his head. "So many empty words," he muttered, then raised his palm and struck downward. Volstagg, witnessing Thanos' contemptuous disregard, felt a surge of elation. After all, his double-headed axe was a renowned artifact of Asgard, having once obliterated a satellite with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. With his opponent so overconfident, he might just vanquish him in a single blow. As visions of glory and accolades danced before him, he roared, "May you repent in the depths of hell." With great anticipation, he swung his revered weapon, only for it to meet Thanos' palm. In the next instant, he was met with an overwhelming resistance. What transpired next left him wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. As he watched in horror as his double-headed axe was obliterated as easily as if it were mere tofu. How is this possible? This battle axe is a divine weapon capable of cleaving planets asunder. Could it be that Thanos' physique is more resilient than that of a celestial body? Yet, before he could ponder further, that ominous purple hand materialized before him. In the next instant, his head was crushed into fragments, as if it were mere tofu. A torrent of crimson and ivory filled the space around him. Thanos, however, did not relent, continuing his assault relentlessly. Soon, Wolstark's body was reduced to a mere mass of flesh, scattering into the cosmos. "No!" Vandal and Hogun exclaimed in unison, driven by a surge of fury. Wolstark was the eldest among them, embodying not only brotherly bonds, but also a mentor-like affection. In their trio, Wolstark had once been the strongest, yet he had gradually diminished his own power to guide them. Admittedly, age had begun to take its toll on him, leading to a slight physical decline. But this could never overshadow the profound gratitude and camaraderie he had imparted upon them. With this thought, the two, disregarding the disparity in their strengths, unleashed all their energy, wielding their weapons with fierce determination. "No!" Thor, witnessing the scene from afar, let out a heart-wrenching cry, fueled by rage over Wolstark's demise, as well as a plea for Vandal and Hogun to retreat. If Thanos could obliterate Wolstark with a single strike, what chance did they have? Yet, consumed by wrath, Vandal and Hogun charged forward without hesitation. The outcome, as Thor had anticipated, was grim. The two were swiftly dispatched by Thanos, as effortlessly as one would swat away two pesky insects. In the vacuum of space, the scene was gruesome, with flesh and blood erupting outward in a chaotic display of red and white. The brutality of the spectacle was undeniable. Odin, however, felt no sorrow over the demise of the three valiant warriors. The only regret was the inability to gauge Thanos' true strength, resulting in their needless sacrifice. This realization made him increasingly cautious, for he now harbored doubts about his own ability to conquer the foe. Should he also fall, Asgard would surely face ruin. At that moment, Thor, noticing his father-s in action, felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he quickly gripped his mighty hammer and soared toward Thanos. "Thanos, prepare to meet your end." His bond with the three warriors was profound. They had fought side by side during countless conflicts, forging an unbreakable camaraderie. When Loki had plotted against him, it was the three valiant warriors who had rushed to his aid, journeying to Blue Star in search of him. As he contemplated this, his entire being began to shimmer with electric sparks, the Mjolnir in his grasp dancing with arcs of lightning. As he soared forward, every dark cult warrior and interstellar behemoth touched by the lightning was instantly reduced to charred remains. No one could stand in his way, nor could they hinder his quest for vengeance. "Do not go. Come back to me." Odin, witnessing his son's reckless fervor, was suddenly unsettled. Even he, a being of divine stature, lacked the confidence to confront Thanos. Thus, Thor, with only the strength of a demigod, stood no chance against such an adversary. To charge forth now would merely be to offer himself as a sacrifice. Observing that his son showed no signs of retreat, Odin clenched the eternal spear in frustration and hastened to follow. He could not allow his son to perish. Otherwise, who would inherit his empire, his legacy? In the distance, Thanos, noticing Thor and Odin approaching in succession, ceased his arrogance, gripping the Titan's blade from behind him. While he might dismiss the so-called three warriors of the Celestial Palace, he could not afford to underestimate Thor, nor could he overlook Odin. As the ruler of the galaxy, Odin ranked among the elite of divine beings. And the eternal spear he wielded possessed a remarkable accuracy, often spoken of in tandem with Zeus's weapon, the thunderbolt, as two of the mightiest artifacts among the gods. As for Thor, though currently lacking in strength, his potential was immense. In the future, he could even contend with Thanos, who wielded all 6 Infinity Stones. The Stormbreaker had nearly brought an end to the Avengers in their third installment. Chapter 22, Thor certainly heard Odin's plea. However, consumed by rage, he disregarded his father's concerns, fixated solely on avenging the 3 celestial warriors. Thanos, observing the dark cult warriors and interstellar beasts, unfazed by the rampaging Thor, remained resolute in standing before him. Yet, in light of the overwhelming disparity in power, such actions amounted to futile sacrifices. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to withdraw. At their level of combat, these minions served little purpose, merely capable of depleting the opponent's energy. If his forces were in a position of advantage, sacrificing a few to exhaust the enemy would be inconsequential. However, given the uncertain state of the current battle, there was no need to squander his troops. Upon receiving the command, the dark cult warriors and interstellar beasts promptly cleared the way, allowing Thor and Odin to accelerate their advance. Simultaneously, the Obsidian Five emerged from their cosmic worship. Upon witnessing Thor and Odin charge towards their master, they gripped their weapons tightly and rushed forward to offer support. While they harbored great faith in their master, the appearance of guardianship was still necessary. Nevertheless, Thanos, upon seeing this, commanded them to refrain from approaching. After all, the strength of the Black Obsidian Five is merely planetary, akin to the previous 3 simpletons, utterly incapable of intervening in the battle between him and Odin. A moment later, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, approached the vicinity of Thanos. With a furious roar, Thor's aura surged, rapidly reaching the pinnacle of a demigod, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. However, even this power was still insufficient against Thanos. At that moment, a menacing presence enveloped him entirely. Upon glancing around, he discovered Odin not far behind him. Brandishing the eternal spear, his remaining eye fixated intently on Thanos. The palpable danger emanated from Odin, evidently providing cover for Thor. Observing this, Thanos felt an influx of energy coursing through him as he summoned his full might, swinging the tyrant's cleaver with ferocity. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom. Echoing through the tranquil vacuum of space, the sound of the 2 divine artifacts colliding reverberating in everyone's minds. Thor felt the immense force transmitted through Mjolnir, leaving him astounded. Yet, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of energy within him. With another furious roar, lightning erupted from his body, radiating outward. Nevertheless, no matter how hard he exerted himself or how fervently he channeled his energy, Mjolnir remained immobile, unable to advance an inch. The disparity in their powers was simply too vast. Thanos remarked nonchalantly, "Is this all the strength you possess?" With that, he exerted pressure with both hands, and the purple light emanating from the tyrant's cleaver intensified, forcefully pushing forward. Thor was instantly struck back by the unstoppable force, hurtling through the air. Fortunately, Odin arrived just in time to catch him. "Do not act recklessly. Have you forgotten?" His voice carried a tone of disappointment mixed with affection. He felt utterly helpless regarding his son. Once Thor steadied himself, he attempted to retort, but upon seeing the concern in Odin's eyes, he lowered his head in shame. "I understand." Although Odin felt a sigh of relief within, he gazed at Mjolnir with a tinge of sorrow, saying, "Return, do not hinder me further." A massive crack appeared on Mjolnir, threatening to split it in 2. This deeply troubled him, for the hammer was forged from a cooled star, only a tier weaker than the eternal spear, and he had not anticipated it nearly being severed by a single blow. Upon hearing this, Thor resolutely shook his head and declared, "No, I must avenge them." With that, he raised Mjolnir once more, prepared to continue the fight. However, when he noticed the tragic state of Mjolnir, he was momentarily stunned. How could this artifact, which had accompanied him for centuries, have become so ravaged? "Quick, return it to me." Odin barely had time to comfort his son before he saw Thanos charging toward them. At that moment, Thanos was internally scoffing. This father and son duo truly treated war as if it were a film. Even in the face of grave danger, they seemed to be engrossed in their own world, utterly disregarding him. He was not like those villains in movies who would patiently wait for their opponents to finish their chatter. In the next instant, a deafening clang reverberated across the battlefield. The tyrant's blade and the eternal spear, 2 premier artifacts, clashed for the first time in the universe. Through their weapons, Thanos and Odin distinctly felt each other's formidable strength. Here was an adversary whose power was not inferior to his own, igniting a spark of excitement within Thanos. After being in this world for so long, he was finally encountering an opponent who could match him in strength. In stark contrast to Thanos' exhilaration, Odin's heart was heavy with foreboding, for he knew that the battle could not be resolved swiftly. In the following moment, both warriors unleashed a flurry of strikes and blocks. The sound of metal clashing resonating like a rapid percussion. Within a mere 3 seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows, their speed so remarkable that no outsider could perceive it. Shortly thereafter, Odin seized an opportunity to force Thanos back. His divine powers surged within him, and the eternal spear unleashed a torrent of formidable energy. Observing this, Thanos felt the destructive energy within him surge as well, and he swung his blade against this powerful force. In an instant, a clash of white and purple energies erupted, their immense might causing the surrounding space to crack ever so slightly. Thor, who had initially prepared to depart, upon seeing the stalemate between Thanos and his father, promptly returned. With Mjolnir nearly destroyed, he refrained from using it, and instead clenched his fists, radiating intense lightning. Odin quickly noticed his son's actions and shouted in alarm. Thor, no. He understood that the enemy, like himself, was not exerting their full strength. His foolish son could not possibly succeed in a surprise attack. Yet, his warning came too late. Thor had already closed the distance to within a meter of Thanos, raising his electrified hands, ready to strike down. A subtle smile crept across Thanos' lips, and in the next moment, his form vanished from sight. Chapter 23. With Thanos' obstruction gone, Odin's energy surged forward unabated. Before him stood Thor. No. With a furious roar, Odin immediately ceased the flow of energy. However, Thanos suddenly appeared, channeling destructive energy that propelled the attack forward. In an instant, Thor was struck by the energy emitted by his father. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, as if his skin were seared and his insides torn asunder. A scream escaped his lips as he was hurled away by the immense force, soaring into the distant cosmos. Upon witnessing this, Odin's divine power surged within him, ready to retrieve his son. Yet, in the next moment, Thanos materialized before him. No one was there to interrupt their battle now. Odin's lone eye widened, filled with fury and hatred. It was this very fiend who had nearly brought about his son's demise. At this moment, Thor's essence had grown exceedingly faint. If he could not be rescued promptly, dire consequences loomed. Thanos, perish! A thicker, brighter beam of energy erupted from the eternal spear. Simultaneously, a soft, white light emanated from Odin's being, a manifestation of his full divine might. Thanos, sensing the impending threat, swiftly spun the blade of tyranny to counter the oncoming assault. As the two became ensnared in a clash of energies, Odin's urgency escalated. However, he soon found solace as he beheld Sif racing towards Thor, dispatching all adversaries that obstructed her path with lethal precision. Yet, he also discerned the battlefield's deteriorating situation, which was decidedly unfavorable for them. The Asgardian forces, once bolstered by numerical superiority, were now faltering as their ships succumbed to destruction due to depleted energy reserves. Though the Asgardian warriors fought valiantly, they began to wane under the relentless bombardment of enemy vessels and the massacre wrought by the Black Order. This was untenable. Thanos had to be dealt with swiftly, so he could lend support to his beleaguered troops. With this thought, he concluded his energy wave, grasped the eternal spear, and surged forward once more. A resounding clang echoed as his formidable attack, even though blocked by Thanos, continued to press onward. Thanos sensed the overwhelming force before him, and the destructive energy within him surged forth in response. However, Odin, a seasoned and formidable celestial being, wielded a power that Thanos could not withstand for long. Thus, he was forced to retreat, and after a brief struggle, the two found themselves beyond the battlefield, at the edge of a stellar system. Here lay a multitude of asteroids, varying in size, serving as a bulwark against incursions from particularly massive celestial bodies. In short order, Odin had driven Thanos onto an asteroid with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. The irregularly shaped meteorite was instantly shattered by the two, transforming into a multitude of fragments that scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Thanos leveraged the meteorite's thrust to stabilize his stance. Is this the might of the ruler of the galaxy? It is hardly impressive. After a dismissive smile, his entire being radiated a brilliant purple light as he activated the powers of a sovereign. In an instant, his strength surged once more, overpowering Odin. What? Feeling an ever-increasing force emanating from his hand, Odin was taken aback, realizing that his opponent had held back until now. Judging by the current display of power, Thanos was indeed a few notches stronger. With a furious shout, Odin summoned his divine energy once again, but this time, amidst the white brilliance enveloping him. Strands of gold began to emerge. Simultaneously, an illusion of a golden chalice appeared above his head. The Dropner Golden Chalice. Thanos swiftly recalled the name of this artifact from his memory. It is a relic of immense power, comparable to the Eternal Spear, albeit an auxiliary one. It possesses the ability to accelerate the recovery of wounds and energy, temporarily augmenting strength. Yet, this was not the end. As the golden chalice manifested, Odin's armor transformed, radiating golden light, while his helmet morphed into an eagle shape. In truth, this eagle helm and golden armor were also artifacts, though their capabilities and renown pale in comparison to the Eternal Spear and the Chalice. With the emergence of Odin's 4 artifacts, his power finally matched that of Thanos. In no time, he exerted force to push Thanos away while simultaneously using the recoil to retreat, gripping the Eternal Spear tightly and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. However, unlike the previous 2 energy shockwaves, this assault resembled a laser gun, continuously firing beams of energy. Thanos, observing this, nonchalantly swung his Tyrant-S blade, deflecting waves of energy that soared towards the nearby meteorites. In an instant, the cluster of meteorites found themselves in peril, being struck by Odin's energy and reduced to mere dust. Although the energy of the Asgardian deities is termed divine power, it possesses formidable destructive capability. After a while, Odin's assault showed no signs of abating, yet there were no meteorites larger than 10 kilometers in diameter left in the vicinity. Chapter 24. A thunderous roar echoed as yet another colossal meteorite was obliterated by the residual energy from the 2. Such occurrences had become frequent. These meteorites were too diminutive. The largest merely 1,000 kilometers in diameter, unable to withstand even the aftermath of their skirmishes. Nonetheless, the 2 seemed unsatisfied, continuing their clash as they soared towards the nearest planet. This planet boasts a diameter of approximately 100,000 kilometers. Due to its considerable distance from the star, sunlight scarcely penetrates this realm, rendering the environment somber and shrouded in frost. However, tranquility was shattered today as an impending catastrophe loomed over this serene sphere. Thanos managed to deflect Odin's assault, yet the force of the impact propelled him into the planet's atmosphere. The atmospheric pressure here is at least 20 times that of an ordinary planet, with gravity thrice as potent. Although it had little effect on him, battling in such conditions was a stark contrast to the vacuum of space. Before he could ascend back into the cosmos, Odin's eternal spear radiated a blinding light, followed by a surge of energy hurtling towards him. Odin, having discerned that Thanos was momentarily vulnerable due to the planet's influence, intended to prevent his escape. Nevertheless, while tethered by gravity and atmospheric pressure, there were ample opportunities for leverage. With a swift motion of his empty hand, he propelled himself backward with a powerful gust, narrowly evading Odin's onslaught. In the next moment, the planet's surface was marred by a deep crater, several kilometers in diameter, courtesy of Odin's relentless attack. Desiring to continue his offensive, Odin was thwarted as Thanos seized the opportunity to burst forth from the atmosphere, delivering a lethal strike. Yet, Odin executed a sudden, cunning maneuver to the right, artfully dodging the blow. Consequently, the destructive energy from Thanos' blade sailed past him, descending onto the planet below. In an instant, a 20-kilometer-long gash was carved into the surface, its depth unknown. Undeterred, Thanos swung his blade of tyranny in a swift counterattack. This time, Odin found himself unable to evade, resorting to raising his spear in defense. A tremendous crash resounded as Odin was thrust into the planet's atmosphere by the overwhelming force. Observing this, Thanos smirked and promptly pursued him. The ensuing battle unfolded within the atmosphere, where Thanos, having honed his skills in a gravity chamber, adapted seamlessly to the 30-fold gravity. In contrast, Odin felt increasingly hindered, struggling to fend off Thanos' strikes. As their conflict escalated, the atmosphere was scarred, resulting in gas escaping into the void. Within half an hour, the atmospheric pressure plummeted from 20 to a standard level. The planet's surface lay in ruins, perilously close to disintegration, particularly with one gash nearly severing the entire planet. However, the planet's core had cooled, preventing any magma from surfacing. At that moment, a resounding clash echoed as Odin successfully blocked Thanos' attack with his spear. After taking a few deep breaths, he noticed Thanos charging towards him once again. The divine power within him surged rapidly, and another energy blast erupted forth. Observing this, a subtle smile crept across Thanos' lips. He had finally discerned his opponent's vulnerability. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from battle, the adversary's reactions were slightly sluggish, compounded by the effects of gravity that hindered his movements. To compensate for this disparity, Odin was forced to expend even more energy. Once his opponent's energy was depleted, it would signal his demise. With a swift evasion, he dodged the incoming assault and raised the tyrant's bane to strike. Yet, this attack was once more thwarted by the eternal spear. Just as he prepared to launch another offensive, an unsettling sensation pricked at him from behind. Executing a backward leap to ascertain Odin's lack of aggression, he cast a glance over his shoulder. To his astonishment, he realized that Odin's energy blast had ingeniously struck the fissure he had created, impacting the planet's core. At that moment, the planet's core began to erupt violently. A thunderous roar echoed, only to swiftly diminish and vanish. This was not the end of the explosion, but rather the disappearance of the atmosphere. Without atmospheric pressure to carry sound, silence ensued. Before long, the planet completely fractured, transforming into myriad fragments that scattered into the void. Understanding dawned upon him. Odin had identified his flaw and opted to annihilate the planet. Nevertheless, he pondered, even without the planet's constraints, could Odin truly withstand his might? Soon, he soared towards a colossal rock, using it to propel himself towards Odin. This was destined to be a protracted battle, where every ounce of conserved strength would serve as a crucial asset for future victory. On the battlefield beyond the stars, the death of the three valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace had rendered Thor incapable of combat, while Odin remained preoccupied. The tide of war had turned decidedly against them. The combat prowess of the Black Order was beyond what ordinary Asgardian warriors could withstand. Each strike they delivered resulted in significant enemy casualties. The Sanctum, too, was equally relentless. A massive energy blast erupted from its core, striking a large enemy warship mere seconds later. In an instant, that vessel erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Following the assault, Sanctum 2 began to recharge, preparing for its next strike. On the Asgardian side, apart from medium and large warships with remaining energy, the small vessels were akin to mobile coffins. However, the attacks from the medium and large warships were utterly incapable of penetrating the shields of the escort vessels. As the conflict raged on, casualties among the Asgardian ranks mounted, and the encirclement by Thanos' forces continued to tighten. Within the principal vessel of Asgard, Sif gently laid Thor upon a hospital bed, beside which rested the nearly severed Mjolnir. At that moment, Thor's complexion was ashen, devoid of any hint of color, and he lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber. Seeing him in such a state stirred a profound sense of anguish within Sif. Shortly thereafter, as beams of light flickered, a series of data sets swiftly materialized. Upon examining this information, panic surged through her. She was at a loss for what to do. The data revealed that Thor's condition was dire. 25 of his bones were fractured, over 50% of his muscles were contused, and 30% of his skin was damaged. More alarmingly, an energy of destruction coursed through his body, relentlessly eroding his very essence. If Thor could not expel this destructive force immediately, he might soon draw his last breath. Yet, in the face of this annihilating energy, she felt utterly powerless, as her divine strength was insufficient and lacked the necessary purity. The only beings capable of rescuing Thor were Odin, the All-Father, or perhaps Hela and the Queen. Chapter 25. Confronted with Thor's perilous predicament, Sif found herself in a profound moral quandary. If she were to retreat now, she might secure Thor's fragile life. However, the sudden disappearance of the flagship from the battlefield not only deprived them of crucial support, but also threatened to complicate the ongoing conflict. The mere absence of the flagship sent ripples of discontent and fear through the ranks. On one hand lay the life of her beloved, on the other, the fate of the war itself. This dilemma left her uncertain of the right course of action. Just then, the flagship trembled violently. A series of resounding booms followed, and the lights shifted to crimson. Attention all units. The warship is under attack. Please take necessary protective measures. Upon hearing this, Sif found clarity amidst her indecision. Given the current circumstances, victory in this war seemed increasingly elusive. Rather than remain passive in the face of impending doom, she resolved to prioritize saving Thor. With this determination, she sprinted towards the command center. After a fervent discussion, Lucy, faced with the dwindling energy of the flagship, reluctantly closed her eyes and consented to the retreat plan. However, before the flagship departed, she chose to remain behind, opting to share the fate of the warriors outside. As Sif had anticipated, the flagship's withdrawal dealt a significant blow to the morale on the battlefield. Some Asgardian warriors even believed Odin had perished, prompting them to abandon their foes and flee. Yet, in the vast emptiness of space, the nearest planet lay millions of kilometers away. Where could they possibly escape? Ultimately, they could only retreat back to the warship. This chaos within the flagship hindered any effective counterattack, resulting in a chain reaction that wrought even greater losses upon the Asgardian forces. Given the current state of affairs, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the defeat of Asgard seems inevitable. Within the stellar system, Odin and Thanos engaged in a fierce battle, soaring through the cosmos until they approached the vicinity of another planet. In truth, Odin had no desire to venture here. He was relentlessly pursued by Thanos, forced to fly in this direction. The moment he laid eyes upon the planet, he comprehended Thanos' intentions. It was merely a ploy to draw him into combat on the planet's surface, depleting his already dwindling energy reserves. This realization sparked a sense of urgency within him. The condition of Thor remained uncertain, as did the overall situation on the battlefield, leaving him in a state of distress. The thought of either his son perishing or losing the battle was unbearable. After a brief skirmish that pushed him to the edge of the planet's atmosphere, a resolute expression crossed his face. "Thanos, you have forced my hand." With a thunderous cry, a golden radiance enveloped Odin's entire being. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled with newfound vigor, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold. In the blink of an eye, the once-aged Odin morphed into a robust figure in his 30s. A formidable aura surged forth, rupturing the atmosphere beneath him and creating a gaping void. The powerful currents of air buffeted his form, while the planet itself seemed to sense an imminent threat. The clouds darkened ominously, and brilliant bolts of lightning erupted. Indeed, these were not mere flashes, but rather a consequence of the atmospheric collapse, leading to a drastic reduction in air pressure. This chain reaction lowered the boiling point of water, causing vast quantities to vaporize, which in turn darkened the clouds. The evaporation also resulted in the separation of numerous positive and negative electrons, manifesting as lightning. The lightning struck in accordance with the direction of the rising moisture, creating the appearance of bolts shooting outward. However, at Odin's level of power, the lightning was akin to a mere tickle, thus he paid it no heed. Upon sensing the tremendous energy emanating from his opponent, Thanos' expression shifted to one of grave concern. He had not anticipated that this old adversary still possessed an undisclosed trump card, demonstrating remarkable composure. Soon, a violent surge of purple light enveloped Thanos, signifying that the destructive energy within him had reached its zenith. At that moment, Odin's aura ceased its expansion. A sinister smile crept across his face as he felt the vast divine power coursing through him. "You are the second to compel me to resort to this technique. Even in death, you shall feel honored. Bring forth the spear." With a furious shout, the eternal spear appeared to undergo a metamorphosis, its length extending from 2 meters to an astonishing 3 meters, undergoing a remarkable transformation in form. Transformed into a fearsome visage, Odin exuded an aura of terror. To death. In an instant, he traversed a distance of over a kilometer, materializing before Thanos. This transformation, known as divine presence, was a last resort. As its usage came with dire repercussions, it would deplete his lifespan, hasten his descent into slumber, and induce a subsequent period of frailty. With a resounding clang, the clash of two divine artifacts reverberated through the cosmos, dispersing even the lightning emitted by the planet. For the first time, Thanos felt the weight of immense pressure. In the next heartbeat, the golden radiance enveloping Odin coalesced into spearheads, launching toward him. These projectiles pierced through the purple aura surrounding him, striking his form. A cacophony of metallic sounds ensued. While the majority were thwarted by his tyrant armor, some found their mark on his exposed arms and visage. Yet, Thanos' formidable constitution rendered these injuries inconsequential. Odin, witnessing this, wore an expression of disbelief. The spearheads, though not as resilient as the eternal spear, possessed a hardness comparable to half that of vibranium. The fact that they could not breach even the skin of his opponent was a testament to Thanos' formidable fortitude. In response to Odin's astonishment, Thanos merely offered a faint smile. He epitomized the archetype of a warrior with high attack, high defense, and high vitality, what one might call the triple high. If such minimal assault could inflict damage upon him, then what was the purpose of his existence? Swiftly, he clutched the tyrant's cleaver in one hand while his other fist tightened, launching an attack. A thunderous boom echoed as his fist met Odin's armor, yet it inflicted little harm. The armor appeared even more resilient than his own tyrant armor, leaving him feeling somewhat chagrined. Observing this, Odin responded in kind, clenching his fist to deliver a counterstrike. Another resounding crash followed, and he too was left embarrassed, unable to penetrate the defenses. As the stalemate persisted, Odin's anxiety intensified. He had not anticipated the extraordinary resilience of the purple giant before him. In his current state of divine presence, every second exacted a heavy toll, rendering him ill-suited for a protracted battle. Realizing this, he exerted force to push Thanos back and began to gather his divine power. His form shimmered with a cascade of golden light, and a formidable aura began to saturate the surroundings, causing even the nameless planet beneath them to tremble. Thanos, upon witnessing this, gripped the tyrant's cleaver tightly, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. Simultaneously, the destructive energy within him surged to full potency. The active skill, Force of Destruction, was activated. In the next moment, a brilliant violet radiance enveloped him, and the tyrant's blade sprouted numerous tendrils of purple energy. At that moment, Odin raised the Spear of Eternity and proclaimed with thunderous authority, "Eternal gods." In an instant, a formidable aura locked onto Thanos, and a multitude of spear shadows erupted forth, hurtling toward the foe. Thanos, witnessing this, gripped the tyrant's blade tightly and began to spin it rapidly. The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly. However, the spear shadows seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of abating. Moments later, several spear shadows pierced through his defenses, leaving behind distinct marks upon his form. Though they had yet to breach his defenses completely, their strength had notably increased, now possessing at least the hardness of vibranium. If this continued, the cumulative effect would surely inflict harm upon him. Realizing this, Thanos extended his left hand, gathering a vast amount of annihilative energy. After fending off the assault for a while longer, he noted that Odin showed no inclination to cease, and thus unleashed his energy. Annihilation. With a roar, a brilliant purple light surged forth, momentarily overshadowing Odin's golden glow. All incoming spear shadows were obliterated by the destructive energy he wielded. Yet, despite the potency of this annihilation, it lacked sustained energy, and soon was overwhelmed by the relentless spear shadows. The golden radiance once again blanketed the sky. Seizing this fleeting moment, Thanos created a clone to divert Odin's attacks, allowing his true self to evade the onslaught and charge toward his adversary. Prepare to meet your end. Upon seeing Thanos advance, Odin immediately halted his ultimate attack and thrust the Spear of Eternity forward. A resounding clash echoed. Although Odin had enhanced his strength through divine intervention, he was still pushed back relentlessly by the dual-state Thanos. Soon, the two found themselves near the planet's atmosphere. A continuous rumble filled the air as bolts of lightning erupted from the breached atmosphere, yet the force of their auras repelled them, causing no harm whatsoever. At their level of power, planetary-scale disasters posed no threat to them. After a minute, with a thunderous boom, Thanos propelled Odin downward like a meteor, causing the already trembling crust to quiver violently, triggering earthquakes and even volcanic eruptions. This planet was not large, being more than half the size of the one previously destroyed, with a gravity of approximately 14 times that of Earth. As for the atmospheric pressure, it had rapidly diminished due to the ruptured atmosphere, now hovering around 0.8 atmospheres. Yet, Thanos did not relent, continuing to drive Odin deeper toward the planet's core. This planet evidently possesses an active core, and should Odin be thrust into the molten depths, it would deplete a considerable amount of his energy. Odin is well aware of this. After a fierce roar, he unleashed his divine power and halted his advance. However, how could Thanos allow such an opportune moment to slip away? The destructive energy within him surged once more as he raised his tyrant's blade and struck. The clashing of weapons resounded, echoing through the air. An hour later, the planet could no longer withstand the aftermath of their battle. Its core began to explode, scattering fragments into the cosmos. This marked the second planet laid waste by their conflict. Meanwhile, beyond the stars, the war between the Dark Cult and Asgard was nearing its conclusion. Asgard's medium to large-sized warships, still brimming with energy, activated their space jumps and departed. The smaller ships, devoid of power, were obliterated. General Deathblade had intended to initiate a spatial blockade, ensuring not a single foe could escape. Yet, both Supergiant and Ebony Maw believed that if they cornered the enemy, even if they achieved ultimate victory, it would come at a tremendous cost. Thus, they deemed it wiser to let a few slip away while annihilating the majority. In the absence of Thanos, the Black Order would assume command of the war, contingent upon a collective vote. However, with Dark Knight Proxima and Black Dwarf abstaining, the spatial blockade was ultimately not enacted. Now, they turned their attention to the next matter at hand, whether to provide assistance to their master, Thanos. Yet, this discussion was abruptly halted when the second planet erupted. Although they had reached the pinnacle of planetary power, on the brink of ascending to demigod status, they found themselves utterly powerless in the face of such cataclysmic devastation. A mere shockwave from the battle could spell their demise. General Deathblade gazed at the screen displaying the disintegrated planet and, filled with trepidation, inquired, "What do you think is the extent of our master's power?" Even a planet is but a toy in his hands. Dark Knight Proxima shook his head, an expression of admiration gracing his features as he replied, I do not know, but I believe the strongest in the universe is perhaps not far from that. Indeed, our master's strength likely exceeds our wildest imaginations. Supergiant nodded affirmatively. Though his expression was obscured, his tone conveyed deep reverence. Ebony Maw's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fervently declared, Indeed, we can only follow in our master's wake, conquering all that his gaze encompasses to prove our loyalty. Among the Black Order, only the somewhat dull-witted Black Dwarf nodded incessantly, struggling to articulate his admiration, ultimately exclaiming, Wow. Chapter 27. The members of the Black Order joined Thanos' team at different times. Among them, General Deathblade was the first to become a subordinate of Thanos, followed by Ebony Maw, the Dark Proximity Star, the Black Dwarf, and finally, the Supergiant. In his ambition to ascend as the foremost among the 5 generals, General Deathblade allied himself with the Dark Proximity Star, aware that he was the weakest among the 5. The Dark Proximity Star consented to this union in order to secure his position. It can be said that the Black Order does not possess the harmony it outwardly appears to have. However, the tension has not escalated to the point of mutual enmity. After a thorough discussion, they resumed their pursuit of the Asgardian pantheon. Although the outcome of the battle seemed predetermined, with over 1 million Asgardians encircled, consolidating these gains would still require some time. After all, even 100,000 pigs would take considerable time to slaughter, let alone the Asgardians, whose individual strength surpasses that of the Dark Order by a factor of 2. On a recently obliterated planet, Odin and Thanos faced each other, both panting heavily. Typically, even after 10 days of combat, they would not break a sweat, but today's battle, where both exerted their full might, had drained their stamina and energy. They were now exceedingly weary, having disengaged from their overexerted states, and thus refrained from continuing their conflict immediately. After a moment, Odin spoke, Thanos, if you withdraw now, I shall overlook our past grievances. He felt uncertain about his ability to subdue his adversary and was contemplating a truce. In his youth, such a notion would have been inconceivable. Even aware of his impending defeat, he would have fought with fervor until the end. Yet now, with age came numerous concerns, and he had long surpassed the age of reckless desperation. Thanos merely smirked at Odin's words. You still do not grasp the reality of the situation. Instead of wasting time, you should observe what is occurring behind you. He knew that his forces held a decisive advantage. Once they eradicated the Asgardians, they would come to support him. At that point, the fleet of over 10,000 starships could simply outlast their opponents. Upon hearing Thanos' words, Odin cautiously turned his head to look behind him. In the next moment, he beheld an unbelievable sight. The Asgardians were ensnared by their foes, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. Yet he was powerless to return and offer aid. After a while, Odin managed to turn his head back, gritting his teeth and speaking fiercely, Speak. What conditions must be met for you to withdraw? Thanos shook his head, remaining silent. Even now, Odin had yet to clarify his own position, and there was no foundation for negotiation between them. For Thanos sought not only the entirety of the galaxy, but also the other 5 Infinity Stones. Their interests were irreconcilably opposed. Certainly, unless Odin is willing to become his subordinate, which is, of course, impossible. To expect a king of gods, the sovereign of the galaxy, to serve another is utterly unfathomable. Even in death, Odin would never acquiesce to such a fate. Recognizing the dire situation upon witnessing Thanos, Odin understood that the prospects for negotiation had all but evaporated. Thus, disregarding the potential backlash, he forcefully activated his divine state once more. Each fleeting second was a perilous gamble, with the lives of his loyal followers hanging in the balance. He had to act swiftly. Observing this, Thanos immediately initiated his own state of dominion and destruction. In the ensuing clash, the 2 titans found themselves evenly matched once again. After a short while, a spark of brilliance ignited in Odin's eyes, and his resplendent golden armor erupted in a shower of fragments that ensnared Thanos, momentarily restraining his movements. This armor was not merely a protective relic. It possessed the capability to subdue adversaries through sacrifice. Seizing the opportunity while Thanos was immobilized, Odin thrust his weapon into Thanos' chest. As disbelief clouded Thanos' gaze, Odin beamed with the triumphant smile of a victor, slowly extracting the eternal spear from its foe. At last, victory is mine, he exclaimed, his laughter echoing with triumph before he relinquished his divine state to aid his beleaguered allies. Under the relentless assault of his eternal spear, Odin swiftly vanquished his enemies. Yet, in the throes of his elation, the eagle helm atop his head flickered ominously. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him, as if everything was unfolding too smoothly, too incredulously. With this realization, the world around him began to feel surreal. An unexpected wave of nausea surged through him, and after a brief episode of retching, his vision blurred, transporting him back to the moment when he had slain Thanos. Before him stood the unscathed Thanos, surrounded by the still fracturing planets and his own embattled subordinates. It dawned upon Odin that everything had been an illusion. When did you acquire such a trick? Thanos mused, his hand caressing the Mind Stone, disappointment flooding his heart. Just as Odin had turned to glance behind him, Thanos had harnessed the stone's power. However, he had not anticipated that Odin, despite expending so much energy, could awaken from the illusion. Clearly, his mastery over the Mind Stone was still insufficient. Noticing Thanos' silence, Odin tightened his grip on the eternal spear, reactivating his divine state and charging forward once again. However, now that Thanos was aware of Odin's ace, he approached the battle with utmost caution, wary of being ensnared by the god's formidable armor once more. As time passed, Odin discerned that Thanos was once again forcing him down towards another planet. A chill immediately gripping his heart. Though he had employed his divine manifestation in the illusion, it had undeniably drained his energy and potential. In this moment, he could not sustain the divine presence for long. Escape was imperative. The adversary before him could only be confronted through the alliance with others. However, the subordinates he had brought along were of little consequence. Preserving one's life took precedence. With the thought of retreat solidified, he promptly began to seek an exit. After repelling Thanos once more, he swiftly abandoned his frontline fighters and soared backwards at full speed. Observing this, Thanos hastily pursued, fearful of his opponent's escape. Yet, at that moment, a radiant, rainbow-hued light suddenly surged from the distance. Upon witnessing this luminescence, an ominous premonition washed over him. Before he could react, the iridescent glow enveloped Odin, and in the blink of an eye, both he and the light had vanished. It turned out that Odin had instructed Heimdall to activate the Bifrost to facilitate his escape. This was a unique interstellar canon and portal belonging to the Asgardian pantheon. Witnessing this, Thanos' expression darkened, yet he found himself powerless against such advanced technology. 3 hours later, Thanos coldly surveyed the carnage before him, gradually retracting the blade of tyranny. Surrounding him were countless corpses and severed limbs, a staggering multitude that was nearly impossible to count. In this span of 3 hours, he and his minions had besieged over 1 million Asgardians. Though he had contemplated capturing a few prisoners, these Asgardians proved to be valiant warriors, refusing to surrender and ultimately perishing in battle. At that moment, the Black Order approached him, kneeling in unison. The commander, Corvus Glaive, respectfully bowed his head and spoke. My lord, having witnessed the clash between Thanos and Odin, they were now utterly convinced of their inferiority. Such cataclysmic power was unattainable, even after centuries of training. It was a divine force. In response to their deference, Thanos merely cast a fleeting glance before inquiring, what of Thor's body? Though Odin had fled, the death of Thor would still be a significant victory. Upon hearing his words, the Black Order lowered their heads even further. Noticing this, Thanos furrowed his brow. Displeased as he demanded, do not tell me he escaped? With the silence of the others palpable, Corvus Glaive, summoning his courage, replied, my lord, we did not see Thor. Before he could finish, Thanos' gaze intensified with fury. In the next moment, General Deathblade felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping his entire being, rendering even the act of breathing a struggle. How could a half-dead individual manage to escape? Dark Knight, the neighboring star, lowered his head and hastily spoke, my lord. It is as follows. The supergiant and the ebony throat feared that the enemy would fight to the last drop of blood, leading to significant losses on our part. Thus, they opted not to seal the space, allowing the enemy to flee. At that moment, they were unaware that Sif had long since escaped with Thor, mistakenly attributing the enemy's escape to their failure to secure the space. The supergiant and the ebony throat, realizing that Dark Knight was diverting blame, grew anxious. My lord, our decision was purely strategic. We were concerned about the potential losses to the Dark Cult. Indeed, we do not even know this Thor. Before they could finish, the pressure emanating from Thanos enveloped them both. This left the Black Obsidian 5 generals struggling under an immense burden. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down their foreheads. After a moment, Thanos observed his subordinates trembling on the ground and withdrew his oppressive aura. Speaking with a calm demeanor, do not speak to me of strategy. My strategy is to eliminate as many enemies as possible. Otherwise, Odin will utilize the resources of an entire galaxy against us, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand. The supergiant and the ebony throat may have possessed a tactical vision for warfare, yet their insight was lacking when viewed from the strategic perspective of an entire galaxy. Upon hearing these words, the Black Obsidian 5 generals immediately realized their grave miscalculation and were filled with regret. Particularly, the supergiant and the ebony throat wished to strike themselves for their folly. However, Thanos paid no heed to their inner turmoil and instead turned his gaze toward the distant cosmos, continuing, "All fleets, prepare yourselves. We shall hasten our pursuit." Following the traces left by the enemy, spacecrafts, when engaging in spatial jumps, inevitably leave behind traces within the fabric of space. Thanos, possessing the technology to trace these remnants, chose not to pursue the faults of his subordinates any further. Yes, the Black Obsidian 5 generals nodded, promptly rising to return to their ships. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, Odin appeared pale, gasping for breath. "Damn that cursed purple sweet potato." At that moment, Heimdall approached, his boots echoing with a clatter, revealing a look of concern. "My king, are you all right?" Odin had been covertly observing the battle between himself and Thanos. Witnessing Odin being pressed by his adversary filled Heimdall with anxiety. Had it not been for Odin's explicit command, he would have rushed to offer assistance. Odin shook his head, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he remarked, "During the Council of Gods, I had heard of a formidable being named Thanos from the neighboring Dragon Spiral Galaxy. At that time, I had mocked the neighbor for being unable to subdue even a single Titan, but I now realize that I underestimated him." Although he did not explicitly admit his inability to defeat the opponent, it was evident that he had already conceded. Despite possessing some hidden strategies, he had already exhausted his most formidable tactics, rendering those backups likely to cause only minor inconveniences for Thanos, incapable of altering the battle's outcome. Furthermore, he remained uncertain whether the adversary had any hidden cards left. The presence of the Mind Stone loomed large in his mind, casting a significant shadow over him. Fortunately, it was merely a projection of the Infinity Stones, not the actual gems. Reflecting on this, he suddenly recalled that he had a glove crafted for the Infinity Stones in his vault. In his youth, he had contemplated gathering the Infinity Stones to dominate the universe, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to a lack of leads. The only stone he was aware of was in the possession of that bald adversary, which he could not retrieve. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it further. At that moment, Heimdall abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, his pupils contracting sharply. A moment later, he spoke urgently, "All-Father, it seems the enemy has devised a means to track our cosmic vessels and is now approaching our fleet." Upon hearing this, Odin immediately sprang to his feet, his expression filled with concern as he moved outside. "What? They possess such capabilities?" Heimdall watched Odin depart, shaking his head in resignation, and then resumed his surveillance of the enemy fleet. Shortly thereafter, Odin arrived at the temple and issued a summons for the council. The power structure of Asgard was quite intriguing. Apart from the All-Father, there existed a council comprising 100 representatives, each of whom was required to possess at least planetary-level strength, on par with the Warriors 3. In addition to the strength requirement, each representative had to hold dominion over a territory within the galaxy, be it a star or planet. Given the vastness of the galaxy, it could easily accommodate millions of representatives. However, Odin's overwhelming desire for control led him to view the galaxy as his personal possession. Aside from the territories initially granted to his comrades who fought alongside him, no further distributions had occurred. Otherwise, he would not find himself so powerless against a single Thanos. If he unleashed over 100 million cosmic warships, even Thanos would be utterly exhausted. Chapter 29. Several hours later, over 100 representatives traversed the Rainbow Bridge, arriving at the continent of Asgard and entering the temple. By this time, Odin's demeanor had returned to normal, showing no signs of injury. As the gods took their seats, Odin rose, grasping the eternal spear. "Esteemed members of the council, we find ourselves beset by an unprecedented calamity. The enemies from the Panlong galaxy have infiltrated our realm through newly emerged wormholes, and I implore you to dispatch all available fleets for our support." As Odin's words resonated, a cacophony of discussion erupted among the assembly of gods. Is the Panlong galaxy not situated near the Milky Way? Indeed, how have they traversed such distance? Were not all wormholes sealed? What manner of foe could compel the All-Father to seek our aid? Has the chief deity of the Panlong galaxy met their demise? Otherwise, what could prompt such an invasion? It is inconceivable that we have received no prior warnings. Observing the growing turmoil among the deities, Odin could not restrain himself and struck the ground with his eternal spear. The resounding thud silenced the assembly instantly. Satisfied, Odin nodded and proclaimed, "Each member must dispatch 10 small spacecraft and one medium vessel to Asgard for assistance. The reason he refrained from requesting large warships is that only Asgard possesses the capacity to produce such vessels. Should any member dare to fabricate large warships independently, they would be guilty of treason. Upon hearing Odin's decree, the countenances of the gods shifted dramatically, for it had been ages since the Asgardian pantheon had reigned over the Milky Way and sealed all wormholes, resulting in a prolonged period of peace, with conflicts limited to mere quelling of dissent. Consequently, many had come to believe that rather than expend resources on building warships, it was more prudent to indulge in the pleasures of life. Now, demanding such a number of spacecraft from each member, it was likely that only a few could comply. Soon, the gods began to lament. "My realm has always been impoverished, devoid of resources to produce such vessels," one lamented. "Indeed, I find myself in the same plight. My warehouse holds but 3 ancient ships from a millennium past. Your Majesty, I am truly destitute. Not long ago, those wretched peasants revolted and destroyed all our warships. You are fortunate. I cannot even afford to construct a palace, let alone manufacture spacecraft." Listening to the chorus of grievances, Odin's brow furrowed deeply. It is worth noting that 1,000 years prior, had any Asgardian learned of an external threat, they would have selflessly contributed all they possessed to secure victory. Astonishingly, in just a millennium, the descendants of the Asgardian lineage have degenerated to such a degree. Shaking his head, he once more struck the ground with his eternal spear and declared, "Those who fail to meet the required number will have their resources requisitioned." Now, this assembly is adjourned. Initially, he had intended to offer encouragement and consider redistributing some planets. However, he had abandoned such notions, for these representatives had profoundly disappointed him. After the conclusion of the meeting, he promptly dispatched a messenger to inform his fleeing subordinates to seek refuge elsewhere, lest Thanos swiftly ascertain the coordinates of the realm of Asgard. Subsequently, he bore his injuries with great fortitude and made his way to Thor's palace. At that moment, Thor lay in bed, his complexion pale, lost in a deep unconsciousness. Beside him stood the goddess Frigga, one hand grasping her staff, while the other emanated a gentle, white glow. Although Frigga was not particularly adept at healing spells, she chose to intervene personally for the sake of her son. Thor's injuries were grievous, requiring the prowess of a demigod for healing, and she was the only one in all of Asgard capable of such magic. Odin, noticing the beads of sweat adorning Frigga's forehead, felt a pang of sorrow and stepped forward, expressing his concern. "Perhaps you should rest for a moment." He understood that the uncertainty of Thanos' arrival made preserving their strength of utmost importance. He could not afford to lose a demigod's combat capability before the battle had even begun. However, Frigga merely cast a fleeting glance at Odin, remaining silent and steadfast in her actions. To her, Thor was her lifeblood, while Odin was merely a means to an end. To the outside world, they appeared as a loving couple, a paragon of marital bliss. In truth, however, their relationship was devoid of love, reduced to a mere transaction, tinged with a hint of animosity. A millennium ago, her coven of witches had begun to be devoured by the powers of the other 8 realms following the death of their leader. In a desperate bid to protect her kin, she had reluctantly agreed to wed Odin. Yet, after aiding him in his dominion over the 9 realms, he began to oppress her coven, even sacrificing the Valkyries to exile her eldest daughter, Hela. Fearing the purity of the Asgardian bloodline was compromised due to Hela's awakening witch heritage, Odin was gripped by dread. Nonetheless, by that time, she was already with child again, and thus she suppressed her hatred, compelled to watch her daughter be banished to another dimension. When she entered into matrimony with Odin, they had signed a covenant stipulating that he could have no other wife. Therefore, all of Asgard's legacy would ultimately belong to her children, awaiting only Odin's demise for their inheritance. Until then, she was forced to endure all his transgressions. This was why, despite being fully aware of Odin's nightly escapades with other women, she chose to feign ignorance, not out of genuine oblivion, but to prevent Odin from seizing upon her vulnerabilities and violating their contract. Seeing the icy resolve in Frigga's gaze ignited a spark of fury within Odin, yet he swiftly quelled it. With a formidable adversary looming, now was not the time for internal strife. However, upon glancing at Sif beside him, Odin's patience waned considerably. His countenance darkened with rage as he raised the eternal spear, unleashing a devastating shockwave. With a resounding hum, Sif, caught entirely off guard, was struck, and her abdomen was instantly pierced, leaving a gaping wound that appeared to sever her in 2. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth. As her lips parted in a futile gasp, her eyes fixated on Odin, seemingly questioning the motive behind her impending demise. Odin, sheathing the eternal spear, seethed. who granted you the authority to return the flagship. Are you aware that your actions have led to the front line's defeat, resulting in the deaths of over 1 million Asgardian warriors? It is you who bears the blame for their demise. Moreover, according to the code, those who abandon their posts face execution. At these words, Sif could only close her eyes in reluctant resignation. Cursed be it, had she known, she would have refrained from rescuing this wretched fool. Chapter 30, On the Other Side of the Galaxy. The Black Order was diligently pursuing the traces left by the Asgardian fleet. Following a reprimand from Thanos, they recognized the gravity of the situation and thus pursued with fervor, daring not to rest even for a moment. However, it was not long before they encountered a complication. After their fourth space jump, the Asgardian fleet altered its course, veering in another direction. After some deliberation, they resolved to relay this information to Thanos. Upon receiving the news, Thanos immediately understood that Odin had detected their pursuit and had opted to abandon the ship to protect himself. He could only lament Odin's ruthlessness and decisiveness. These vessels were of medium to large size, carrying tens of thousands of souls, many of whom had previously fought valiantly for Odin, risking their lives against the Dark Order. It was shocking how swiftly they had been forsaken. Lacking any viable solutions, he ordered his subordinates to continue the pursuit of the Asgardian ships, instructing them to capture them alive if possible. Since these vanquished warriors would not return, he could only hope to extract the coordinates of Asgard from the fleet. Otherwise, locating such a place in the vast cosmos would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thanos refrained from personally pursuing them, as he had more pressing matters at hand. He then instructed his subordinates to continue constructing interstellar fortresses near the wormhole and to manufacture additional cosmic battleships on the planets in the rear. Meanwhile, he set off to explore planets and test his skills. Thus, the passage of time slipped by unnoticed, and 2 months elapsed. Reinforcements gradually brought over 300 more cosmic battleships, replenishing Thanos' fleet to a total of 10,000 vessels once again. The Black Order relentlessly obliterated one Asgardian spacecraft after another, yet none chose to surrender. In the final throes of battle, the warriors of Asgard resorted to self-destruction, leaving no opportunity for capture. Thus, Thanos, disheartened, resolved to govern the stars one by one. At that moment, he found himself on a desolate planet, radiating with a purple luminescence as he absorbed energy. Following his initial destruction of a planet, he had acquired a formidable ability to siphon energy. However, in pursuit of mastering the power of the Mind Stone, he had yet to fully explore this skill. After concluding his battle with Odin, he discovered this barren planet beneath him and commenced the use of his energy-absorbing technique. Simultaneously, he discerned a significant limitation of this ability. It could only extract energy from planets with a burning core. Those that had cooled into lifeless worlds yielded no energy whatsoever. After 2 months of absorption on this planet, its core began to cool gradually, and its atmosphere started to dissipate. This realization led him to understand that the so-called energy siphoning technique essentially drained the core of a planet, rendering a living world dead. At that moment, a resonant humming filled the air. Without needing to glance upward, he recognized that it was one of his subordinates approaching. Due to his initial use of the energy siphoning technique and uncertainty regarding when the planet would be completely drained and what would ensue afterward, he had prudently ordered his ships to remain 100,000 kilometers away in outer space for safety. Shortly thereafter, a silver-hued, remarkably futuristic small vessel came to a halt nearby. Moments later, its hatch opened, and a figure clad in a gray robe, their face obscured, descended. As the figure approached to within 10 meters of Thanos, they respectfully knelt on one knee. Esteemed Lord Thanos, we seem to have located traces of the Asgardian continent. Upon hearing this, Thanos lifted his gaze toward the newcomer. This individual was an executor of the Dark Order, also a bioengineered being, but not one of brute strength. Rather, they were of intellectual prowess. How did you ascertain this? Thanos inquired. The Dark Executor replied calmly, based on our analysis. The proud Odin would undoubtedly establish the Asgardian continent at the center of the galaxy to assert his power and achievements. Consequently, we focused our surveillance on the central regions of the Milky Way, and to our surprise, we have indeed identified a location that matches the descriptions. Thanos nodded in approval, stating, well done. Return at once. I shall follow shortly. As you command, my lord. Soon, the Dark Executor boarded the vessel and departed from the crumbling planet. Observing this, Thanos intensified his siphoning force, drawing a vast stream of energy into his being. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. Fissures opened in the ground, and volcanoes erupted, painting a vivid tableau of an apocalyptic scenario. However, this planet was devoid of life. rendering the notion of an apocalypse rather moot. After a span of 30 minutes, sensing the energy in his grasp gradually dissipating, he ceased his absorption and ascended into the sky. The thunderous sound of relentless explosions echoed from this planet, viewed from the expanse of outer space. It became evident that the planet was beyond salvation. Numerous land masses, dislodged by the cataclysmic blasts, broke free from the planet's gravitational pull and soared into the cosmos. Shortly after Thanos departed, the planet succumbed to a complete collapse, culminating in a grand explosion. Countless fragments of celestial bodies were propelled into space, leaving behind merely a shattered core, approximately 1,000 kilometers in diameter. This was the remnant of the planet, the sole testament to its former existence. In the vastness of outer space, Thanos accessed his personal attribute panel. Physique, 429424 strength, 351218 agility, 295780 mental power, 304487 active skill, power of destruction passive skills, Titan bloodline. Super recovery, super physique, super strength, super agility, potent mental power, resilient skin unique skills. Ruler, star absorption technique equipment, Tyrant's executioner, Tyrant's armor, Mind Stone. Upon reviewing his attributes, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. The absorption of the planet had augmented his four-dimensional attributes by more than 1,000, pushing them to over 3,000. Notably, his physique saw the most significant increase, while his mental power soared to over 30,000 due to a year of mastery over the Mind Stone. If each planet absorbed could yield such a substantial enhancement, then by consuming 100 planets, he estimated he could reach the pinnacle of the Celestial Father tier. Although the system panel did not display levels, his extensive research over the years had led to a differentiation of attributes and tiers: ordinary, strongman, superhuman, planetary, subcelestial, celestial, single universe, and multiverse. Among these, the average attribute for an ordinary individual is minimal. Strongman tier averages between 2 to 10 points. Superhuman tier ranges from 10 to 100 points. Planetary tier spans 100 to 1,000 points. Subcelestial tier encompasses 1,000 to 10,000 points, while celestial tier ranges from 10,000 to 100,000 points. Naturally, this classification was a personal and factional distinction. Other realms had their own terminologies. Chapter 31. After a while, Thanos returned to Sanctuary 2. Through the projection from the void, he observed the Dark Executor discovering a location suspected to be the continent of Asgard. This is a continent suspended in the vacuum of the cosmos. Indeed, it is a continent, not a planet. Such a phenomenon could not have formed naturally in the universe. It must have been artificially created. It is no wonder that the Dark Executor has identified this as the continent of Asgard. Consequently, Thanos promptly dispatched 10 reconnaissance ships to assess the situation. A week later, the reconnaissance vessels, with their remarkable speed, arrived at their destination, located 10,000 light-years away. From the images transmitted back, Thanos beheld the marvel of this continent. The flat terrain lacked a core, leaving the mechanism of gravity a mystery. Astonishingly, it experienced seasonal changes and tidal fluctuations, resembling a typical planet. However, as detailed data continued to arrive, Thanos discerned the distinctions that set this continent apart from a planet. An energy shield had replaced the atmosphere, enveloping the entire landmass, and there was an absence of gravitational forces above. At that moment, hovering over the continent were more than 15,000 warships, the majority of which were small vessels. Thanos was taken aback. He had not anticipated Odin's military potential to be so formidable. Even after having dispatched numerous cosmic ships, Odin could still muster such a substantial force. Given more time, the Asgardian gods could likely produce even more warships. This situation was untenable. He needed to subdue Odin swiftly, for the Asgardians' war capacity far surpassed his own. With this thought in mind, Thanos commanded the Temple 2 to mobilize and instructed the Ebony Maw and his fellow generals to take the lead and set forth. Another week passed. By a lake on the continent of Asgard, Thor, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding the restored Mjolnir, swung the hammer repeatedly. After lying in a sickbed for 10 days, he had finally recovered. Despite having greatly depleted his mother's magical energy, he had returned to full strength. Upon regaining his vitality, his first impulse was to train vigorously. Such a desire would have been unthinkable in the past. Previously, he had spent his days either indulging in drink or quelling unrest. Training was never a consideration, as the royal bloodline of Asgard bestowed upon him the strength of a demigod upon reaching adulthood, rendering the pursuit of further power unnecessary. This ease of attaining strength led him to take his abilities for granted, languishing in a state of lethargy. It also explained why he rarely employed his intellect, as there seemed little need for it. However, Following his confrontation with Thanos, he came to a profound realization. No matter how powerful his parents were, they could not shield him indefinitely. It was imperative for him to cultivate his own strength. He has been training for 4 days now. At this moment, with each swing of the Thunder Goddess hammer, it emitted a low, resonant sound. The lake before him was ceaselessly parted, momentarily calming before being disturbed once more. After a while, he breathlessly set down the hammer and shook his head. This method of training was proving ineffective. Although the royal bloodline of Asgard endowed him with a higher starting point and immense strength, it had now become a shackle, making it exceedingly difficult for him to break through his limitations. In the grand tapestry of existence, all things are fair. A powerful lineage can sometimes symbolize a constraint. At that instant, the distant temple resonated with the chimes of a bell, ringing out with a clear, sonorous tone. Upon hearing the sound, Thor's expression shifted dramatically, and he soared towards the temple. Typically, the temple's bells remained silent, only tolling during moments of great significance. Indeed, upon his arrival, he immediately observed his father, the All-Father, seated upon the throne, his countenance grave. Moments later, the temple was filled with people, some representatives even ascending into the air to secure their positions. At this juncture, Odin rose from his throne and struck the ground with his eternal spear. The two resounding thuds echoed in the ears of all present, instantly silencing the assembly. Satisfied, Odin nodded and began to speak. According to Heimdall's latest intelligence, the enemy approaches swiftly, expected to arrive within a day. I hereby declare Asgard to be in a state of emergency. First, all portals are to be closed, and the departure of any spacecraft is strictly prohibited. Second, all resources will be prioritized for war. Third, all individuals aged 15 and above shall automatically enter the reserve forces, obeying the commands of the highest command, which is to say my orders. Upon hearing this, the gods erupted into fervent discussions. Damn Thanos, we shall strike him down. Yes, long live Asgard, victory shall be ours. Under the leadership of our king, we will vanquish all foes. We vow to defend Asgard to the death, to protect our homeland. Observing his father issuing commands with unwavering authority, Thor felt a sudden yearning within. Compared to the relentless suppression and ceaseless killing he faced daily, it seemed far more exhilarating and empowering to sit upon the throne and command. That was the rightful place for a man. Yet, regrettably, barring unforeseen circumstances, his father was likely to live for several more centuries. Chapter 32, 2.5 trillion kilometers away from the continent of Asgard, a fleet of cosmic warships materialized from the void. Initially, small patrol vessels appeared, followed by medium-sized frigates, and then large warships. Subsequently, assault ships, motherships, and logistical vessels emerged in succession. At last, the flagship of the Black Order arrived at their destination. Their decision to leap to a point 2.5 million kilometers away was a result of meticulous post-war analysis of the technological prowess of the Asgardian pantheon. Upon realizing that the enemy lacked both long-range spatial blockades and space highways, they felt secure in venturing such a distance to prevent the enemy from deploying cosmic mines prematurely. This distance, for foes without space highway technology, would require 100 days to traverse at light speed. As for spatial jumping, that was an even more improbable feat, for they had already established a spatial blockade to hinder any enemy escape. Should the enemy dare to approach, Thanos would find it utterly amusing. With a significant technological advantage, he exuded confidence. Moreover, the journey to their destination would take merely a day, allowing ample time to muster their forces rather than hastily engaging the Asgardians. An hour later, an immense warship materialized in the cosmos. It was the Sanctum II, the vessel of Thanos. The mere sight of this Titan-class spacecraft instilled a palpable pressure among all present. Indeed, even the largest of warships appeared diminutive in its presence, a mere sibling, lacking in comparison. Within the command chamber of the Sanctum II, Thanos sat upon his throne, coldly grasping the Mind Stone, ever attuned to its formidable power. The Mind Stone compensated for his mental deficiencies, necessitating constant cultivation. Shortly thereafter, the projections of the Black Order materialized in the air, dutifully kneeling on one knee. "My lord," they intoned. Thanos opened his eyes, nodding slightly, and inquired, "What is the situation?" General Corvus Glaive raised his head and spoke first. "My lord, according to our reconnaissance, the enemy has amassed over 14,000 small spacecraft, more than 700 medium-sized vessels, and 11 large warships. It is evident that they are severely lacking in mid to large-scale warships, with firepower considerably inadequate. Furthermore, based on our prior analysis of their technology, they possess no frigates, assault ships, or supply vessels. Their tactics remain rooted in the past, akin to 5 centuries ago. We can readily implement a strategy of encirclement and annihilation. Thanos nodded thoughtfully and asked, do the others have alternative strategies? Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, Black Dwarf, and Cull Obsidian all shook their heads, indicating their agreement. Observing this, Thanos declared, very well, let us proceed to our destination and commence the war. With that, he closed his eyes. Although the Black Order still had some strategic shortcomings, their tactical arrangements were undeniably sound. After a millennium of warfare, even a pig would have learned a thing or two. Upon reaching a decision, the journey commenced swiftly under the guidance of the Temple 2. Activating the spatial slideway and propelling towards their destination at 100-fold the speed of light. While this velocity may seem astonishing, it is, in fact, rather sluggish in the vast expanse of the universe. Concurrently, in Asgard, with Odin initiating the war mobilization, numerous miniature spacecraft soared into the sky. This war, pivotal to their survival, compelled all to participate, even knowing that these diminutive vessels would serve merely as fodder. The honor of the Asgardian race must remain untarnished. There are only fallen warriors, never fleeing Asgardians. This contrasts starkly with those who have spent their lives away, never returning to the Asgardian continent. Over 1,000 Asgardian representatives have become accustomed to ruling their own planets, thus lacking the same valor. It is perhaps this realization that fuels Odin's disdain for the schism within the Asgardian race. At this moment, Odin sat within a grand cosmic battleship, patiently awaiting the enemy's arrival, accompanied by Thor and Heimdall. Frigga, having exhausted her powers while healing Thor, had yet to recover. Meanwhile, Odin began to contemplate another notion. Despite Thor and Heimdall being of the demigod tier, he sensed their inadequacy. He doubted their ability to pose any significant threat to Thanos. How he wished Frigga were present. Her peak demigod prowess and enigmatic sorcery would undoubtedly provide invaluable support. As for the two warriors, he anticipated they might only serve as a distraction, requiring his attention to save them should the need arise. Lost in thought, he found himself reminiscing about his daughter, Hela. Were she here? Her formidable magic and strength could effectively restrain Thanos. This led him to ponder whether he should release Hela. However, after careful consideration, he dismissed the idea. After all, he had gone to great lengths to confine her, and allowing her to emerge again would likely lead to chaos. As time passed, a multitude of 15,000 cosmic battleships surrounded them, accompanied by over 1 million miniature spacecraft. These vessels lacked the capability for spatial jumps, possessed limited energy, and were not particularly swift. Yet their sheer numbers and disregard for consumption were their strengths. Hours later, an Asgardian hurriedly approached, kneeling before Odin. My king, we have detected intense spatial fluctuations 10 million kilometers ahead, though they do not indicate a spatial jump. Upon hearing this, Odin immediately stood up, gravely remarking, could it be the enemy's new technology? He quickly turned his gaze toward Heimdall. Thanos wielded an abundance of unfamiliar technological advancements, and it was likely only Heimdall, who had been observing from Asgard, possessed the knowledge to elucidate this. Heimdall did not disappoint. After rising, he stated, my liege, during the First Great War, I witnessed them employing a technology capable of traveling at 100 times the speed of light, without causing significant spatial disturbances. 100 times the speed of light? Upon hearing this, Odin fell silent once more. His understanding of the enemy's imminent arrival was also derived from Heimdall's speculation. He pondered what evidence the adversary had, only to realize the existence of such advanced technology. The more he learned about Thanos' capabilities, the more alarmed he became. This was a level of technology he had long been unaware of. Although the Marvel Universe values strength above all, it does not imply that technology is inconsequential. Had he possessed such technology earlier, perhaps defeat would have been averted. At this moment, Thor could no longer contain himself and inquired, Father, what shall we do now? Having matured considerably, he refrained from advocating violence outright, which brought Odin some comfort. After a moment of contemplation, Odin replied, we shall await their approach. Clearly intimidated by Thanos' technology, he was now inclined to confront the enemy head-on, dismissing any alternative strategies. Chapter 33 times swiftly passed, and a day later, Thanos' cosmic fleet finally arrived, positioning itself 10 million kilometers from Asgard's own armada. Awaiting their arrival were beams of laser fire. At this distance, even at the speed of light, it would take 33 seconds for the lasers to reach them. The Sanctum II calmly activated its shields, successfully deflecting the enemy's assault. Thanos, sensing Odin's presence from afar, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. It seemed fortune favored him today. His greatest fear was wandering the vast cosmos, unable to locate Odin, thereby granting the latter precious time to prepare. In such a scenario, he would surely find himself overmatched. Before long, The escort ships arrived at their destination, promptly activating their shields. These vessels resembled hexagonal turtle shells, lacking offensive capabilities and primarily designed to deploy a massive energy shield. As the shield activated, a colossal energy barrier emerged instantaneously. The lasers struck the energy shield, creating mere ripples that failed to penetrate its defenses. Following the escort ships, assault ships, motherships, and supply vessels arrived in succession. Within half an hour, a fleet of 10,000 cosmic warships had gathered near Asgard. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Thanos promptly gestured with a wave of his hand, prompting the Black Order to deftly maneuver the cosmic warships to circumvent the enemy's assaults, encircling them from both flanks. Odin, noticing the enemy's inferior numbers yet audaciously attempting to encircle him, was instantly incensed. He swiftly commanded his subordinates to initiate a counter-encirclement. Hours passed, and the formations of both sides resembled a bird in flight. The main forces of each side were positioned at the center of their formations, striving to breach the opposing center and subsequently encircle their wings. Meanwhile, the winged troops exerted themselves to penetrate the enemy lines and encircle their center. In an instant, amidst the cosmic expanse, warships were obliterated and lives extinguished. However, due to the evenly matched prowess of both factions, the combat remained exceedingly cautious. This engagement of encirclement and counter-encirclement persisted for a day, culminating in the loss of merely over 1,000 warships. The casualties among the Dark Order and Asgardian warriors were countless and utterly unquantifiable. Notably, the majority of the losses were borne by Odin's forces, primarily due to the formidable Titan-class warships. The Temple II, wielded by Thanos, unleashed its main cannon with devastating effect, annihilating substantial swathes of enemies, thereby exerting immense pressure on Odin's center. Recognizing the dire situation, Odin grasped the eternal spear and soared out of his warship. He bellowed, "Die!" A powerful surge of energy erupted, targeting the Temple II, which was in the process of charging its main cannon. In an instant, surrounding escort vessels surged forth, activating their energy shields. A dazzling array of fireworks ignited as the escort vessels, positioned to intercept Odin's assault, were swiftly obliterated. Finally, a large escort vessel managed to position itself before Odin's strike, momentarily staving off the attack for mere seconds. Yet, those seconds were fleeting. Within 5 seconds, the large escort ship was destroyed, and the energy surge continued its relentless advance toward the Temple II. However, thanks to the large escort's brief obstruction, the Temple II halted its cannons charging and activated its energy shield. In the next heartbeat, Odin's assault collided with the energy shield. Thanos, within the control room, observed the rapid depletion of the Temple II's energy and tightened his grip on the blade of destruction. Only a being of divine caliber could rival such combat prowess. Perhaps in the future, advancements in technology would yield cosmic warships capable of matching divine might, yet in the present, none existed. Soon, Thanos manifested outside the Temple II, extending a single hand to shield against the energy onslaught. After a protracted exchange of energy, Odin ceased his attack, fixating intently on Thanos, who stood 1,000 kilometers away. At this moment, Thor and Heimdall joined him, their eyes gleaming like polished bronze as they fixed their gaze upon Thanos. In response, Thanos merely smiled coldly, biding his time as he awaited the outcome of the battlefield. Having located the realm of Asgard, he found himself in no rush. The current state of the war favored him. He could afford to wait for his minions to annihilate Asgard's cosmic warships before slowly wearing down Odin. Odin, aware of Thanos' intentions, felt a growing sense of urgency. Moments later, the tide of battle shifted once more. General Deathblade, leading the charge, personally obliterated a large enemy warship and broke through the enemy formation, launching an assault on the forces to the left. In an instant, Odin's troops were in dire straits. Witnessing this, Thor exclaimed anxiously, "Father, I shall assist." With that, he brandished his hammer and soared towards the left flank. Odin, observing this, turned to Heimdall, his worry for his son palpable. Fearing that Thor might face peril, he contemplated sending Heimdall to aid him. However, after a moment's reflection, he relinquished that thought. The entire battalion was precariously positioned. Should Heimdall assist Thor, what would happen if another section of the front was compromised? Would he have to intervene personally? If it came to that, Thanos would surely approach with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Thor swiftly reached the left flank, spotting General Deathblade mercilessly slaughtering Asgardian warriors in the distance. He charged forward without hesitation, sensing that this adversary was merely of planetary peak level and thus no match for him. General Deathblade, feeling the threat emanating from Thor, gripped his blade tightly. Moments later, Thor hurled his hammer, a display of his prowess. With a thunderous crash, Deathblade managed to deflect the attack with his weapon, but was nonetheless forced to retreat. He quickly realized that he was no match for Thor. At that moment, Darkstar, sensing her lover's peril after destroying an enemy warship, soared to his side. Though it became a 2-on-1 skirmish, Thor maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressing the attack. Fortunately, the presence of numerous allied warships nearby provided intermittent support. After several minutes had passed, Odin's right flank was breached as Black Dwarf, Supergiant, and Ebony Maw coordinated their efforts. Observing this, Heimdall took the initiative to lend his assistance. As Odin observed the mounting pressure on his forces, he gripped the Eternal Spear tightly, yearning to unleash an assault to sweep away the opposition. However, the menacing aura of Thanos loomed in the distance, effectively immobilizing him, instilling a profound sense of caution. Just as Odin's troops began to falter, a sudden spatial fluctuation manifested in the rear of the battlefield in Asgard. Moments later, over 1,000 frost-covered starships emerged through a spatial leap. Chapter 34. Upon witnessing the arrival of the cosmic vessels, a wave of elation surged within Odin. 2 days prior, upon learning of the impending enemy advance, he had sought the support of the frost giants as a precautionary measure, promising to return Loki after the conflict. At this moment, he believed Loki to be dead, thus the promise slipped from his mind. Once Thanos was vanquished, the frost giants would be at his mercy. Soon after, the projection of Laufey materialized before Odin. "I hope you honor your word," Laufey stated, his tone revealing his reluctance to engage. Yet, with his son held captive by Odin, he found himself in a precarious position, as he desired his sole heir to inherit his frost kingdom. Odin, with a confident smile, replied, "Rest assured, Loki is safe within my palace. As long as you assist me in repelling the enemy, I shall return him to you." Laufey nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well." In swift order, the frost-laden ships maneuvered around, launching an offensive against the enemy fleet's right flank. This strategy was deliberate, as Heimdall held the left side, presenting a more advantageous position. If they could collaborate to dismantle the enemy forces, encircling them from the right, victory would be within reach. Armed with his nascent godly prowess, Laufey swiftly obliterated several enemy starships, forcing the titanic adversaries, Black Dwarf, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight, to retreat. Indeed, Laufey possessed godly strength, albeit in its early stages, allowing him to dominate all present. Had he not restrained himself, the Black Order might well have been reduced to mere remnants. It is worth noting that a millennium prior, while wielding the Frost Giant's artifact, the Box of Frost, he had maintained parity with Odin, even blinding one of his eyes in their fierce confrontation. Odin, wary of Laufey's formidable power, had spared his life after their clash, seizing the Box of Frost to diminish Laufey's capability to oppose him, while abducting his son as leverage. Meanwhile, Thanos, stationed before the Temple II, narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the unexpected reinforcements Odin had summoned. This development posed a significant dilemma for him. Much like Odin's apprehensions regarding him, he too harbored concerns about Odin launching an assault on Temple II following his departure. The destruction of this Titan-class warship would inevitably diminish their offensive capabilities and could potentially allow Odin to mount a counteroffensive. However, failing to provide support would result in the annihilation of the right flank, thereby destabilizing the center as well. Observing the carnage wrought by Laufey in the distance, Thanos' eyes suddenly gleamed with intrigue. Was this not the Frost Giant? Soon, a thought manifested in his mind. He promptly instructed his subordinate, the Little Blue One, to establish a connection with the large warship at the front lines. Subsequently, he projected himself before Laufey. At that moment, Laufey was relentlessly assaulting the shield of a frigate with his fists. Upon seeing the projection of a towering figure clad in purple, he ceased his attack, regarding the newcomer with curiosity. While he did not recognize Thanos, he had merely come to assist his son, lacking any fervent desire to fight for Odin's cause. "Who are you?" Laufey inquired. Thanos shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is who you are." Upon hearing this, Laufey squinted, coldly declaring, "I am Laufey, the chieftain of the Frost Giants." He bristled at the condescending tone of Thanos' words, which suggested a hierarchy that disdained his authority. Thanos nodded, remarking, "Laufey, is it? Last year, I captured a little fellow named Loki. He must be your son. You bear a striking resemblance." With the war still raging, he wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. "Your son is in my possession, and if you wish to see him unharmed, you will comply." Laufey's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "What? Loki is in your hands? How is that possible?" Thanos, perceiving Laufey's ignorance of Odin's act of casting Loki into the wormhole, Elucidated, a year ago, my subordinates discovered Loki emerging from a suddenly opened wormhole, which enabled me to traverse to this star system. Lao Fei staggered back, muttering in disbelief. How dare he treat my son this way? In response, Thanos coldly stated, if you withdraw now, I will arrange for you to reunite with your son within a day. Lao Fei lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Thanos, and replied icily, I will verify your claims immediately. If you deceive me, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. With that, he soared back to his flagship and departed the battlefield with over 1,000 warships in tow. Thanos merely shook his head in disdain. Were it not for Odin's constraints upon him, he would have already reduced his adversary to mere fragments. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Lao Fei retreated with the cosmic battleship, Odin's projection immediately appeared before him, questioning him with vehemence. What is the situation? Why have you returned? As Lao Fei gazed at Odin, an overwhelming fury surged within him. Their planet, Jotunheim, was a desolate and frigid world, utterly inhospitable to the flourishing of life. Consequently, he led his kin to escape Jotunheim, seeking to thrive and propagate on other planets. Everything was proceeding smoothly until one fateful day when Odin descended upon them with the warriors of Asgard, seizing his artifact, the Frost Box, and abducting his son. They were subsequently banished once more to languish on Jotunheim. Had it not been for Odin, he believed he would have already ascended as the sovereign of the galaxy. Yet, despite his seething rage, he regained his composure in the next moment and spoke. The enemy claims to have my son, Loki. Upon hearing this, Odin's heart momentarily faltered. However, he maintained a facade of coldness as he replied, Are you a fool? Do you believe everything the enemy says? Now, return to battle at once, and I shall pretend nothing has transpired. Seeing that Odin had no intention of showing him Loki, Lao Fei could not help but lend some credence to Thanos' words. I wish to see if Loki remains in your possession. The moment I can see him is when I shall return to the front lines. Odin's countenance darkened momentarily, yet he responded, Very well. I will connect to the temple and show you. After you have seen him, you must return to the front lines immediately, or I shall take his life. Chapter 35. As Lao Fei impatiently awaited, the three-dimensional projection soon revealed Loki's figure. He was situated within a resplendent temple, adorned in a robe of deep green and gold. Loki, how are you? Are you all right? Upon seeing Loki, a sense of relief washed over him, and simultaneously, he began to curse that purple giant. That accursed wretch dared to deceive me. I originally intended to remain uninvolved, but now my resolve has changed. I shall ensure he pays dearly. Upon hearing Laufey's words, Loki's eyes widened with alarm, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Father, I am unharmed. You need not worry. Upon hearing Loki's address, Lao Fei narrowed his eyes, stating coolly, That is good to hear. Your mother misses you greatly. When will you return? Although Loki was indeed his son, he had been taken by Odin at a young age and had never known Lao Fei as his father. It was not until the previous year that they were finally reunited. Yet even after their acknowledgement, Loki had always referred to him as Lao Fei. Why? Today, had he suddenly called him father? Something felt amiss. Loki, visibly flustered, shook his head and said, My mother? I do not know her. I truly wish to understand what a mother is like. By the way, just now, His Majesty the God King mentioned that once my father's task is completed, I shall return. I hope my father can successfully fulfill the mission entrusted to him by the God King. Upon hearing this, Lao Fei took several steps back and coldly remarked, My son's mother perished during childbirth. You answered that correctly. However, Loki would never refer to that old man Odin as His Majesty the God King, but rather as Father God. At these words, Loki's visage in the projection turned pale, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Moments later, his form blurred and transformed into a robed woman. Lao Fei, upon witnessing this, turned an ashen shade and exclaimed, Witch, speak. Where has my son gone? The revelation that Loki had transformed into a witch incited a furious wrath within him. As the illusion was unveiled, the projection shifted again, revealing Odin. Lao Fei, this time you assist me in repelling the enemy, and I promise to return your frost box to you, while also granting you your freedom. Odin, sensing his leverage slipping away, sought to placate Lao Fei. However, Lao Fei's heart swelled with resentment and fury. He had no intention of heeding Odin's words. Moreover, if Odin were to fall, he could reclaim the frost box, and the frost giants would no longer be constrained. Thus, he promptly severed the communication, showing no desire to continue the conversation. Odin's countenance darkened in response. Cursed Lao Fei, I should have ensured your demise from the beginning. Initially, out of consideration for Lao Fei's formidable power, he had spared him, hoping to utilize his strength, only to be met with betrayal. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, he found no opportunity to rectify this oversight. As he observed the right flank of his forces beginning to falter, a sense of urgency washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he narrowed his remaining eye and resolved, "Everyone, retreat to Asgard." Those who heard the command were momentarily taken aback. But soon the Asgardian forces began piloting their starships back to the continent of Asgard. Particularly, those without starships, driven solely by fervor, navigated their personal spacecraft. This day would undoubtedly haunt all in attendance. In the cosmic conflict, these spacecraft served merely as fodder. Their diminutive vessels could not reach the distant foes, while enemy attacks, with a single shot, could obliterate them. In such a dire situation where they could only endure the onslaught without the means to retaliate, retreat was not an option. Due to the refusal of the divine ruler Odin to permit their retreat, any withdrawal would have branded them as cowards, leading to their immediate execution. Having endured the intense exchange of fire, they finally closed the distance, only to confront a throng of the dark cult and colossal beasts from the cosmos, nearly uncountable in number. Despite the unparalleled valor of the Asgardian pantheon, their absence from warfare for over a millennium had rendered them oblivious to the brutality and bloodshed of battle. Thus, upon hearing Odin's command to retreat, they hastily flocked back to the continent of Asgard. However, Thor and Heimdall, who were fiercely battling on the front lines, did not cease their combat upon receiving the order to withdraw. Instead, they continued to vanquish their foes, even in retreat. It was crucial that they did not flee in disarray, for that would signify defeat rather than a tactical withdrawal. It was imperative that someone remain behind to ensure the safe retreat of the others, and they were the ideal candidates for the task. Lightning erupted from Thor's enchanted hammer, while beams of swordlight sliced through the air from Heimdall's twin blades, dismantling one enemy starship after another. Yet, Odin felt a surge of anxiety as he observed the unfolding chaos. No matter how formidable the strength of the Allfather, he was not invincible. Cut off from reinforcements and facing thousands of enemy starships alone, even the mightiest would be overwhelmed. The loss of others was inconsequential, but the thought of losing Thor, his own son, and Heimdall, his most trusted ally, weighed heavily on him. Such losses would undoubtedly delight Thanos. Moments later, Odin commanded all starships on the left and right flanks to hold their positions and instructed Thor and Heimdall to return. Heimdall, upon receiving the order, promptly complied without hesitation. However, Thor, caught in a fervor of battle and seeking to expel the shadows cast by Thanos, disregarded his father's command. Consequently, Odin was left with no choice but to send Heimdall once more to retrieve Thor. As he surveyed the nearly collapsing flanks on both sides, Odin gritted his teeth and decided to leave a contingent of smaller starships to cover their retreat while ordering the remaining starships to withdraw to Asgard. At that moment, Asgard began to slowly raise its protective shield, a barrier that safeguarded the entirety of Asgard and encompassed the resources Odin had amassed from across the galaxy over the years. As long as they remained within the confines of Asgard, even granting Thanos a century, he would never breach their defenses. Thanos, recognizing Odin's maneuver, merely observed without intervening. Time was on his side. By ensnaring Odin and Asgard, he could gradually extend his dominion over the galaxy, increasing his chances of victory with each passing moment. After several hours had elapsed, Odin, having suffered the loss of millions of Asgardian warriors, ultimately retreated with the remaining starships back to Asgard. Simultaneously, the protective shield of Asgard sealed completely. Gazing at the mocking smile of Thanos beyond the protective shield, Odin tightened his grip on the eternal spear. "Thanos, just you wait." During his retreat, he had already devised a plan. He intended to unleash Hela and confront Thanos with her and two others. Hela possessed godlike power, and with the augmentation of Asgard, her strength was only slightly inferior to his own. The time would soon come for them to face Thanos in a decisive battle. Chapter 36. A day later, over 100 cosmic warships glided toward the continent of Asgard. These vessels were the latest creations of Thanos' minions, dispatched to bolster the front lines. Aboard a colossal mothership, Loki idly perused a book, boredom overwhelming him. Ever since Thanos' last visit, he seemed to have been forgotten, with no one coming to see him. Were it not for the occasional robots delivering sustenance, he would have suspected he had fallen into a cosmic wormhole once more. Just as he resigned himself to the thought of withering away in captivity, he was suddenly transported to another ship. Now, he felt a profound unease regarding his fate. Uncertain of how Thanos would choose to deal with him, he loathed the feeling of being powerless over his destiny. It was utterly dreadful. At that moment, the door to his chamber swung open, and two figures clad in metal approached. "Come out." Hearing this, Loki's book vanished instantly, and he obediently followed behind them. These metallic beings were robots equipped with infrared, thermal, and ultraviolet detection capabilities, truly the bane of his illusions. Shortly thereafter, he found himself outside the ship, where he beheld the towering figure of Thanos. However, he was soon startled by an unexpected sight. Standing at over 3 meters tall, clad in a light blue hue, was none other than his estranged father, Laufey, the king of the frost giants. Seeing him, Loki was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to retreat. It was well known that he had nearly obliterated the frost giant planet, Jotunheim, with the Bifrost. Laufey was likely here to settle the score. Yet, a stern voice commanded him to halt. "Where do you think you're going?" In an instant, a beam of blue light struck him, freezing his body in place. Laufey approached, seizing Loki and respectfully addressing Thanos. "Thank you, Lord Thanos. From this day forth, the Frost Giant clan shall heed your command." In truth, he had no desire to become a servant of Thanos. However, in Thanos' eyes, he saw an unfathomable potential for annihilation and destruction, alongside an almost uncontrollable energy of devastation, making him realize that this was a true sovereign, far beyond the likes of Odin, who was merely a charlatan, should one choose to defy another. The peril of annihilation looms not only for oneself, but also for one's kin. Particularly in the absence of celestial artifacts, even the prospect of resistance remains unattainable. Thus, after a profound exchange, he resolved to yield. Moreover, given that the other had salvaged his sole heir, the burden of submission was alleviated. Upon witnessing the capitulation of Laufey, Thanos nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, "Indeed, we possess a comprehensive system of rewards and penalties. As long as you render service, governing an entire star system shall be within your grasp. The art of persuasion is a craft unto itself. If the promise lacks grandeur, it garners not a glance." His assertions bore a semblance of truth. Should one's contributions be substantial enough, dominion over a star system could indeed be attained. The caveat, however, is that one must conquer 10 star systems to amass sufficient merit for the governance of a single one. Yet Laufey was no naive fool. Throughout his millennia, he had encountered myriad individuals and heard countless proclamations. To Thanos' assurances, he merely inclined his head with indifference before departing with his son. Although Loki had once nearly wrought destruction upon Jotunheim, he remained his only progeny, rendering any extreme measures unthinkable. Nevertheless, while death's penalty could be evaded, lesser transgressions could not go unpunished. Loki, perceiving the ominous gaze of Laufey, hastily cried out for salvation. In the hallowed halls of Asgard, Odin dismissed Thor and Heimdall, then ventured alone to the Rainbow Bridge. In a flash of light, he vanished from sight, only to reappear in the realm of the dead, the underworld. Here, the sky was shrouded in darkness, even the sun a shade of black, the air thick with the stench of death, and the ground littered with bones. Upon Odin's arrival, the bones began to levitate, coalescing into skeletal forms. Soon, the sockets of these skulls ignited with spectral flames as they lunged menacingly toward Odin. In this realm, any living being is met with hostility and aggression. Odin, recognizing the imminent threat, furrowed his brow and grasped his spear, the Gungnir, unleashing a surge of energy. With a resounding explosion, the skeletons were reduced to dust and the ground fractured, creating a chasm over 100 meters wide and several kilometers long. This upheaval was a consequence of the underworld's space being more solidified than that of the corporeal world. Following this display of power, no further skeletons emerged, as if even the restless spirits were averse to confrontation. Shortly thereafter, an immense shadow materialized in the void, its form indistinct. "Odin, what brings you to my realm of the dead?" Though framed as a question, the tone was accusatory, clearly indicating the shadow's disdain for Odin's presence. Odin was acutely aware of the discord between himself and the other party, thus he impatiently declared, "I have come to retrieve my daughter." Having uttered these words, he sensed the location of hell, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his position. When he reappeared, it was before an imposing grave, one that towered several meters high and sprawled over 1,000 square meters. Without the visible gravestone, one might not even recognize it as a tomb. Before the grave knelt a woman, her long black hair cascading down and clad in a form-fitting black attire, exuding an aura of death. She was none other than the goddess of death, Hel. Witnessing his daughter in such a state stirred emotions within Odin. Had he been too harsh on her? In the days when the 9 realms were yet unsettled, Hel had been his foremost general, fighting valiantly alongside him, vanquishing countless foes, and conquering numerous planets. Yet, upon awakening her witch's bloodline, he had sealed her away in the underworld for over a millennium. However, he quickly shook off such thoughts. The bloodline of the Asgardian royal family was sacrosanct. Only one of Asgardian descent could ascend to become the king of Asgard in his stead. Resolute, He fixed her with a determined gaze and coldly proclaimed, "Now, I offer you a chance to return to Asgard with me, but you must obey my commands." Upon hearing his voice, Hel, who had been kneeling before the grave, drew the deathly aura enveloping her back within, her eyes snapping open. They were filled with darkness and death, seemingly capable of pulling one into the abyss with but a glance. Moments later, her form began to transform. Black and green battle armor materialized upon her body, a cloak unfurled from her back, and finally, a helmet resembling spider's claws adorned her head. "Odin, I have awaited you for so long." With that, a black sword shot forth from her hand, hurtling towards Odin. Chapter 37. Hel's enmity towards Odin was boundless. Despite the betrayals, she had fought valiantly for him, as it was natural for a daughter to toil for her father's ambitions. Later, when Odin's animosity arose due to her awakened witch's bloodline, Hel bore no resentment. She understood the necessity of preserving the purity of the Asgardian royal bloodline. However, Odin's greatest transgression was to send the Valkyries to hunt her down. It was known that during the battles across the galaxy, the Valkyries had been the first realm she had subdued. From that moment on, she had led the Valkyries into countless skirmishes, forging deep bonds with them. Yet, Odin's decision to deploy the Valkyries against her forced her to slay her own subordinates, some of whom she held close ties with. This betrayal fueled her hatred for Odin to its zenith. In the next moment, a sharp clang echoed as Hela's dark sword was effortlessly interrupted by Odin's casual wave. No amount of hatred could bridge the chasm between their respective powers. Although both father and daughter were of the celestial patriarch level, one was in the early stages while the other was in the later stages, creating a significant disparity in strength. Odin, with a grim expression, regarded his daughter coldly and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The audacity of his own daughter to raise her hand against him was truly outrageous. The decision not to end her life previously, allowing her to survive out of consideration for Frigga, seemed a grave mistake. Without a word, Hela conjured two long swords and charged forward. In the following instant, the sounds of clashing metal resonated continuously. The ground around them was marred with cracks as their unleashed energies collided. As time passed, Odin's patience began to wear thin. Yet, when he thought of Thanos, he suppressed his rising anger and permitted Hela to continue her relentless assault. After all, anyone sealed in the underworld for a millennium would surely be incensed. However, after an hour, Hela appeared tireless, attacking with reckless abandon and no regard for defense. Ultimately, Odin's patience was exhausted. After blocking Hela's attack with his spear, he swept the weapon's butt end, sending her crashing to the ground. "Is that enough?" he demanded. Noticing Hela's attempt to rise, he pressed the spear down upon her. "If you strike again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Seeing this, Hela resigned herself to the ground, weakly asking, "What do you want from me?" Odin, noticing her submission, softened his tone and replied, "I have told you. As long as you obediently follow my instructions, I will allow you to return to Asgard." Despite Hela's inferiority in power, Frigga had once bound the energy core of Asgard to Hela to preserve her, granting her nearly limitless energy. Therefore, if Hela returned to Asgard, she would soon regain her strength, surpassing her previous capabilities. This was the reason for Odin's repeated leniency. As long as Hela helped him restrain Thanos, he could unleash his most formidable technique, the Eternal Strike. Upon hearing this, Hela's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Huh, it seems you have encountered a formidable adversary. Otherwise, you would not seek my assistance." Odin nodded, stating calmly, "Indeed, I am facing an exceedingly troublesome opponent, but it is not an absolute necessity for you. I merely wish to offer you an opportunity. Should Hela refuse to cooperate, he would have no choice but to swallow his pride and seek assistance from the Council of Gods. However, those avaricious gods would surely demand a considerable price from him." Upon hearing this, Hela did not continue her mockery. Instead, she became composed. After a moment, she nodded subtly and declared, "Very well, but I require the eternal flame." Throughout her millennium in the underworld, she had transmuted all her magical and divine powers into the force of death, thus acquiring a new understanding of the eternal flame. At this moment, she sought to harness its power to resurrect her former subordinates. Odin, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement and remarked, "No problem." While the eternal flame held significance, to him, it was merely a flame to behold. After all, it was of use only to the fire giant, Surtur. Perhaps the witch could harness the power of the eternal flame, yet thus far, no one had succeeded in doing so. Once the agreement was forged, Odin swiftly unsealed the barrier and escorted Hela back to Asgard. At that moment, anxiety permeated Asgard as its inhabitants gazed up at the sky. Countless warships filled the cosmos, relentlessly firing lasers at Asgard's protective shield. One particular energy attack was exceedingly immense, sending tremors through the barrier. However, Asgard, having stood for millennia, possessed an abundance of energy and had yet to encounter a shortage. Within the Rainbow Bridge, as Hela stepped through the portal and set foot on Asgardian soil, the core energy of Asgard surged toward her. In an instant, the energy depleted in the underworld was replenished. However, as she now bore the force of death within her, this energy required time to transform. You should restore your energy and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I shall step out for a moment, Odin stated before vanishing from sight. Since Hela had agreed to assist him, he was untroubled by the possibility of her retracting her promise, for he understood her character and knew she would not act in contradiction to her word. Hela remained without objection, standing still as she began to absorb the energy of Asgard. Moments later, a familiar voice echoed behind her. Hela, is that you? Upon hearing the voice, Hela's body stiffened. Is it truly you? Do you know how much I have missed you? The voice continued to lament. It is my fault. I could not protect you. Hearing the sound of weeping, Hela felt a pang of sorrow within her, causing her once icy heart to soften. If anyone in this world had the power to stir her emotions, it was undoubtedly her mother, Frigga. When Odin had sought to exile her, only Frigga had expended all her efforts to safeguard her. All her subordinates, comrades, and admirers had betrayed her utterly. I apologize to you. It is indeed my fault. As the echoes of self-reproach resonated within her, Hela felt a warm embrace from behind. Unable to maintain her icy demeanor any longer, she turned around and embraced the other person. Mother, it is I. I have returned. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Frigga was momentarily taken aback, disbelief washing over her as she exclaimed, Is it truly you? You have returned. Initially, she had been in her chamber, restoring her powers, but upon sensing Hela's presence, she instantly transported herself to her side. At first, she had thought it was merely an illusion, yet to her astonishment, it was indeed real. Soon, the two were locked in each other's arms, exchanging heartfelt expressions of longing. Chapter 38. Upon returning to the temple, Odin swiftly convened another urgent meeting. With Hela's return, he felt emboldened to confront Thanos in a decisive battle. However, the previous day's conflict had made him acutely aware of the limitations of the miniature spacecraft, prompting him to initiate the production of more formidable starships. Even the smaller vessels would far surpass those flimsy crafts, barely worthy of being called cannon fodder. Thus, under the mobilization for a state of readiness, the entire realm of Asgard dedicated trillions of its divine populace to the construction of these starships. For 24 hours a day, in 3 shifts, they toiled relentlessly. 3 months later, Odin found himself in possession of an additional 15,000 starships. Of course, the vast majority were smaller vessels. The construction of medium to large ships typically required at least a year, making it impossible to have commenced any significant projects in such a brief span. Meanwhile, Thanos' forces had not been idle during these 3 months, with an average of around 100 starships arriving monthly to provide support and supplies. Concurrently, in the rear bases, the Dark Cult's biowarriors were continually being cultivated. Just when Thanos anticipated that Odin would remain hidden within Asgard, he suddenly received word from his subordinates. The Asgardian warships had launched, seemingly lowering their protective shields. However, at that moment, he was on a desolate planet, absorbing its stellar core. Upon receiving the news, he abandoned the nearly depleted planet and set his course for Sanctuary 2. With an all-out effort, his speed had approached the speed of light. Yet, to absorb the stellar core, he had found himself 100 light-years away. Consequently, he began to tear open spatial rifts with his physical form, entering subspace to execute a spatial jump. This ability had only become available to him after absorbing his first stellar core. Previously, he had to expend vast amounts of destructive energy to safeguard his corporeal form, but now he could withstand the tumultuous currents of subspace solely with his physical being. Merely 10 minutes later, he emerged from the hyperspace and arrived near Temple Number 2. There, he beheld the protective shield of Asgard had been lifted, and a multitude of cosmic warships surged forth. Immediately following this, an array of laser cannons exchanged fire, while energy shields sprang to life. On the Asgardian continent, facilities such as plasma cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and energy spires commenced their bombardment. This was a genuine high-tech confrontation, a contest of whose technology was superior and whose energy reserves were ample. Yet, this realm was not merely a universe of pure technology. It was a world where science and superpowers coexisted. Thor wielded his mighty hammer, exuding blinding arcs of lightning, obliterating one warship after another. Upon witnessing this, Thanos squinted his eyes, realizing this was a blatant display of their lack of elite combat prowess. Although the Black Order appeared formidable, Their strength fell short of that of a celestial being, rendering them incapable of withstanding Thor's might. Shaking his head, Thanos swiftly materialized before Thor, bringing his Titan Slayer down with a lethal intent. No. A furious roar reverberated from a distance. Odin had arrived. He could scarcely believe that Thanos, possessing celestial-level power, would stoop to ambushing a demigod like Thor. What of the dignity of the strong? Where was the pride of a celestial? How could one be so despicable? Yet, regardless of Odin's lamentations, the reality remained unchanged. In the incredulous gaze of Thor, Thanos' blade struck the hammer. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted, followed by a cascade of lightning as a figure was propelled from the scene. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, Thor's hammer lay in shattered fragments. Thanos sheathed his Titan Slayer, casting a cold glare towards Odin. After Thor was launched away, Odin embraced him. But he soon noticed an unfamiliar woman beside him, a woman radiating an aura of death, her power having ascended to the celestial level. At this revelation, a smirk crept upon Thanos' lips. He had not anticipated Odin unleashing Hela. After assessing that Thor was not mortally wounded, Odin entrusted him to Frigga, then gripped the eternal spear tightly, fixing his gaze on Thanos. Today, we shall fight to the death. With that declaration, he charged forward. The previous battle had taught him that ranged attacks were futile against Thanos, and there was no time to squander. Halfway through his charge, a golden radiance enveloped him, signaling the activation of his divine state. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Hela swiftly followed in Odin's wake, conjuring two short blades from her hands. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the edges of her weapons, a manifestation of the eternal fire, imbuing her strikes with a burning effect. Thanos, observing this, merely scoffed and shook his head in disdain. At this juncture, he had absorbed nearly 2 planets' worth of energy, significantly bolstering his strength. His earlier engagement with Thor had been restrained, a precaution against a potential ambush by Odin. Had he unleashed his full might, Thor would have long since perished. Yet, despite his contempt, he activated the powers of dominion and destruction. In the next instant, Odin charged toward him. A resounding clash echoed through the vacuum as the eternal spear collided with the tyrant's cleaver. However, in the following moment, Odin's expression shifted dramatically. The equilibrium he had anticipated shattered, as he found himself forced back by Thanos' formidable power. How could this be? He had invested a tremendous effort to mitigate the aftereffects of the last divine encounter, and now, in his prime condition, how could he be subdued? Was it possible that Thanos had not fought with full strength previously? No, war is a brutal affair, leaving no room for mercy. It must be a temporary surge of power. Contemplating this, Odin's countenance grew grave. Fortunately, Hela intervened, unleashing a barrage of black short swords toward Thanos. In response, he forcefully shoved Odin aside and effortlessly deflected her projectiles. Soon, the three were embroiled in a fierce battle. The powers of destruction, divinity, and death clashed violently within the confined space, causing minute fractures to manifest in the surrounding environment. Thanos reveled in an unparalleled exhilaration, the eruption of his full strength and the surging of destruction within him intoxicating his senses. Although his previous encounter with Odin had been thrilling, his concern for his forces had prevented him from fully concentrating on the fight. This time, however, he felt liberated from such worries, allowing him to immerse himself in combat. Before long, the tyrant's cleaver danced in his hands with increasing finesse, creating afterimages with each swing. He found himself capable of holding his own against both Odin and Hela, occasionally even gaining the upper hand. For Odin, the situation became increasingly dire. The strength Thanos exhibited was now overwhelmingly superior. Were it not for Hela's assistance, he would have surely been vanquished by now. Hela, though unaware of Thanos' prior capabilities, began to feel a sense of trepidation. After all, they were of the Asgardian lineage, royal blood, born at the pinnacle of the food chain. Yet, here they were, facing a 2-on-1 situation and still finding themselves on the defensive. Even Zeus, the king of the gods, might find it impossible to achieve such a feat. Chapter 39. A cacophony of fireworks erupted in the dark cosmos, illuminating the void with breathtaking splendor. Yet, beneath this facade of beauty lay the remnants of countless cosmic warships, reduced to mere dust. As the forces of Asgard and Thanos remained locked in a stalemate, sudden rifts in space appeared at the periphery. Following this, a fleet of battered mid-sized warships emerged, unmistakably of Asgardian design. These were the very vessels that had fled 4 months prior. The surviving Asgardians, heeding Odin's call, returned with their damaged ships to offer support. It is no wonder that the Asgardians could dominate the galaxy. Their formidable individual might is complemented by an unwavering sense of unity. With the arrival of these mid-sized warships on the battlefield, the Black Order immediately sensed a palpable increase in pressure. They hastily abandoned their crafts to rush to the front lines for reinforcement. Loki, too, brought forth his frost giants to join the fray. Although Thanos had painted an enticing vision of grandeur, he was an astute tactician, well aware that mere promises could not sway him. However, having already betrayed Odin, Thanos' defeat would spell doom for the frost giants as well. Thus, witnessing Thanos' forces falter, they chose to engage in battle. Meanwhile, aboard the Temple 2, the artificial intelligence Deep Blue projected itself in the control room's expanse. Upon seeing the enemy reinforcements, it manifested a distinctly human-like expression of concern, furrowing its brow in contemplation. Recognizing their disadvantage, Deep Blue understood that even the involvement of the Black Order and Loki would be insufficient. After a moment of reflection, it began to issue a new command. Activate the main cannon, utilizing antimatter fusion energy. Target the Asgardian mainland. When its master departed, he had conferred upon it the highest authority, enabling the use of all Temple 2's capabilities, including the previously unutilized antimatter cannon. Following Deep Blue's directive, Temple 2 ceased all offensive and defensive operations, retreating from the battlefield. Surrounding escort ships immediately positioned themselves in front of Temple 2, powering up their energy shields to the maximum. After a brief interval, Temple 2 withdrew from the range of enemy fire, and the main cannon began to emanate an eerie violet glow. The activation of the antimatter cannon demanded immense energy, necessitating the retreat from combat, even to the extent of disabling the shields. On the front lines, Thanos, Odin, and Hela suddenly sensed a wave of trepidation, halting their movements to gaze into the distance. Odin's expression hardened as he stared into the void, exclaiming, "What is that? Why do I feel a wave of fear?" Hela nodded beside me and said, "I feel the same, but whatever it is, I believe we must stop it." Before the father and daughter could confer any further, they observed Thanos break into a faint smile before he swung his blade forward. The antimatter fusion cannon was indeed the most formidable weapon aboard the Sanctuary 2, capable of annihilating even a large planet with a single shot. These two adversaries must not be allowed to wreak havoc. Odin, witnessing Thanos' advance, initially intended for Hela to confront him while he dealt with the enemy himself. However, upon reflection, he feared that Hela might not withstand Thanos alone. Should Hela perish, even if he managed to destroy the enemy's warship, he would still be no match for Thanos. Thus, after careful consideration, he dispatched Heimdall and Frigga to engage, while he and Hela continued to restrain Thanos. Indeed, it was a matter of restraint. Following the recent battle, his mindset shifted from the intention to defeat the foe to merely holding him at bay. Yet, the unfolding events often surpassed Odin's expectations. Shortly after Heimdall and Frigga took flight from the realm of Asgard, a black light illuminated the distance. The denizens of Asgard had never imagined that light could possess a black hue. After all, black is associated with the absorption of light. Ordinarily, one would not expect to witness the emergence of black light. Nonetheless, they beheld it now, strange, eerie, and profoundly unsettling. In the next instant, the antimatter cannon discharged instantaneously. The Sanctuary 2 was situated over 1 million kilometers away from the Asgardian continent. Even at the speed of light, it would take approximately 3 seconds to arrive. Yet this black light transcended the speed of light, crossing the vast distance in less than a tenth of a second, materializing before Odin. All the cosmic warships that stood in the path of the antimatter cannon, regardless of size, were unable to withstand even a fraction of a second. At this moment, Thanos had already flown beyond the cannon's strike range. The cannon's initial caliber measured 1 kilometer. Although it would gradually expand, it remained evadable with prior knowledge of its trajectory. However, Odin and Hela found themselves unable to escape. Gazing at the seemingly imminent black light, Odin sensed the peril of death. "No, I cannot perish yet. Asgard's legacy, spanning millennia, must not be extinguished in my hands." How could he face his grandfather in the afterlife? How could he answer to the billions of Asgardians on the continent? With these thoughts swirling, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he swiftly grasped Hela by the side, placing himself in front of her. At that moment, Hela could hardly fathom that her father would take such an action. However, there was scarcely any time for her to react before the antimatter cannon struck her. In the next instant, the cannon's devastating blast echoed across the land of Asgard. A tremendous roar erupted, resonating throughout the realm. 5 seconds later, the antimatter cannon ceased its onslaught. Before them lay a gaping chasm, 100 kilometers in diameter, that pierced through the entirety of Asgard, revealing the distant cosmos beyond. All who stood in its path, the Asgardian gods and the cosmic warships, vanished without a trace, not even a speck of dust remaining. Moments later, Asgard began to exhibit signs of a catastrophic chain reaction. The ground cracked and crumbled, suggesting an imminent division. Had Odin not activated the protective shield, the canon's power would have been far less devastating. Regrettably, Odin had overestimated his own strength while underestimating Thanos. At this juncture, Odin could scarcely attend to Asgard. Although he had shielded Hela with his own body, he was gravely wounded. His skin seemed to have evaporated, revealing raw muscle and sinew beneath. Even the glimmer of bone was visible. Hela, positioned before him, fared even worse. Her flesh had all but vanished, leaving only an eerie skeleton. Soon, Odin's flesh began to writhe, and his skin rapidly regenerated, followed by the emergence of clothing, albeit mere ordinary attire. All of his divine artifacts, save for the eternal spear in his grasp, had dissipated. After all, the collision of antimatter with the substance of the material universe leads to annihilation. Had Odin not initiated the divine state, his condition would likely have mirrored Hela's. Yet, despite his restoration, the pallor of his complexion and the absence of the golden glow that typically surrounded him revealed his dire state. Chapter 40. As Odin vigilantly observed Thanos from a distance. Contemplating his own future, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from the land of Asgard, enveloping Hela's skeletal remains. The next moment, a golden flame ignited upon what Odin had believed to be the lifeless form of Hela. Upon witnessing this familiar flame, Odin curiously remarked, "Is that the eternal flame?" Indeed, what ignited before him was the eternal flame. As it blazed, Hela's internal organs gradually reformed, and soon, the eternal flame enveloped her entire being. Veins, flesh, and skin began to manifest once more. Moments later, Hela re-emerged before the onlookers, restored to her primal state. As her lustrous black hair flowed forth, she opened her eyes, and in an instant, a sleek black bodysuit adorned her figure. As she exhaled softly, a sense of dread enveloped her. Had she not been in proximity to the realm of Asgard, and had she not spent a millennium honing her skills in the underworld? Understanding the significance of the eternal flame, she would have surely met her demise. However, she swiftly cast aside her relief and pivoted, unleashing her dark dagger towards Odin with relentless fervor. Odin, already wary of Hela, promptly grasped the eternal spear, parrying her onslaught. "What are you doing? This is not the time for infighting," he exclaimed. Yet, disregarding his words, Hela continued her assault, for she had nearly fallen victim to his treachery, her own father. How could she not harbor hatred? In the distance, Thanos observed the father-daughter conflict with a smirk, refraining from intervening immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Asgardian warships, still valiantly resisting, and with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a few slashes of devastation. The purple energy of annihilation swiftly descended upon the vessels, slicing through them as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, as ship after ship was obliterated. Witnessing the destruction of his fleet, Odin's patience waned, and he impatiently declared, "Will this never end? Do not compel me to take action." The enemy's previous mysterious blast had already decimated over 3,000 cosmic vessels. His forces were already at a disadvantage, and if Thanos were to annihilate any more remaining warships, the war might as well be forfeited, leaving only retreat. Hela, however, was beyond caring for defeat or the future of Asgard. Consumed by hatred, she was determined to avenge both old and new grievances. After a time, as she watched her large warships succumb to destruction, the last remnants of Odin's patience evaporated. In an instant, he appeared before Hela, thrusting the eternal spear forcefully towards her. Yet, Hela seemed resigned, allowing the spear to pierce her form. Blood gushed from her mouth as she gazed at Odin, neither crying nor laughing, but instead enveloped in a profound tranquility, as if regarding a stranger. This world was no longer worthy of her presence. In that moment, she began to reminisce about her existence in the underworld, a life, albeit monotonous, that bore a glimmer of hope. A hope that one day, Odin would recognize his errors and allow her to return. It was this hope that had driven her to agree to confront a formidable enemy, despite her awareness of the peril. Yet now, all hope had vanished, leaving only disappointment and an endless abyss of despair. Her feelings towards Odin are indeed exceedingly intricate. To claim there is no love would be an utter fallacy. After all, during her childhood, Odin treated her with genuine kindness, especially after she exhibited her formidable talents, subtly nurturing her as a potential successor. In her endeavor to not disappoint Odin, she has been relentlessly strict with herself. She simply could not bear to let her father down, even when she ultimately awakened her witch's bloodline, leading to her being sealed by Odin and forced to slay her own subordinates. She never felt as despondent as she does now. Thus, there was no resistance as she allowed Odin to pierce her. The greatest sorrow is that of a heart turned to stone, and this encapsulates her current state. Hela. At that moment, from a distance, Frigga had just emerged from the shock of the antimatter cannon's power, witnessing her daughter being pierced by Odin. With a piercing scream, she rushed forward. Odin, what are you doing? As she soared through the air, her hands moved fervently, and a soft white glow materialized, emanating from Hela's body to heal her wounds. Odin withdrew the eternal spear, ignoring both his daughter and wife, and instead turned his gaze towards the distant Thanos. The latter was mocking him, which only intensified the fury within Odin. Thanos, die! With a thunderous roar, his golden aura flickered once more, and he charged forward with ferocity. In the throes of his rage, he discovered a surge in his power. His strength heightened, and his speed quickened. In a matter of moments, he began to dominate Thanos in the fight. Suddenly, he feigned a thrust. Then, from an uncanny angle, he stabbed fiercely. With a sickening sound, warm blood splattered onto him, some even finding their way into his eyes, momentarily distorting his vision. When he regained his composure, he was confronted with an unimaginable sight. The eternal spear, rather than piercing Thanos' chest, had plunged into the breast of his beloved, Frigga. Gazing into her disbelieving eyes, which were slowly losing their luster, it felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. Despite the passage of years that had rendered her frail and diminished her beauty, his love for Frigga remained undiminished. Otherwise, he would not have gone so long without marrying another. At most, he had engaged in fleeting encounters with other women. Moreover, he had never left behind any progeny. For had he desired, he could have sired countless descendants, and would not have to toil so diligently to elevate Thor. Even when Frigga, in her impulsiveness, bound the energy source of Asgard to Hela, he refrained from revoking her decision. There were countless instances of his forbearance in the face of Frigga's caprice. It was not merely due to the contract they had forged, but rather because he genuinely harbored love in his heart for the little witch who had once trailed behind him, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet now, he had tragically taken the life of his beloved with his own hands. How could he possibly come to terms with such a grim reality? At that moment, Hela's eyes were bloodshot, her expression twisted with fury. Odin, you shall perish. A formidable force of death erupted from within Hela. In the distance, Thanos smirked as he concealed the Mind Stone. With Odin bereft of his helmet's protection, what could he wield against such a powerful artifact? The audacity to meet his gaze without fear of death was truly remarkable. Chapter 41. After utilizing the Mind Stone to sow discord between Hela and Odin, the ensuing battle became exceedingly straightforward. The forces of Asgard, having lost their medium to large-sized cosmic vessels, were reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter, requiring no further attention from him. However, Heimdall had vanished without a trace. After searching for a while, he discovered that the latter had somehow returned to the continent of Asgard. At that moment, Asgard's land was on the brink of collapse due to the assault of antimatter cannons, destined to disintegrate sooner or later. Yet, the Bifrost remained intact. Soon, he witnessed the Bifrost begin to shimmer and then shoot forth into the unknown cosmos. Simultaneously, Thor's faint presence dissipated. Nevertheless, Heimdall did not depart. After teleporting Thor away, he soared from the Bifrost into outer space. Observing this, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Heimdall. After all, who could dislike such a steadfast ally? To express his respect, he sheathed the blade of destruction and charged at his opponent with bare fists, delivering blow after blow. Against this formidable adversary, he aimed to defeat him with sheer physical force. Though Heimdall had reached the pinnacle of the demigod realm, he stood no chance against Thanos. Initially, he managed to deflect a couple of Thanos' strikes with his great sword, but soon his weapon was shattered, and the blows rained down upon him mercilessly. Bang, bang, bang. Due to their proximity to the continent of Asgard, the sounds of impact reverberated in the ears of all present. When Odin finally struck Hela again, pushing her back, he beheld the grim sight of Heimdall reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. No. With a roar of fury, Odin abandoned any attempts to reason with Hela and surged toward Thanos. If Frigga was the woman he cherished most, then Heimdall was his most loyal subordinate. Their bond, forged over more than 1,000 years of camaraderie, often transcended the relationship between lord and vassal. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted the Bifrost, such a vital asset, to him for a millennium without a shred of doubt. As Thanos beheld Odin rushing towards him, a chilling smile graced his lips. He tightened his grip on the blade of destruction, summoning the powers of dominion and annihilation. Soon, a surge of purple energy enveloped him, and he struck forward. With a resounding clang, Odin deflected Thanos' assault with the eternal spear, yet was sent hurtling back several hundred meters. This abrupt turn of events caused Odin's expression to shift dramatically. He could no longer maintain the godly ascendancy and felt the repercussions manifesting. Thus, he was no match for Thanos. In an instant, Thanos vanished from his position and reappeared behind Odin, wielding the blade of destruction without hesitation. Sensing imminent danger, Odin barely managed to pivot and raise the eternal spear. Another thunderous clang echoed, but in the next moment, Odin was overwhelmed by immense force, plummeting toward the realm of Asgard. The aftereffects of his earlier exertion left him in agony, and his divine power waned, rendering flight impossible. He succumbed to gravity's pull, descending toward the ground. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust erupted. However, Thanos perceived that although Odin's aura was diminishing, he had not succumbed to death. The royal bloodline of Asgard was not easily extinguished. Yet, another figure descended more swiftly, Hela. Radiating an intense aura of death, she dove downward, unleashing a barrage of dark, short swords toward Odin. One must not underestimate these flying blades. Though Thanos and Odin had swatted them away with ease, they were embodiments of true death energy. Once struck, the target would swiftly succumb to the corrosive effects of this energy, leading to accelerated depletion of their essence and potentially resulting in corporeal decay. Observing this, Thanos halted, coldly regarding the scene of father and daughter in conflict. Hela, akin to a tempest of blades, conjured a multitude of flying swords, all aimed at the descending Odin. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous impacts, raising a vast cloud of dust. Yet, Thanos could sense that while Odin's essence continued to wane, the rate of decline was not accelerating. Clearly, Hela's onslaught did not inflict substantial harm upon him. Unable to restrain himself, Thanos remarked, "This approach is futile. Although the frequency of your attacks is high, their individual potency is lacking, rendering them incapable of breaching Odin's defenses." Upon hearing this, Hela turned her gaze toward Thanos, and after a moment, she forged a 10-meter-long black sword, driving it downward with great force. A resounding boom ensued. Yet Thanos merely shook his head, continuing, "While this move appears formidable, the energy concentration is insufficient." Upon hearing these words, Hela's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. After a moment, a 1-meter-long black blade coalesced once more. However, this ebony sword emanated a chilling aura, as if everything in its presence would be pierced. With a swift whoosh, the black blade descended at a velocity that seemed to defy the bounds of sound. A sharp clang echoed as Odin had risen to his feet, blood streaming from his forehead and waist, his left arm seemingly dislocated. Yet, his only functioning right hand clutched the eternal spear, blocking Hela's assault. After taking several deep breaths, he sank to one knee. The aftermath of divine intervention, the impact of the antimatter cannon, and the onslaught from Thanos had begun to overwhelm his body. His endurance until this moment stemmed solely from his profound attachment to Asgard and his kin. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tickle in his throat. After a few coughs, blood erupted from his mouth. Yet, he remained steadfast, propping himself up with his resilient right hand against the ground. "I cannot perish. If I die, Asgard will cease to exist." Fueled by a fierce sense of unwillingness and longing, he persisted against all odds. However, Hela had succumbed entirely to her hatred. Observing Odin's struggle, she soared downward. "Odin, go to hell and repent." A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens. Ultimately, Odin, consumed by profound regret and resentment, met his demise at Hela's hands. As he gazed at the black blade embedded in his chest, and then upon Hela's face, filled with animosity, he finally found solace. In that moment, he relinquished his identity as the king of Asgard and regarded his daughter with a father's gaze. "Forgive me, my child. It was I who subjected you to torment and suffering." Gradually, the light faded from his eyes, and he cast one last reluctant glance at Asgard. He did not seek Hela's forgiveness, for he understood he was unworthy of it. For the sake of Asgard, he had sacrificed far too much. At that moment, the eternal spear in Odin's grasp began to shatter, crumbling to dust as it lost its divine power. In Chapter 42, Thanos, suspended in midair, observed Hela's patricide and retracted his dominion and destructive power. He then ascended above Hela, leveling his tyrant's cleaver at her, coldly proclaiming, "Submit or perish." He certainly would not spare her simply because she had slain her father. In his eyes, the universe contained only two types of beings, subordinates and enemies. All who defied him would face annihilation. Hela looked up at Thanos, conjuring a black sword in her hand. Although a few words were exchanged earlier, they do not signify that she is a woman without a home of her own. "I am the daughter of Odin, the goddess of death." With a fierce roar, she charged forward. However, Thanos merely pressed down with force, instantly pinning Hela to the ground. The disparity in their powers was far too great to be bridged by mere hatred. I shall ask you one last time. Submission or death? Upon uttering this, impatience flickered in his eyes. Should she continue to refuse, he would have no choice but to eradicate her entirely. Hela yearned to resist. Yet an overwhelming force from above rendered her utterly immovable. After all, she was not adept in brute strength, but rather a nimble sorceress. Ultimately, she surrendered her defiance. Thus, she dissipated the dark sword in her grasp, knelt upon one knee, lowered her proud head, and respectfully proclaimed, "I am willing to submit." Had she not feared death, she would not have been sealed away by her father for a millennium, nor would she have refrained from taking her own life. If she were unafraid of death, she would not have endured a millennium of torment in the underworld without succumbing to it. Fear of death is a natural human inclination. Even the divine are not exempt. Upon hearing her words, Thanos sheathed his tyrannical blade, nodded, and said, "Very well, take me to Odin's treasury." At this moment in the cosmos, although war had yet to cease, Asgard had already suffered a significant decline, rendering his participation unnecessary. As long as the Black Order and Lao Fei did not make major blunders, all would be well. Hela nodded in response. "All right, follow me." Soon, the two ascended into the distance. After a brief while, they arrived above a grand and majestic temple. The Asgardian warriors stationed nearby, upon seeing Thanos, immediately began to shout, "Enemies have appeared. Prepare for battle." Swiftly, enchanted arrows rained down upon him. Yet, there was no need for Thanos to intervene. Hela conjured her dark sword, deflecting all incoming attacks and redirecting them toward the adversaries below. "Ah, help! I've been struck by an arrow." With cries of anguish echoing, the contingent of over 100 guards was swiftly annihilated. Hela ceased her assault, turned, and respectfully stated, "My lord, please follow me." Soon, the two entered the temple and made their way toward the treasury. In California, on the blue planet, it is now August. The peak of summer, marked by soaring temperatures and relentless sunlight. The streets are nearly devoid of movement, as everyone is compelled by the sweltering heat to remain indoors. Should one absolutely need to venture outside, it is typically done by car, with the air conditioning running. Just as complaints about the weather abound, the sky suddenly darkens with ominous clouds, followed by flashes of lightning. Ah, is this cursed weather finally going to bring rain? My heavens, it is indeed about to rain. If it doesn't, we shall turn into mere husks. At long last, the rain has arrived. I must hurry outside to revel in it for a while. However, disappointment swiftly enveloped the people, for with the emergence of a rainbow-hued light, the sky returned to its previous state. It seemed that the dark clouds and thunder were merely a jest played by the heavens. Consequently, disheartened, the populace retreated to their homes to escape the heat. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, the atmosphere grew tense as personnel's expressions shifted dramatically. They detected a surge of high-energy waves, indicative of the possible return of extraterrestrial beings. This time, their destination was California, prompting all to prepare emergency protocols. The director was immediately notified, and classified documents encrypted at level 10 were accessed. The previous chaos wrought by Thor and the Destroyer had cost S.H.I.E.L.D. dearly. Although a man claiming to be the god of thunder ultimately vanquished the Destroyer, the agency had meticulously recorded the energy fluctuations of the Bifrost. Now, sensing its presence once more, they sprang into action. 1 minute later, a knock echoed upon Nick's office door, heralding a report on the situation. 5 minutes hence, a colossal spacecraft descended, embarking towards its destination. Yet, despite their swift actions, they arrived too late. Upon reaching the Bifrost landing site, Thor was nowhere to be found. On the opposite side of the blue planet lies its highest mountain range, home to a group of the most enigmatic beings on Earth. This place is known as Kamartaj, a sanctuary for sorcerers. Cloaked in yellow, the Ancient One furrowed her brow, gravely observing Thor, who lay injured upon the sickbed. What could have transpired to inflict such severe wounds? As a guardian of Earth and the sole being with celestial-level combat prowess, she was well acquainted with Thor, and even familiar with Odin. Once, Earth was a realm among the 9 realms, and its strength was formidable. However, after the incursion of the frost giants, it began its decline. The number of practitioners dwindled rapidly, causing it to fall from the ranks of the 9 realms. Yet, it was this very conflict that led Odin to defeat Lao Fei and subsequently reign over the galaxy. The Ancient One had fought alongside Odin during that war. It was for this reason that even after conquering the galaxy, Odin refrained from encroaching upon Earth. Having witnessed the power of the Time Stone, Odin crafted the Infinity-gauntlet, intent on collecting the Infinity Stones. After a moment's contemplation, the Ancient One unfastened her necklace and activated the Time Stone. Thor's grievous appearance instilled within her a profound sense of unease. An event more terrifying than the invasion of Dormammu has transpired. Consequently, she resolved to utilize the Time Stone to glimpse into the future. However, after a brief observation, her unease only intensified. How could it be that the future appeared normal? Yet Thor was absent from this moment. She had previously foretold the future using the Time Stone, and there had been no indication of Thor's presence. This absence was the source of her disquiet, leading her to believe that the timeline had altered for some inexplicable reason. Yet, upon further predictions, the results remained unchanged, suggesting that no alteration had occurred. This was indeed alarming. Such a scenario could imply one of two possibilities. First, that someone has mastered the essence of the Time Stone, rendering her own Time Stone ineffective, or second, that the individual she sought to predict has reached a multiversal level of power, making prediction impossible. If the first possibility were true, it might not bode ill for Blue Star, as the one who has harnessed the Time Stone's essence may not necessarily pose a threat. However, if it were the second, it would mean that the adversary they faced was of multiversal caliber, thus transcending the capabilities of the Time Stone. A multiversal entity could obliterate the universe, a foe beyond even her or all the superpowered beings of Blue Star. Chapter 43. While Ancient One was lost in thought, Thor suddenly opened his eyes. No. With a cry, he soon became aware of the pain coursing through his body. Thanos' strike had been intended to bring about his demise. Although his external wounds had been healed by Ancient One's magic, the destructive energy within him continued to ravage his form. Upon hearing his exclamation, Ancient One promptly withdrew from the Time Stone, expressing concern. You must remain still. The energy within you is beyond my ability to expel. It can only be dissipated with time. Thor looked at Ancient One with urgency, inquiring, Who are you? Where am I? Where is my father? Shaking her head, Ancient One replied, I am called Ancient One, the guardian of Blue Star. As for Odin, I cannot say. At her words, Thor's memory was jolted. It seemed his mother had rescued him and instructed Heimdall to transport him to Blue Star. No, I must return to Asgard and continue the fight. With this thought, he raised his right hand, preparing to summon his hammer, Mjolnir, as a legendary artifact. It was forged from the heart of a star, possessing an inexhaustible source of energy that could swiftly purge the destructive energy within him. Yet, after a moment, he felt no presence of Mjolnir. It dawned on him that his hammer had been shattered by Thanos. Alas, bereft of Mjolnir, his combat prowess had diminished by at least half. Shaking his head, he soon began to summon Heimdall in his heart, yearning for a return. Yet, no matter how fervently he called, he received no echo in response. It was not that Heimdall ignored him. Rather, it seemed there was no recipient for his summons. It resembled the disheartening experience of dialing a number only to find it unanswered or non-existent. The thought that Heimdall might have perished weighed heavily on him, dimming his gaze and filling his heart with sorrow. Seeing Thor in a daze, the Ancient One inquired, What has transpired in Asgard? How did you sustain such grievous injuries? After a moment, Thor regained a semblance of clarity and, with a countenance etched with pain and sadness, replied, We were besieged by foes, and I was grievously wounded. In the next instant, he lifted his gaze to the enigmatic and formidable bald sorcerer before him, beseeching, Surely my father still battles. Do you possess a means to return me? Heimdall might merely be gravely injured, unable to respond to his call, not necessarily deceased. As long as no body was found, he could not bring himself to believe in the demise of his companion. The Ancient One shook her head, saying, I regret to inform you that I lack the means. Although she possessed the ability to teleport to any corner of the galaxy, she was unaware of Asgard's coordinates. The universe is in a constant state of expansion and motion, causing coordinates to perpetually change. This was the very reason Thanos had struggled to locate the galaxy. What was here today might be lost tomorrow. Teleportation within a star system was manageable, requiring only the current star's position to calculate the destination's distance and location before opening a portal. However, interstellar travel necessitated knowledge of the central black hole's position and the target star's trajectory, along with calculations of planetary orbits. Such precision demanded extraordinary computational power, typically executed by supercomputers. Despite her formidable prowess, the Ancient One could not possess such computational capability. Moreover, a portal required exceedingly accurate coordinates. Otherwise, while teleporting to the vacuum of space might be tolerable, materializing within a star's interior could prove catastrophic. Upon hearing this, Thor's face fell in disappointment as he reclined back onto the bed, feeling the destructive force within him relentlessly consuming his essence. He was enveloped by a sense of despair and helplessness, uncertain of Asgard's fate or the well-being of his father. Observing his distress, the Ancient One understood that Thor was engulfed in sorrow and chose not to press further. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thanos, under Hela's guidance, entered Odin's treasury, beholding a plethora of treasures beyond count. The Frost Box, the Eternal Flame, the Dwarven Hammer, the Claw of Hell, and so forth. Most importantly, he beheld the Infinity-gauntleted. It was a glove of pure gold, adorned with enigmatic patterns and runes, featuring 6 sockets at the joints connecting the back of the hand to the fingers, designated for the Infinity Stones. As he lifted it, the gauntlet began to expand gradually, seemingly adapting to his size. Moments later, he donned the gauntlet and retrieved the Mind Stone, placing it upon the Infinity-gauntlet. Instantly, a surge of formidable energy emanated from the gauntlet, firmly securing the Mind Stone in its grasp. Thanos felt an immense amplification of his mental prowess, gaining a heightened awareness of his surroundings. He perceived the ants scurrying across the ground, the dust swirling in the air, the blood coursing through his veins. And even his consciousness delved down to the cellular level. If he concentrated on a single point, he could sense the very process of cellular division and function. However, he understood that this was not a manifestation of his true mental power, but rather a capability granted by the Infinity-gauntlet and the Mind Stone. Thus he did not indulge in the experience. After casting a glance at the other treasures, he departed the vault without hesitation. Regrettably, the events of Thor, Ragnarok had not yet unfolded, for had they done so, he would not have needed to seek the Space Stone at all. It remained in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Blue Planet. Meanwhile, the war in the cosmos was nearing its conclusion. No matter how valiant the Asgardian warriors, they could not compensate for the technological and power disparities between the factions. As one spaceship after another was destroyed, countless Asgardian warriors perished, and even the ordinary Asgardian gods recognized their defeat. A flash of flames erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the last ship emblazoned with the Asgardian insignia was obliterated. Subsequently, Thanos' army began to invade the lands of Asgard. Numerous landing pods descended from the sky, crashing into the city. Amidst a sea of fire and corpses, countless dark cultists surged forth from the landing pods, charging towards the remaining adversaries. On that day, innumerable Asgardian gods met their demise, and the lakes and rivers of the continent turned crimson. Even the artificial sun in the sky was extinguished, plunging the entire world into an abyss of darkness. Yet, it was Laufey and his followers who perpetrated the most ruthless slaughter. The frost giants had suffered the gravest oppression at the hands of Odin, fostering an intense enmity towards the Asgardian gods. Thus, Laufey did not hesitate to align himself with Thanos. Otherwise, anyone would exercise a modicum of caution when confronted with an unfamiliar force, fearing that, should Asgard fall, they too might share the same fate. Nevertheless, the generations of hatred had rendered Laufey indifferent to such considerations. After Loki's return, the family decisively allied with Thanos. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, following a massacre, the once thriving Asgardian race, boasting over 1 trillion souls, was reduced to a mere 10,000. This remaining population consisted solely of newborn infants, spared by Thanos out of respect for Hela. After all, having just subdued Hela, it would be rather disheartening to annihilate her entire kin before her eyes. Moreover, Thanos was intrigued by the potent genes of the Asgardians, leaving behind a fraction of infants to ascertain their potential utility in the future, should he successfully integrate Asgardian genetic fragments into the ranks of the Dark Order. It would undoubtedly yield immense advantages. In Chapter 44, within the confines of Temple No. 2, Thanos sat upon his throne, gazing at the Infinity-gauntlet adorning his left hand. Below him stood a cadre of his subordinates. To his left were the Black Order, and to his right stood the newly acquired Laufey and Hela. At that moment, General Corvus Glaive was on high alert, eyeing the two newcomers with suspicion, though they were now colleagues. The palpable disparity in their strengths left General Glaive feeling threatened in his position. However, he could do little about it, as it was not within his power to hinder his master's choices. Conversely, Laufey and Hela regarded the Black Order with indifference. As their superiority rendered them no true adversaries, their attention was solely focused on one another. A while later, Thanos shifted his attention from the Infinity-gauntlet to the colossal figure of the supergiant below and inquired, "How goes the inventory of treasures?" The most significant acquisition this time was, of course, Odin's vault. While the majority comprised ordinary artifacts, there were several powerful relics among them, such as the Frost Box and the Eternal Flame. In addition to Odin's vault, there were numerous other artifacts, all of which had been entrusted to the supergiant for cataloging. Upon receiving the query, the supergiant stepped forward respectfully and replied, "My lord, we have discovered a total of 1,732 artifacts, including 1,524 low-grade artifacts, 201 mid-grade artifacts, and 7 high-grade artifacts, all of which have now been securely stored." Thanos nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Ebony Maw, asking for the report on casualties. The supergiant promptly took a step back, allowing Ebony Maw to step forward and respectfully state, "My lord, we deployed a total of 10 billion Dark Order troops and 10,000 small spacecraft in this endeavor." Soon after, Ebony Maw provided a detailed account of all losses, even enumerating the injured personnel. Thanos then proceeded to inquire about economic matters and population statistics. Half an hour later, all reports were concluded. Thanos turned his gaze towards the assembly, particularly fixing his attention on Lao Fei, and spoke, "The treasures we have acquired are now stored. Thus, we shall commence the exchange. Feel free to redeem whatever treasures you desire with your accumulated points." Upon hearing that the treasures were finally available for exchange, Lao Fei nodded eagerly. He had amassed over 10,000 points during the recent conflict, and regardless of the cost, he was determined to exchange them for the Frost Box, reclaiming his artifact. Finally, Thanos directed his attention to General Glaive, instructing, with the coordinates obtained from Asgard, "Arrange for the fleet to subdue the area. Should any resist, annihilate them without hesitation. However, I advise you to refrain from engaging with a region known as the Solar System until I issue further orders." Uncertain of the current state of Blue Star, he was not prepared to take immediate action. Who knows which corner of the Marvel Universe this was? If it were the chaotic realm of Ultron, he had no desire to serve as a mere courier, especially not as a one-time delivery. Therefore, he opted to dispatch reconnaissance ships to ascertain the situation on Blue Star before proceeding cautiously. After all, Blue Star would remain where it was. It could not escape. His immediate objective was to gather the remaining Infinity Stones. Though General Glaive was puzzled as to why his lord forbade him from the solar system, he promptly nodded in compliance, affirming, "As you command." Lastly, Thanos addressed Hela and Lao Fei, stating, "You may follow General Glaive's orders or choose to attack those locations independently, or even rest. I impose no restrictions upon you. However, when I summon you, you must return within a day." Hela and Lao Fei exchanged glances, their expressions slightly sour. Yet they nodded in acknowledgement. One was a princess of Asgard, and the other, the chieftain of the Frost Giants. They were not accustomed to taking orders from others. Nonetheless, they had little choice but to acclimate to the situation. Naturally, the notion of adhering to General Glaive's directives was out of the question, prompting them to decide to launch their own assaults. After concluding the arrangements, Thanos did not return to the Dragon Star system. Instead, he sought out life-bearing planets in the vicinity, continuing his practice of star absorption while preparing to collect the stones. A month later, on an unnamed life-bearing planet, the scene was dire. As Thanos absorbed the planet's core, it resembled a cataclysmic end of the world. The magnetic field gradually dissipated, the atmosphere thinned, and with it, oxygen and atmospheric pressure began to vanish. Surrounding primitive creatures seemed to sense impending doom, scurrying in frantic disarray. By that point, countless lives had perished, leaving only a fraction of their previous numbers. Such devastation was of no concern to Thanos. The obliteration of a planet was entirely justified if it augmented his power. Just then, a small spacecraft suddenly appeared in the skies above. The spacecraft swiftly pinpointed Thanos' location and gradually descended. After a brief moment, it halted approximately 100 meters from him and opened its hatch. Soon, two women emerged simultaneously. The woman on the left stood at a height of 1.72 meters, with green skin and flowing red hair, moving gracefully as she swayed her hips and elongated legs. She exuded a captivating sensuality interwoven with strength and wildness, evoking an irresistible urge to conquer her. The woman on the right was slightly shorter, around 1.64 meters, with purple skin and a bald head. Her round, cherubic face appeared endearing, invoking a desire to embrace and cherish her. Were it not for her chin, reminiscent of a flip-flop, one might easily believe her to be Thanos' biological daughter. However, although they were not his natural offspring, they were his adopted daughters, Nebula and Gamora. The two approached within 5 meters of Thanos, gazing at him with boundless admiration. At that moment, Gamora spoke first, saying, "Father, we have returned." Thanos did not cease his actions but turned to face his daughters, nodding as he inquired, "Did you find the stones?" Unlike the previous conflict with Odin, his daughters had not participated this time, as they had been dispatched to gather intelligence on the Infinity Stones. In truth, Thanos had grappled with the decision of whether or not to adopt these two daughters, reflecting on the narrative where they ultimately betrayed him. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he resolved to adhere to the storyline. His reluctance to disrupt the plot and attract unwanted attention, coupled with his confidence in being able to guide them, influenced his choice. This was evidenced by Nebula's body remaining unaugmented by machinery. He adopted a different approach from his predecessor, employing both consistent indoctrination and a nurturing policy, providing them with the paternal affection they deserved. As Gamora was about to respond, Nebula interjected, "Father, I have discovered a lead on the Power Stone. It is rumored to be located on a planet within the Bay of Stars, near the Purple Silk Star." Although Thanos treated both daughters equally and showered them with paternal love, Nebula, much like in the film's narrative, sought to distinguish herself and earn greater affection from him. Upon hearing news of the Power Stone, Thanos' face broke into a smile as he remarked appreciatively, "Excellent, just as I expected from my daughter. And what of Gamora?" He then turned his gaze toward his other daughter. Despite treating them both similarly, he harbored greater expectations for Gamora. After all, the most enigmatic Soul Stone had been located by her in the narrative. It could be said that without Gamora, he would never have been able to gather all the Infinity Stones. And indeed, Gamora did not disappoint him. "Father, I have uncovered a lead on the Soul Stone, rumored to reside within a wandering star known as the Wasteland. I am still in pursuit of its precise coordinates." A wandering star is an exceptionally rare celestial body in the cosmos. Although the universe is infinitely vast, nearly all celestial entities orbit black holes within their respective galaxies. However, certain stars have, for various reasons, escaped the gravitational pull of black holes and now drift between galaxies. These stars are the most elusive and enigmatic of all, as it is nearly impossible to calculate their trajectories, rendering their coordinates unknown. Thanos nodded, stating, "I grant you the highest authority. You may mobilize all resources to locate the Wasteland Star." As for acquiring the Soul Stone upon finding this star, he had already devised a method. It merely required a sacrifice of one's most cherished individual. He was confident that, with 1,000 couples, at least one pair would procure the Soul Stone. If 1,000 pairs were insufficient, he would gather 100,000, convinced that even filling the chasm with bodies would not prevent him from obtaining the Soul Stone. At this moment, Nebula, feeling a twinge of jealousy, interjected, "What about me, father?" Thanos, with a faint smile, replied, "I shall accompany you. Is that not enough?" He was determined to avoid any unforeseen incidents during his daughter's pursuit of the Power Stone, especially with that man known as Star-Lord, who had a penchant for killing biological fathers, adoptive fathers, and eventually fathers-in-law. It seemed to imply that no one could truly take his place, filling the passive role of parasite to the brim. Upon hearing this, Nebula eagerly nodded in agreement. The prospect of embarking on a journey with her father thrilled her, as Thanos often spent his time either training or conquering. Their opportunities to be together were scarce, and she was grateful for this chance to join him. Soon, they departed from the impending doom of the planet. However, Thanos failed to notice Gamora's pained expression as she observed the dying creatures around them. 10 days later, amidst violent tremors, the planet was irrevocably transformed into a desolate wasteland. Remarkably, it did not explode or shatter. Its immense mass, akin to a lost stellar core, was held firmly by gravity. Yet, all life on the planet had perished. Without electromagnetic fields, it could not withstand cosmic radiation nor retain its atmosphere. Apart from a few resilient cells, it was nearly impossible for any life to endure. Upon returning to Sanctum II, Thanos promptly instructed Nebula to guide him to the Bayou star system, specifically to the Amethyst star. The Baikuo galaxy is approximately 1,700,000 light-years distant from the Milky Way, making spatial jumps across such vast distances unfeasible. Thus, the Second Temple first traversed through a wormhole back to the Panlong galaxy, and subsequently utilized the wormhole of the Panlong galaxy to leap to the next star system. In this manner, after 3 months of continuous jumps across 4 galaxies, they finally reached the outskirts of the Baikuo galaxy. Upon arrival, they encountered a fleet. The flagship of this fleet was a peculiar vessel, adorned with wings, an unusual feature for a cosmic warship, as such appendages have long become obsolete. Surrounding it were more conventional warships, resembling spearheads with triangular shapes and a row of horizontally aligned engines at the rear. The design suggested they belonged to the Kree Empire. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared on Thanos' screen, a blue-skinned man clad in black leather armor, adorned with a black hat and wielding a war hammer. This individual was none other than Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire. "Esteemed Lord Thanos, I extend my greetings on behalf of the Kree Empire," he proclaimed, bowing respectfully, though refraining from kneeling. Indeed, Ronan was paying his respects to Thanos. A century prior, During the territorial expansion of the Black Order, Ronan had encountered them. And with the might of a universal-level being, he had single-handedly vanquished the 5 members of the Black Order. It was only through Thanos' intervention that Ronan was made aware of the existence of powers beyond his own. Since that time, Ronan had chosen to avoid Thanos whenever possible, resorting only to greeting him when escape was unattainable. In response to Ronan's salutation, Thanos merely nodded with indifference, calmly replying, "Greetings to the Supreme Intelligence." The societal structure of the Kree is rather peculiar, lacking kings or divine rulers. Instead, they are led by the Supreme Intelligence, which organizes various teams. The Accuser team ranks among the top 3 in terms of strength within Kree society. However, at this juncture, Ronan had yet to ascend to the position of Supreme Accuser, thus wielding limited power. Observing Thanos' haughty demeanor, Ronan chose to feign ignorance, stating, "Thank you, my lord. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." His journey from the large Magellanic Cloud to the Bakuo Galaxy was motivated by a quest for the Power Stone, prompting him to wish to depart swiftly from Thanos' presence. After all, engaging in combat was not an option, avoidance was his only recourse. However, Thanos had no intention of allowing Ronan to escape so swiftly. "Not so fast. I have come in search of the Power Stone, and you shall accompany me in this endeavor." Thanos was well aware that Ronan too sought the Power Stone. Yet he believed his superior strength could leverage Ronan's assistance in the search. Ronan was momentarily taken aback by this proposition. After a brief moment, he finally spoke, "I actually have a mission at hand." Thanos interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said, "I am aware that you seek the Power Stone as well. Here is the arrangement. If you assist me in locating the Power Stone, I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance and obliterate Xander." The deepest hatred for Ronan stemmed from the fact that his father, grandfather, and kin had been mercilessly slain by the Xandarians. Thus, his ultimate desire was to annihilate Xander and avenge his family. This pursuit of the Power Stone was, in fact, driven by the need for strength to bring about Xander's destruction. Upon hearing that Thanos was willing to help him exact revenge, he nodded without hesitation and said, "I am at your service." "Very well, let us proceed." With Ronan's alliance, they swiftly assembled a formidable fleet of over 300 starships, grandly setting forth towards the Purple Silk Star. Chapter 46. The Purple Silk Star, with a diameter exceeding 3 million kilometers, radiated a warm orange hue and was orbited by 5 planets. Considering the age of the star, the Purple Silk Star was quite advanced in its life cycle, nearing its twilight years. It was perhaps for this reason that the sole planet capable of sustaining life among the 5, known as Ego, was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Daily earthquakes and volcanic eruptions ravaged the planet, leading to the gradual extinction of its life forms. A week later, Ego welcomed its first visitors in the aftermath of its impending doom. A diminutive spacecraft pierced through the thick clouds and the molten lava of the volcanic eruptions below, finally landing on a relatively stable hillside. With a hissing sound marking the cessation of its engines, the hatch soon opened, and a man from Earth emerged. Indeed, he was a Terran, characterized by his short brown hair, light skin, and clad in a Ravager uniform. He was none other than the renowned Peter Jason Quill, famously known as Star-Lord. Quickly, Quill removed his helmet and retrieved a map, setting off towards his destination. After a brief interval, he arrived at the entrance of a rocky cave and ventured inside. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal shadow ominously loomed in the sky behind him. Upon entering the cave, he excitedly removed his helmet, activated his music, and danced in a comically exaggerated manner as he proceeded inward. Inside the cave, remnants of bones and skeletons were scattered about. This indicated that the planet's life had perished not long ago. Otherwise, the remains would have long since eroded into dust. The myriad drawings adorning the walls suggested that while intelligent life had once flourished here, its technological civilization had not progressed significantly. It was precisely because Ego's sentient beings had not attained the status of a Type 1 cosmic civilization that they remained confined to their planet, resulting in the near-total extinction of life. The reason for the use of the term almost is that there are occasionally interstellar pirates who pass through this region, pilfering resources and, incidentally, recruiting a few individuals. This also accounts for how information manages to circulate from here. The Star-Lord effortlessly made his way to the hidden chamber, and after a series of uncomplicated decryption processes, he successfully obtained the Cosmic Soul Orb. Remarkably, he encountered no obstacles from other dimensions during his endeavor. After securing the orb, he ventured outside the cave. However, upon stepping into the open air, he immediately widened his eyes, a look of disbelief washing over his face. For there, in the sky, loomed a colossal spaceship that nearly enveloped the entire firmament. Oh, dear heavens! At that moment, Star-Lord found himself at a loss for words to convey his feelings. Faced with a vessel of such magnitude, it was evident that even with his father's Marauder fleet, escape was utterly impossible. Just then, several small spacecraft descended from above, landing nearby moments later. With a few hissing sounds, the spacecraft opened their hatches. Nebula was the first to leap from the ship, followed closely by a few humanoid members of the Dark Order. Subsequently, other vessels also discharged their warriors into the fray. In a mere 2 minutes, Star-Lord found himself surrounded by over 1,000 individuals. Realizing the dire situation, he raised his hands in surrender, proclaiming, "Let us speak civilly. I merely wandered here." Nebula, disregarding his words, instructed her subordinates, "Watch him closely. We shall conduct a search." Having said this, she led the majority of her team into the cave. With only 10 guards remaining by his side, Star-Lord's eyes darted about, contemplating an escape. He was not one to accept fate, even in the face of despair. He would not relinquish hope. Yet before he could act, more spacecraft materialized in the sky, and a few positioned themselves directly above his ship, obliterating it with a single blast. Barleet. Star-Lord let out a furious, anguished cry. Barleet was a remarkably charming and beautiful alien woman with red skin. Although her appearance might seem peculiar to the inhabitants of Blue Star, Star-Lord, driven by desperation, had no qualms. Prior to this moment, they had shared a tender moment aboard their vessel, and their intimacy had left Barleet too exhausted to join him outside. Little did he know that this would cost her life. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a shot from the Dark Order struck him. Bang! The bullet from the electromagnetic gun instantly pierced his chest, snuffing out his life. In the second temple, Thanos observed Star-Lord lying on the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. Moments ago, he had personally commanded his subordinates to open fire. For one who could neither be utilized nor subdued, what purpose did their existence serve other than to squander precious air? However, it seemed that Star-Lord had emerged from a cave, and perhaps the Power Stone resided within him. Contemplating this, Thanos swiftly issued a new command, "Bring me his corpse." Upon receiving the order, the Dark Acolytes stepped forward, preparing to lift Star-Lord's lifeless body. Yet, at that moment, a blue light flickered from Star-Lord's chest. In an instant, his wounds healed, and he opened his eyes, radiating immense blue energy. With a furious roar, the overwhelming force obliterated those around him. Thanos squinted, realizing that Star-Lord was not so easily vanquished. After all, as the son of a Celestial, despite his father ego being a malnourished premature infant, it was inconceivable that he could be a mere mortal. Furthermore, Star-Lord inherited Ego's remarkable genes, possessing extraordinary energy. Clearly, in his moment of death, Star-Lord had awakened this latent power. Pondering this, Thanos turned to Ronan and spoke, "It is your time to act." The reason for delegating to Ronan rather than engaging himself was rooted in the understanding that the Marvel Universe was fraught with complexities. Uncertain whether the Celestials had noticed this disturbance, it was prudent to let Ronan take the lead. After all, what purpose would it serve to summon Ronan merely to observe? Should the Celestials truly become aware of Star-Lord, Thanos would have to abandon Ronan and make his exit. His belief that the Celestials might be monitoring Star-Lord was not unfounded. In the narrative of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Star-Lord remarkably surpassed several tiers of power, wrestling with ego and astonishingly annihilating a planet with a mere bomb. To claim that the Celestials did not intervene behind the scenes would be utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, Ronan, upon hearing Thanos, nodded gravely. Indeed. With that, he grasped his Kree War hammer and descended. He had sensed the eruption of a power akin to that of a demigod below, and thus would not underestimate the situation as he had previously. Chapter 47. At that moment, Star-Lord, sprawled on the ground, opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. He recalled being struck in the chest, and subsequently perishing. How then, had he returned to life on this very ground? Upon rising, he instinctively touched his chest, discovering a substantial tear in his Predator uniform. It seemed that what had transpired moments earlier was not merely an illusion. Yet, he remained utterly perplexed about the events that had unfolded. His memory of the recent past completely obscured. Before he could collect his thoughts, a sudden rush of air filled the space above him, culminating in a thunderous crash. A dark figure plummeted to the ground, landing 10 meters away from him. The force of the impact sent a powerful shockwave that propelled him backward. Once he regained his footing and the dust began to settle, he beheld a sizable crater at his feet, within which stood a vigilant Kree warrior wielding a hammer. Could it be that this individual had fallen from above? Goodness, how could one survive such a fall? What immense strength must they possess? Quickly, Star-Lord found himself retreating, eager to distance himself from this Kree, who exuded an aura of danger. Just then, A commotion arose behind him. Nebula emerged from the cave, flanked by a group of followers, her expression a mask of displeasure. Damn it, there's nothing inside. Upon spotting Star-Lord, though puzzled by the gaping hole in his attire, she approached him, gun drawn, and menacingly inquired, "Did you take the Power Stone?" As she spoke, she powered her weapon, in stark contrast to her inherently benevolent sister. Nebula's demeanor was colder, her indifference to death and destruction devoid of any moral burden. At that moment, Star-Lord felt a surge of despair. This wretched world. How had he accepted such a perilous mission? Had he known the dangers that lay ahead? No amount of money from his employer would have persuaded him to proceed. The death of his companion, Barlet, weighed heavily on his heart. Anger and hatred ignited within him, dispelling his usual frivolous demeanor. Though he often presented a nonchalant facade, his loyalty to his comrades ran deep, rendering Barlet's demise a grievous affront to his very being. As Nebula observed the man before her, who had yet to respond, her impatience boiled over, and she squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed through the air. However, her shot went astray, not out of newfound compassion, but because Star-Lord, as if endowed with a sixth sense, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal projectile. Nebula's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this seemingly feeble man have evaded her shot? The electromagnetic gun she wielded had a firing rate of 5,000 meters per second, a speed so formidable that even she struggled to dodge it. Why had he, who appeared so unremarkable, managed to escape? Ronan, who initially contemplated making a move, hesitated upon witnessing Nebula's actions, his eyes flickering momentarily before he halted in his tracks. Uncertain of Star-Lord's capabilities, he decided to allow Nebula to probe the situation first. Moments later, Nebula fired several rounds, yet her adversary evaded them with uncanny agility, drawing perilously closer to her, seemingly intent on seizing her as a hostage. In response, Nebula swiftly discarded her firearm, brandishing a dagger, prepared to engage in close combat. However, at that moment, Star-Lord appeared to awaken some latent superhuman ability, deftly avoiding Nebula's assault before seizing her arm and pressing the muzzle of his pistol against her temple. The surrounding members of the Dark Order, upon witnessing this, immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Star-Lord. Yet, with Nebula positioned in front, none dared to fire the first shot. If you do not wish for her demise, lower your weapons. At that instant, Thanos, observing from Sanctuary 2, merely smiled faintly and stated, "Stand down." Although he held little regard for Nebula's life, he saw no need for her to perish unnecessarily. Following Thanos' command, the Dark Order quickly relinquished their weapons. Seeing this, Nebula, her expression contorted with fury, shouted, "Cowardly wretch. If you have the gall, release me and engage in a fair fight." She had never envisioned a day when she would be held hostage. Feeling as though she had brought shame upon her father, even contemplating self-destruction in despair. Meanwhile, Star-Lord remained undeterred, his gaze warily fixed on Ronan in the distance. Although he was baffled by his sudden surge in prowess, he sensed that the collective threat posed by everyone present paled in comparison to that individual. At that moment, Ronan could no longer remain passive. He had intended for Nebula to test the opponent's strength, only to find that it was a futile endeavor. Yet, he realized that Nebula's superhuman abilities fell short of planetary level, making any meaningful assessment impossible. With a twinge of regret, he approached. Nebula was of little consequence to him, but her father was watching from above. Allowing Nebula to perish could provoke Thanos' wrath, a risk he was unwilling to take. "Release her, and I shall grant you a fair opportunity to fight," Ronan declared. Star-Lord, still gripping Nebula's neck, shook his head in response to Ronan's words, asserting, "I will give you 1 minute to bring forth the murderer of my ship, or I shall take her life." At that moment, his thoughts were solely consumed with avenging Barlet, entirely disregarding his own safety. Ronan, upon hearing this, cast a troubled glance skyward. His forces were stationed above, and all those present were Thanos' minions, leaving him powerless to mobilize them. However, it was not long before a spacecraft hovered above them, and 5 dark cult warriors descended directly from the vessel. Clearly, Thanos had acquiesced to Star-Lord's demands. Upon witnessing this, Star-Lord immediately grasped the significance of the hostage he held. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired upon the 5 dark cult warriors before him. With a series of sharp reports, the 5 fell instantaneously. Although the helmets and visors obscured their expressions, their eerie stillness in the face of death revealed that they were far from ordinary beings. At that moment, Nebula seized the opportunity created by Star-Lord's gunfire, delivering an elbow strike backward. Star-Lord instinctively raised his hands to shield his face from the blow. Nevertheless, Nebula utilized this moment to advance forward, creating distance between herself and the adversaries. Just as Star-Lord prepared to fire again, Ronan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Nebula. With a few more gunshots, Star-Lord's attack struck Ronan, but only pierced his garments, leaving mere holes in the fabric. Witnessing this, Star-Lord's pupils dilated in shock. He had never encountered such a formidable foe, one that even his advanced Ravager pistol could not vanquish.